The History Channel special, The 50s, is brought to you in part by Nissan and by Pepsid AC Acid Controller.
I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it.
The 1960s were an explosive time in America, a decade that rocked the country and changed the world forever. But what triggered the eruption? The youthful rebellion, the racial conflict, the war in the streets. It was a question that haunted one of the leading reporters of his generation as he witnessed firsthand America's involvement in a fateful conflict in a far-off country called Vietnam. His name was David Halbertstam.
I thought all the things that contributed to the revolution in the 60s were seeded in the 50s. A British historian named Robert Payne came and visited this country in 1949, and he wrote, "America sits bestride the world like a colossus."
Every day it's a getting closer, going faster than a roller coaster.
Today we look back on the 50s as a time of peace and prosperity, innocence and laughter. But the decade was, in fact, full of conflict and contradiction. Beneath the surface, there lurked hidden desires, growing struggles, and brash ambitions that gave birth to many of the things, good and bad, that define the American character. This is the story of how we were shaped by a time that started when a world war ended and a terrifying Cold War began.
Going faster than a roller coaster.
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Welcome to the History Channel. Was there ever an era like the 1950s? The decade is idealized as a golden age of suburban affluence and marital bliss, and denounced as repressive and bland, a sort of 10-year PTA meeting. A few years ago, the Pulitzer Prize-winning author David Halbertstam put the decade under scrutiny. The result was a bestseller called The 50s. Our series is based on his book with commentary from Halbertstam himself. Over the coming week, we'll examine the decade that remade America, its music, television, the civil rights movement, and the changing family. Our first episode, to paraphrase Dickens, looks at the 50s as the best of times and the worst of times. Just when Americans were growing accustomed to the good life, they had to face a pervasive fear that they were in danger of imminent destruction. Join us now as the History Channel presents The 50s, The Fear, and the Dream.
Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me thrill your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yes, this is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long.
Come on, baby, while the thrill is on. Come on, baby, let's have some fun. Come on, baby.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Let up and light up a Camel. Smokers find that Camel's costlier tobaccos are soothing to the nerves.
CBS Radio brings you Ma Perkins.
Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
1941, a date which will live.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin from CBS World News. A press association has just announced that President Roosevelt is dead.
Oh, Lord, my God, when I in some wonder,
It was hard to conceive of the country without Franklin Roosevelt as president, because that voice had come in through the radio and had made us feel as though he was talking directly to us.
I see the stars.
We were out for a drive in the country when it came over the radio. And Dad had to pull off on the shoulder in order to cry. That's how we felt.
The power throughout the universe displayed.
Could you imagine the president dying today and blacks in the inner city crying? I don't think so. It went beyond being black or white. I think that he was daddy.
And when that news came into our office, first there was silence and then there was hysteria. We began to cry, we began to scream, because it looked as if everything that we held dear, everything that we could depend upon for safety and protection, it had suddenly been wiped out.
When he died in April 1945, Franklin Delano Roosevelt had led the country for 12 years, guiding it through the dark days of depression and war.
How great thou art, how great thou art.
With the war still raging, Americans wondered who could fill the great man's shoes.
As the nation is plunged into mourning by President Roosevelt's death, Harry S. Truman becomes president, the 7th American vice president to assume the office under...
Harry S. Truman, a former haberdasher from Kansas City, had never aspired to the presidency. Few Americans thought he was up to the job. But in 3 months, he would be forced to make a decision as bold as any Roosevelt had ever taken. The bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki would change the world forever. But at the time, few outside Japan could comprehend the horror of atomic warfare. Most Americans saw only the end of World War II. It was a time of soaring optimism. The war that had devastated Europe and Asia left the American home front unscarred.
Shine if you would come to me soon, and until you will still my heart, I'll hide the moon.
With the success of the war, everyone expected a good peace to now follow. Few could begin to imagine just how abundant or anxious their lives would become.
Look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming.
come and I'd bake a cake, bake a cake, bake a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd bake a cake. How'd-you-do, how'd-you-do, how'd-you-do?
In the first year of peace, more than 2 million couples were married. By 1950, 21 million babies had been born in a seemingly endless baby boom.
Oh, I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in.
I came out of service out of the Navy in '46, and I wanted to go and marry the girl that was writing the 3 letters a week to me for 4 years. And she lived in Floral Park. I had a tavern there. And I moved in with the family. There was a mother and father, her sister and brother, and myself, and a baby coming on after a year.
Despite weeks and months of house hunting, some 3 million married couples throughout the country today are still unable to establish homes of their own.
When you look at the books that you read in school, you read of people in a house. You never read of people living in an apartment, which we did, in trees. It sounds, and it's all new. You know, it was really something that you would like to have.
I guess I don't have to tell you, Mrs. Blandings, what a woman's touch could do to a place like this. Yes, sir. A couple of coats of paint, little pointing up here and there.
Of course, we wanted our own house, and after, what was it, 2 years? Yeah, 2 years in furnished rooms. And if you could see some of the dumps we lived in, it was really, remember that attic room in Jamaica? Yuck.
I've got to have a home. No one is to blame, yet everyone is to blame. There's been a lag in home construction for more than 15 years.
In 1945, Americans needed 5 million new low-cost homes, and they needed them right away.
Now there are building materials.
The elusive dream of home ownership would soon be realized by a man about to fulfill a dream of his own and invent a new phenomenon, suburbia.
Coming up on the 50s, the man who took the American dream and mass-produced it in New York. And the growing Soviet threat that would darken the brief post-war prosperity. The 50s will continue in a moment here on the History Channel.
Introducing the tough, new Nissan Frontier. It now has more horsepower than Ranger, Tacoma, and S10. It also has a bigger cargo bed than all 3, a quieter cab than ever before, and a price that, well, you're sure to get excited about. But please, try to control your enthusiasm. The new Frontier, now at your Nissan retailer.
Dogs love trucks.
Today, there are more heartburn medicines than ever before. How do you choose? Simple. Choose the one that pharmacists recommend most, Pepcid AC. Today, they recommend Pepcid AC 2-to-1 over Zantac 75. In fact, they recommend it more than Zantac 75, Maalox, and Tums combined. But don't take my word for it. Ask your pharmacist which one's right for you. You can be heartburn-free with Pepcid AC.
There comes a time when you realize you've come about as far as you can on your own. And if you want your investments to go further, you're going to need someone with the expertise and the resources to help you go the distance. It's not an admission of failure. It's an admission of success. It's an acknowledgement of what you've got at stake here. That moment of truth when you say to yourself, okay, no more fun and games.
Smith Barney, they make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Here, in the world's most advanced manufacturing environment, Intel technicians are making Pentium 2 processors. It's the most powerful Intel processor available today. So to make sure the Pentium 2 processor is inside your next PC, look for this logo on the outside.
from the dream makers of Disney. Introducing Disney Cruise Line. Imagine combining a Walt Disney World vacation with a magic voyage to our own island in the Bahamas. Call and discover uncharted magic.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Bill Levitt, as a young man working with the Seabees in World War II, has this brilliant idea, taking some of the techniques he's seeing right then and there in World War II, building airstrips, putting up housing for GIs, and bringing them back to America for ordinary people. He's sitting there at night with his pals in the Pacific in World War II and saying, you know, what do you want when you get home? Well, I want a house and a car.
Bill Levitt's special genius was figuring out how to mass produce the American dream.
We first came to see that property where they were going to build. It was potato farms, and it stretched like from here to eternity. You would see concrete foundations, nothing but concrete with the heat in. And then down the road there, where in the midst of all the dust, was a frame job going on. And then down on the dust was where he'd completed, was the sheathing going. And then down the road a bit, and it was like putting your clothes on, from your socks on first, you know, and then putting your underwear on and the shirt, and finally way down on the other end. It was a finished product. Was a finished house. And yet, you could see how it grew.
Before the war, the average contractor built 5 houses a year. In Levittown, Long Island, they built 36 houses a day, a grand total of 17,450. Designed for a family of 4, Levitt's basic Cape Cod sold for a minimum down payment at a price most people could afford.
I think there's a great ad in there. Mr. Veteran, you're a lucky guy. You know, you can buy this house with $100 down. The first day that they were going to sell them, the lines were, I mean, people started lining up 72 hours before the houses went on sale. Even Levitt was stunned.
A second Levittown in Pennsylvania was every bit as successful as the Long Island Levittown. Everyone, it seemed, wanted a Bill Levitt home.
I beg your pardon, sir. Would you mind telling me who you are and where you're from?
I'm David Spool from Atlantic City, New Jersey.
And would you tell me why you're moving here to Levittown?
Well, I'm working in this area now, and I've looked the houses over, and I think it's a fine place to raise a family, so I've decided to buy one.
Very good, sir.
My house was a little Cape Cod cottage with a trellis over the door and one window on either side. And it was 4 rooms, nice kitchen, an eat-in kitchen, decent-sized living room, 2 small bedrooms, and a bathroom, and it had doors that I could close and open and close and open with. We had always lived in furnished rooms. We had no privacy whatsoever, nothing. It was perfect for a young couple.
And we had a Bendix in the kitchen.
That's right, Bendix washing machine in the kitchen. First time I ever saw a washing machine, I think.
And we fell in love because that washing machine was underneath the stairs, you know. And before that, when we had the baby, you know, it was like 16, 17 diapers a day to wash. Boil them on the stove. And needless to say, the family wanted to get rid of us, too. They didn't need a baby that was crying in that, you know, tight quarters. You know, and to have a house of your own. Man, that was the way we felt, you know.
After the Depression, all this come on, so it was kind of a gift from heaven, you know. You found these wonderful houses to move in.
And the best thing about it, I guess, was our independence. It was the first time we were away from our parents, completely independent, and we did what we wanted when we wanted. Like any kids, they wanted to be on their own, and we were.
And we could start our family.
That's right. And the rapport between neighbors was, at first, was very good. excellent, in fact.
Because they were all in the same boat as us. They were all first starting out, mostly young like us, and just starting with their family and their first house, too.
The new middle-class families of Levittown had one other thing in common. They were all white.
I walked up to the salesperson and I said to him, "We're very interested in your house and we'd like an application." And I remember what he said to me. He looked at me, he said, "It's not me, but the management has not as yet decided whether he's going to sell these houses to Negroes or not."
And you can't believe it. You really thought you had it made. You know, everything is falling into place.
Well, I'd like you to conceive that somebody telling you that, and there's no recourse, telling you that openly and outright like that.
Bill Levitt saw himself as a home builder, not as a social engineer, and he refused to sell the box. There were court cases against him, and the fact is he was all too typical of what existed in real estate in America in those days, in believing that you did not have to and should not have to sell to people who were not white.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is William Levitt, who heads the largest home building firm in the world.
Bill Levitt would become one of the richest men in America by providing architectural, not racial, equality.
Unlike anything we ever encountered before.
This is one of 4 models which are now being built throughout Levittown. The 4 models vary slightly in overall design, but each has the same number of rooms. 2 bedrooms.
I think it was that sense that Americans really did like the comfort of having what the other guy had, but yet they could put a little fence around it and say, "This is mine." And that's really a particular American genius, is to say, "This is yours, this is mine, but we're still all the same."
Did you get all your trees yet? Or is this the first one?
An army of Levitt imitators carried the housing revolution across the country.
Thank goodness that's
By
all.
1955, 3 out of every 4 houses built were built in Levitt-style subdivisions.
I think Levittown represented to a lot of city dwellers a dream that had eluded them all through the Depression and the war, which was to have a place somewhere with a patch of green in the back where their kids were going to be able to live better than they did. And to that extent, it fulfilled that particular vision. To another whole group of us growing up in cities, Levittown was a surrender. You know, that was exactly what we didn't want to be. To us, going to Levittown would be like going to Attica.
Its critics said that Levittown was little more than a voluntary prison, a multitude of uniform houses lined up at uniform distances on uniform roads in a treeless waste. What the critics said did not matter to the homeowners of Levittown. They had built sturdy new lives in sturdy new houses and wrapped their newborn into the nest. What worried many Americans was not the conformity of their own lives, but communist Russia. In the early post-war period, the United States was confident that its nuclear monopoly would keep the growing Soviet threat in check. Then, in August 1949, the Soviets successfully tested a bomb of their own. It was called Joe 1. America was no longer the only member of the nuclear club. There were many who felt that America's new, more prosperous way of life was in deadly peril. America's scientists began to search for a new, more powerful weapon.
Coming up on the History Channel, we'll hear from an American scientist who led the development of the ultimate weapon of mass destruction, the hydrogen bomb. We'll return to the 50s in a moment, here on the History Channel.
This holiday season, British Airways will bring 5 million people together.
If you're looking for a tough, dependable truck, you should take a closer look at the new Nissan Frontier. It now has more horsepower than Ranger, Tacoma, and S10. It also has a bigger cargo bed than all three, a smoother ride, and lots of features for a surprisingly low price. The rugged new Nissan Frontier. Come check it out for yourself.
Dogs love trucks.
You've been quiet.
I was talking to Oppic.
Oppic?
He's an Inuit.
Inuit, huh?
He lives a long way away.
Well, so how do you talk to him?
With this.
Tell Oppic hello.
Okay.
With the easy access button on the new compact Presario, we're changing the way you get on the internet. The compact Presario 4800 series with Intel Pentium 2 processor.
The History Channel, where the past comes alive.
I found it.
These moments of pure joy were made possible by Toys for Tots, sponsored by the Boys Club and Girls Club of Lancaster. To contribute toys, time, or money, give us a call.
There's no place like home for the holidays, and Nob Hill Farms has everything you need to give your home that special warm feeling. Beautiful poinsettias in a variety of holiday colors, centerpieces, Christmas cactus, cyclamen, topiaries, and Norfolk Island pines. We have it all. From decorative wreaths to fresh greens, roping and window swags, your home will sparkle with the excitement of the holidays. Experience all the season has to offer at Nob Hill Farms. We'll help make your place a home for the holidays.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
The fear of the Russian bomb ran so deep that the U.S. government exploded dozens of atomic weapons in the Nevada desert, using thousands of its own soldiers as guinea pigs.
The vacuum created by the terrific blast at 3,500 feet sucks up the sand like a cyclone and creates a veritable sandstorm that envelops GIs emerging from their foxholes. The shock waves knocked many flat. Within seconds, the familiar mushroom develops and rises to 35,000 feet, with a vortex of sand rising to meet the bottom of the cone.
Mobilized to carry out the most formidable engineering job in history were thousands of the nation's industrial firms of every size and type.
After World War II, nuclear weapons became the centerpiece of American defense policy. The Pentagon thought that the atomic bomb would provide a better and cheaper alternative to conventional forces.
Here it is, General Groves, plutonium.
Once the Russians had a bomb of their own, the race now began to build the ultimate weapon, the hydrogen bomb.
In fact, the president in particular had never heard of the idea of a hydrogen bomb until October 1949. There was so little military necessity for this weapon, if you will, that no one had even bothered to mention it to him, nor had the Joint Chiefs heard of the idea. But within 5 minutes of the time President Truman heard, he asked two questions, according to Sidney Sowers, who was his head of the National Security Council. Can we do it? And Sowers said, well, Mr. President, the scientists say we can. And then the president said, well, hell, why aren't we?
Physicist Edward Teller had been asking just that question for many years. A member of the team that produced the Hiroshima bomb, he called his design for his new bomb the Super, and urged America to develop it quickly.
On the basis of present trends,
We must conclude that 10 years from now, Russia will be way ahead of us. I say that this will happen, not unless we do this or that. I simply say it will happen.
If there is another world war, this civilization may go under.
Robert Oppenheimer, leader of the original atomic bomb effort, had grave doubts that any new weapon could guarantee peace.
We need, I think, to learn to understand the realities of life abroad, not so much in terms of slogans as in terms of the lives of men. In our response to these realities, there is hope for peace.
Edward Teller had difficulty recruiting scientists to his team. Key candidates argued that development of the super wasn't necessary or moral.
In my strongly held opinion, the scientists have one extremely important role, and that is to make the best possible science. To find the facts, to find the possibilities, and at that point, their responsibility stops. What to do with the result is up to everybody, and through, in a democratic society, through the elected politicians, the public will has to come to the fore. I have the confidence that if we scientists find the facts, the democratic system, in the end, can develop the right applications.
While Teller was willing to do what the government wanted, Oppenheimer was not. He was deeply troubled by the destruction he and his colleagues had visited upon Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He warned that escalating a nuclear arms race would threaten life on Earth. It was Teller's view that prevailed with the politicians. In 1950, when President Truman authorized the H-bomb program, resistance within the scientific community grew. For this, Teller blamed Oppenheimer.
Teller is already wary and hostile, more than he knows, I think, towards Oppenheimer. And now he believes that Oppenheimer is trying to stop his bomb. He doesn't say it was more difficult because we could never get the mathematical equation right. He blames it on Oppie for an undertow, and this is the symbolic event.
Robert Serber, the physicist who supervised the design of the Hiroshima bomb, was Oppenheimer's disciple and friend.
Oppie could turn on the charm, and so could Edward. And they both were quite vocal. Oppie was one of the few men I ever knew that spoke in English sentences. They perhaps had a similarity was contributed to Teller's feeling of inferiority when Oppenheimer was so acclaimed, and Teller was ambitious.
Teller now had his own chance for scientific glory, to show that he, like Oppenheimer, could develop a superweapon. The young man who first came to the United States as a refugee from the Nazis now led the largest American scientific effort since World War II.
Was I ever afraid in connection with war? Yes. When I saw Hitler, I was afraid. When I saw the atomic bomb or the hydrogen bomb, I was not.
Why not?
Because I knew that there is always plenty of power in any stage of development to do practically unlimited damage. Knowledge is important. The only thing I am afraid of is not knowledge, is the people who use the knowledge. And there I did not have reason to be afraid in the case of the United States developing more perfect weapons.
Teller's faith in the good judgment of American democracy was matched only by his fear of the Russians. He once told a colleague that if he didn't build the super, the Russians would take over the United States and he would be their prisoner.
To imagine that he would be a prisoner of the Russians within the United States if we didn't build a hydrogen bomb tomorrow is an irrational statement. There's no question that those weren't nice people. There's no question that that was a terrible criminal regime. But there is much question that they were the real drivers of the arms race. We were the country, the United States was the country, with one notable exception, and that only briefly, that invented the new weapons that the Soviets then followed on and built themselves.
History turns its most ominous page far out in mid-Pacific, where in the Eniwetok Atoll, the world's most awesome weapon is readied for detonation.
It took 2 years to build Edward Teller's super bomb. At 10.4 megatons, it was 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima weapon.
Well, the trouble with the super was that not only that it could be made arbitrarily large, but it couldn't be made arbitrarily small. And nobody knew exactly how small you could make it, but it was intrinsically thought to be a weapon that necessarily had to be many megatons. And there was certainly no military use for such a big bomb, and in fact there was very little use for it at all, because the same tonnage in smaller bombs would be more destructive.
Are you satisfied from a radiological standpoint, Commander Maynard?
Yes, sir. The situation is ideal since the entire fallout pattern is to the north of the inhabited islands.
Thank you, Joe.
No one, not even the scientists who had built the bomb, knew what the results of the test would be.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Men who had seen a lot of nuclear tests by 1952, who, when they saw the Mike test, were frightened. It just seemed to keep coming at them as they stood on their ships watching this thing grow and grow until the mushroom cloud was 100 miles across.
With the super, America regained its nuclear preeminence. 9 months later, the Soviet Union successfully tested an H-bomb of its own. Robert Oppenheimer's opposition to the hydrogen bomb was interpreted by government officials as disloyalty to the United States. In hearings held by the Atomic Energy Commission, he was stripped of his security clearance and retired to academic life a broken man. Edward Teller was treated as an outcast by many of his colleagues for testifying against Oppenheimer, but he won the battle of the super. He would go on to advise the government on nuclear issues throughout the Cold War.
Next on the History Channel, the U.S. prepares its civilians for nuclear war as the race for more powerful nuclear weapons continues.
Less than 2 minutes after the take cover signal, the streets were cleared. Times Square is deserted.
Stay with us here on the History Channel.
If any product bearing the Good Housekeeping seal proves to be defective within 2 years of purchase, Good Housekeeping will replace or refund the price paid for it. No other magazine in the world offers this kind of service to its readers.
Morning, Thomas.
Morning, Ellie.
Arthritis acting up again?
Sure is.
Need something for the pain?
Yeah,
Thomas, aren't you taking a new prescription for something or other?
that's right.
Doc Bailey say it was okay to take a pain reliever with it?
Mm-hmm. Tylenol.
Here you go.
Thanks, Ellie.
For millions of people on certain prescriptions, Tylenol is the pain reliever doctors recommend most. Talk to your doctor.
I think he likes you, Mom. He was pretty chatty today.
Pete heard about it from his neighbor.
10-3-2-1.
And he passed it on to Beth.
With 10-3-2-1, I save over AT&T on every call within the U.S.
And save 50% off all calls over 20 minutes.
Just dial 10321 from home, then make your call as usual.
And the charges appear on your regular phone bill.
A call to my brother in New York used to cost $8. Now it's $4.
Plus, get great international rates.
Mexico.
10.
3.
2.
Why, good news travels fast.
Pass it on. No card, no present, not even a happy birthday.
With technology from Intel, you can snap a picture, record a message, and send it to anyone with an email address.
I get him golf clubs for his birthday. What did he give me? Nothing. Zilch, zero, nada.
Happy birthday, Lise. Get ready for the most romantic evening of your life.
Oops.
They've got a 3rd and 8 right now from the 29, shotgun formation. Quarterback
Dogs love trucks.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Taking to the hills, the rocky cliffs above California's Beverly Hills to visit the first atomic survival house. Only the overhead...
With the world on edge over the threat of nuclear war, Americans invented ways of coping with Armageddon.
Hal Hayes, a bachelor, spent $250,000 on this hideaway where he can sit out any atomic attack in comfort. There's champagne on tap, along with a variety of stronger stimulants, just in case anyone needs a bracer when the bombs are falling. And a radiation-proof curtain will keep out the uninvited gamma rays.
The weirdness of the time,
An indoor swimming pool is
the
provided.
paranoia of the time, the atmosphere was so tense. I remember more than one time walking on the beach, facing New York, but not being able to see it, but there seemed to be a great stillness suddenly. Birds weren't flying. Something was happening. I felt immediately. Everything was just too quiet. And I looked off to the direction of the city just to see if there might be a mushroom cloud rising.
We bought a house on the Berkeley Hill with a big picture window overlooking the Golden Gate. And Emilio Segre, Nobel Prize winner in physics, came to visit us. He said to my wife, "Charlotte, you will pay for this view with your life." He was afraid that San Francisco would be bombed with an atomic bomb. And he personally moved out of Berkeley back to Walnut Creek, about 20 miles inland over the hill.
There was a turtle by the name of Bert, and Bert the turtle was very alert. When danger threatened
A government-sponsored campaign taught children what to do in the event of nuclear attack.
he duck and cover, duck and cover. He did what we all must learn to do. You and you and you and you, duck and cover.
I think there was probably a deliberate effort on the part of the United States government to play down the destructiveness of nuclear weapons. When children were taught that they could dive into a ditch as if this were a tornado going by, when children were taught that if they hid under their desks, covered their heads with their hands, duck and cover, that somehow that would be enough for them to survive. They were being taught at most the Hiroshima level of destructiveness.
Some of us actually refused to do it, but for some kids, this is when you found out in your peers who was the most afraid, because a lot of kids wouldn't talk about it. It was a subject that they perhaps didn't really want to participate in because it wasn't sports and it wasn't whatever. So those drills were very revealing to the rest of their classmates when we saw who was really the most afraid.
There might not be any grown-ups around when the bomb explodes. Then you're on your own.
Very vivid nightmare of this ball of fire that was sort of out there, and I just sort of walking toward it, you know, and I would see myself actually engulfed in this thing, and I remember jumping up and screaming and sweating and feeling, that was one of the few nightmares I still remember very dramatically to this day.
This is Times Square, New York, prior to the start of a civil defense drill highlighting Operation Alert. The drill is part of the survival phase of the fourth such test held in this country. Less than 2 minutes after the take cover signal, the streets were cleared. Times Square is deserted.
I wrote a piece for Esquire about the whole madness of the civil defense drills. And I interviewed some general who was in charge of civil defense for New York in case of an atomic attack. And he kept talking to me, in all this jargon. And I said, look, just tell me this. Well, what happens if an atobomb actually hits New York? And he says, you mean ground zero? And I said, yeah. What if it hits Manhattan? He says, well, it's goodbye, New York. So I wrote a piece called Goodbye, New York.
What would you do if you heard the air raid warning system here in Denver sound the warning that a real atomic attack was imminent?
Well, I think just what we're supposed to do, and that is to find our shelters.
I think I'd find the baby, get a chair, sit down and wait. I know nothing else to do.
You don't know where you'd wait?
Inside. I wouldn't go in the cellar. Sit in the living room.
Put your trust in what?
God. Beyond that, I have none other.
Again, the fireball. Now, for dramatic effect, we superimpose it on the skyline of New York. The heart of the metropolis would be instantaneously transformed into an inferno, while shock and heat waves devastated the rest of the city.
You really learned that there could be an absolute atomic disaster in your town. We had a nice house in Huntington Woods, Michigan, and we had a fruit cellar down there. And at my behest, and I'm not sure my wife thought I was in my right mind, but we put bunks down there, and we put sleeping bags down there, and we put extra water down there, and we put canned food down there. And I kept trying to figure out some way to reinforce the ceiling. I don't think I ever figured that out. But the theory was that when we heard the sirens go, we were all going to run down there and go in, and we might have to stay in there for 2 weeks. So we had it stocked up to support us for 2 weeks.
A new housing development near Denver, Colorado shows the nation's first model homes with built-in fallout shelters. The room is designed with an atomic war in mind. But behind each 8-inch thick reinforced concrete wall, it may prove to be just what the harried housewife is looking for when life with the kids gets too hectic.
You can have as much explosive force as you want in a nuclear world, but you can't necessarily win when you get that much in the world. There is a level beyond which to use the force you have at your hand destroys you as well as your enemy.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
The United States and the Soviet Union developed the nuclear capability to wipe out one another's major cities many times over. The weapon that was designed to alleviate all fear had become the greatest fear of all.
No other will
The question is, was the arms race successful at the scale it extended to? Did we have to build so many? Did we have to put ourselves at such terrible risk? Did we have to nearly bankrupt ourselves? Because it wasn't only the Soviet Union. There's been one reliable estimate based on government numbers that the arms race, if you count the delivery systems as well as the bombs, cost us $4 trillion. And that was the United States' national debt in 1994.
I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Coming up next on the History Channel, the fear of communism grows in the United States.
But far more sinister to Americans was home front communism. Union Square in New York was the backdrop for these scenes of red violence. From their ranks,
The 50s will continue in a moment on the History Channel.
World War III.
Okay, they're gone. It's a ton of work, but we can do it. Meet the new Xerox DocuPrint M32. It prints 32 pages a minute. It sorts, too. And can staple like this, and this, and this.
We don't do all that.
Xerox does. Tell them the best part, Pee-wee.
Starts at $2,900. Yeah, we can go to lunch.
The Document Company, Xerox.
Why am I always the last to know? When we got the Peterson account, I was the last to know. The merger? Last to know. Hey, we got a new logo?
Introducing Ship Alert from FedEx.com. More than tracking, it can email you the moment a package has been shipped.
First to know. Mr. Smith, the shipment just left Italy, and you heard it here first.
Smith was transferred a month ago.
Of course he was. I knew that.
Be the first to know with FedEx Ship Alert.
On Friday nights, Janet and I have a ritual. We rent a movie, open a nice bottle of wine, order takeout, then sit back and see if the takeout place can make their 30-minute guarantee.
Free food! Yes! And no tip either! Yeah!
Here's to each and every day. Sutter Home.
You follow the rules of the church and your life seems perfectly safe. But then a deadly disease sweeps through your city. Half the population is destroyed. How do you stop it? Solve the medieval mystery of the Black Death on In Search of History. Tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific, only on the History Channel.
It was a time when the high seas were a battlefield for war and the birthplace for a show that would become a classic. A documentary series that informed a world in transition. The history classic, Victory at Sea. Tomorrow at 11 Eastern, 12 Pacific on the History Channel. Log on at www.historychannel.com. It's where the past comes alive.
Do you want to learn more about your health? Hi, I'm Dr. Vince Yelmy. Tune in to Cable 11 for Health Watch. We cover a variety of topics with various guests from around the medical community. Take control of your health by watching Health Watch on Cable 11.
Hi, I'm Jill Brown, inviting you to meet some of the most fascinating and successful women in central Pennsylvania. Join me for Women Speak right here on Blue Ridge Cable 11.
Ephrata Economic Development is preparing for a festive Christmas season with their 5th annual Jingle Bell Tour of Ephrata. Cheerfully decorated for the season, several homes, including local landmarks, will be open to the public on Sunday, November 30th from 4 to 8 p.m. In addition, visit the Iker Indian Museum and shop between 7:30 and 8 p.m. for refreshments and caroling. Tickets for the event are $8. For more information, contact Pike's Paint and Wallpaper at 733-2333.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Men throughout the world learned to look on the brutal face of communism. Berlin, powder keg of Europe, saw a mass demonstration of indoctrinated young Germans.
For the first time in their history, Americans faced an enemy whose ideas, they believed, were as dangerous as its military power.
Loading of Marshall Plan aid. And across the world in Japan,
Communism was public enemy number one.
At it again. But far more sinister to Americans was home front communism. Union Square in New York was the backdrop for these scenes of red violence. From their ranks will come the saboteurs, spies, and subversives should World War III be forced upon America. We know that communism is an organized threat to our way of life. But how far do you feel that we should go, we here in America, in legislating against it?
Well, I think it should be curbed somewhat. I don't know that it should be outlawed completely. I think when it becomes a threat to our democratic way of living here in the United States, that something should definitely be done about it.
Well, I think we should fight communism in every way possible. We can't force it underground, as has been said, any more than it already has.
Tales of invasion by alien creatures, a new genre of science fiction movie, played to America's anxieties about its vulnerability to attack from within.
They're like huge sea pods.
This must be the way that putty in my closet was formed. Miles, where do they come from?
I don't know. If they are seeds or seed pods, they must grow someplace on a plant, probably.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers really struck at a way of communicating the notion that people were the same, they looked the same, but they were different. And, you know, that was a real sense. You understood. It was more about brainwashing. It was more about the notion that was people were fed at that time, that communism was a drug that sort of took you over and that made you into something else.
Suddenly, while you're asleep, they'll absorb your minds, your memories, and you're reborn into an untroubled world.
Where everyone's the same?
Exactly.
What a world.
There had been communist menaces, so-called Red Scares before the war. There was one after World War I. But this time, the communist menace was supported by this huge military power, the Soviet Union. And of course, we gave the Soviets far more credit than they deserved as far as their weaponry and their reach was concerned. But it gave us a kind of a Satan figure. And people were very comfortable in the 50s. Everybody wanted to keep what he had. And the communists represented someone who wanted to take that away from you.
What happens when an aggressor seizes power in a democratic country? The Army shows you as part of Exercise Longhorn at Lampasas, Texas.
It was impossible to believe, if one looked at it seriously, that the Russians were all that big, all that powerful, that they could scare us all that much that we had to go into this fit of paranoia. We didn't see us as the big bad wolf or the big good wolf. We saw ourselves as the little guy, although we were the biggest, roughest, toughest country in the world. And we saw ourselves as essentially defenseless.
In recognizing a communist, physical appearance counts for nothing. If he openly declares himself to be a communist, we take his word for it. If a person consistently reads and advocates...
Since most Americans had no idea what a communist was, government propaganda films provided helpful hints.
More difficult to detect are the undercover workers of communism. They can be discovered only through sharp vigilance over a long period of time.
I remember on the job, I had lots of low-level jobs in art supply houses of one kind or another over those years before I could start making a living. And I dare not bring in, of all papers, the New York Post, which was a liberal paper at the time. It was considered a communist rag by not just the bosses, but my fellow workers. And you'd give yourself away if you wore a Stevenson button. You couldn't do that. This is in democratic New York. Again, that showed you up as a pinko. I mean, the atmosphere was absolutely insane.
Calling the House Un-American Activities Committee to order, Chairman J. Parnell Thomas of New Jersey.
The Hollywood film industry was the first target of anti-communist crusaders.
Stripling, the next witness. John Howard Lawson. It's unfortunate and tragic that I have to teach this committee the basic principles of Americanism.
That's not the question.
Are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
I believe I have the right to be confronted with any evidence which supports this question. I should like to see what you have.
Oh, well, you would.
Yes.
Under pressure, Hollywood caved in. Anyone suspected of having communist ties was blacklisted. Films dramatizing the heroic search for the enemy within hit the screen.
All right, that's swell, but I'm still a comic.
For the time being, yes. We have more surprises for the Reds, but we aren't ready to show our hand.
A wave of anti-communist paranoia swept the country in 1946, when news broke that Igor Guzenko, a cipher clerk at the Soviet embassy in Ottawa, had identified real Russian spies operating throughout North America. Arrests and deportations followed. Ethel Rosenberg, convicted of selling atomic secrets to the Soviet Union, became the first woman in U.S. peacetime history to be executed for espionage.
Yes, there was a certain amount of fear there. I never felt it. The people I lived with never felt it. Nobody where I grew up was looking over his or her shoulder to see if the red menace was crawling up through Ebbets Field or something. It wasn't. But there were people who felt it, and I think media particularly, it was the last days before television took over. The media in particular, the Hearst chains and a lot of the sort of right-wing conservative chains of newspapers helped feed the fear.
He's in here! He's in here! Get him! Get him!
With the fear of communism running rampant, Americans felt they had to stay vigilant or risk losing the Cold War without a shot being fired.
Can't you see? They're after you!
The time was ripe for a demagogue, someone who would find communists wherever and whenever he chose to look for them.
You're next! You're next! You're next!
Coming up on the History Channel, the Red Scare grows to a frenzy. While anti-communist feelings fuel the American psyche. Stay with us here on the History Channel.
If any product bearing the Good Housekeeping seal proves to be defective within 2 years of purchase, Good Housekeeping will replace or refund the price paid for it. No other magazine in the world offers this kind of service to its readers.
It was the first night of our vacation. Between my aching back and all the excitement, I just couldn't get to sleep. My mind was racing. Should I take something? How would I feel in the morning? Well, I tried some Tylenol PM. That's the name I can trust. The Tylenol PM stopped my pain. It helped me sleep. Good decision. Next morning, we walked along the beach. Before breakfast. Pretty romantic.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM.
There are millions of reasons to fly today. Only one that matters to you. At Delta Airlines, it is our pleasure to get you to the place you want to be. Delta Airlines, on top of the world.
At BASF, we don't make the boat, we make it faster. We don't make the safety seat, we make it more comfortable. We don't make the studio, we make it quieter. We don't make the golf clubs, we make them more powerful. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
What's wrong? Where's your pacifier? I'm here somewhere. How about Mr. Bear? Here, sweetie. Mom's gonna find it. Don't cry, baby. Mom's gonna find it. Here, sweetie. Look what Mommy...
Sienna, the new minivan from Toyota.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
One communist on the faculty of one university is one communist too many. One communist among the American advisors at Yalta was one communist too many.
Joseph R. McCarthy liked to call himself Tail Gunner Joe, although he had only sat behind a tail gun as a publicity stunt. For 4 brutal years, the junior senator from Wisconsin reigned as the country's self-appointed commie hunter supreme.
Joe McCarthy was black-jowled, scowling, kind of sinister-looking person with a 5 o'clock shadow and a lumbering gait. And yet those who got to know him found him to be gregarious. He had the sort of the appeal of a tramp dog wagging its tail.
Joe McCarthy had little to show for his first 4 years in Washington. A group of newspaper correspondents named him the worst member of the United States Senate. With re-election approaching, he was a candidate desperate for an issue. On February 9th, 1950, McCarthy arrived in Wheeling, West Virginia to give a Lincoln Day speech to the local Republican Women's Club. He told his audience that there were 205 communists in the State Department controlling American foreign policy. It was a blatant lie.
Willard Edwards of the Chicago Tribune later said it was really a throwaway because if McCarthy had thought it was going to be a big speech, A, he wouldn't have given it in Wheeling, West Virginia, and B, he would have brought a bunch of reporters down who were right-wing reporters who were pals of his. So it was really a throwaway, but there was the charge.
The senator's accusations were published by newspapers across the country. McCarthy, elated by the attention, continued his speaking tour in Reno, Nevada, where Frank McCulloch, a young reporter for the Reno Gazette, was sent to meet him.
Came down off the plane, made clear that he'd known us for 50 years. We walked away from the plane with his arms around both our shoulders. We walked down a Reno street, with his arm about our shoulders. And he discovered in the process of that walk that I'd been a Marine, and that delighted him, and we became even closer buddies. Instinctively, socially, for a U.S. senator to treat a Bush League reporter like that isn't within the framework, and it made me very uneasy.
McCarthy was as easy with journalists as he was loose with the truth. In a subsequent radio interview, the number of communists in the State Department dwindled from 205 to 57.
We had the message from AP in which I think they quoted him as saying that he had in his hand a list of 205, and the story said communists, flatly, unequivocally. We began to try to examine him about, or question him about, why did you say 205 before and 57 now? I'll be honest with you, I don't remember what the answer was. It was a long argument, and we didn't get anywhere with it. And finally, it got to the point where at the end we were challenging him to produce his list of 57. Well, we went through a great routine. He looked through his pockets, he looked in his briefcase, and he finally pronounced he'd lost it.
I remember when he came back from that Wheeling, West Virginia speech, he called me in and said, "Jack, I think I've hit the jackpot. But I don't really have much. Can you help me?" Well, I was anti-communist, and he was my friend, and I said, "Sure, I'll help you. I'll see if we've got anything in the files." And I searched the files, and I found one case that had been reported to us of a possible communist in the State Department, a man rather high in the State Department. And I turned the raw filage over to Joe McCarthy, and I said, "You want to check this guy out? Maybe you've got something here, but check it out very carefully. This is the raw file." He read it verbatim on the Senate floor not long afterwards, and that's the last time I had anything to do with Joe McCarthy.
To Joe McCarthy, hunting communists was little more than a game in which he was the big winner. Around Washington, rumors of his drinking and gambling went unreported.
I don't think this is an exaggeration. I think in probably, certainly no more than an hour, maybe an hour and a half, we had 8 or 9 drinks. I could hardly get up from the table. And then everybody drank the same. All 3 of us drank bourbon and soda. And we all drank the same thing. I can't remember who paid the bill either. I suspect we did. I don't remember.
The press of the day had one weakness that Joe McCarthy understood all too well. Their standards required them to be objective, to report exactly what was said, even if it was unsubstantiated.
He understood also another, maybe more important point, that denials are never as dramatic as charges, and they're always 24 to 48 hours behind. The consequence was, day after day, week after week, into the years, that the charges were A1, the denials were B7. And he understood that, and he played it to the hilt.
I remember that McCarthy was kind of a bully who was on your side if you were in the press. He knew the deadlines of the wire services. He knew the deadlines for all the major newspapers. He knew how photographers could take their pictures. And he knew that we had these big television cameras, film cameras, that couldn't stop when very easily. So he said something that would be just unheard of today. He said, boys, when I get to the important part, I'll rap on the side of the podium or lectern. And he did, and all the cameras were turned on, and they recorded just what Senator McCarthy wanted recorded, and then they turned off, and the film went back and was put on the air that night.
A Senate subcommittee investigates sensational charges by Senator Joseph McCarthy.
Joe McCarthy couldn't have found a communist on May Day in Red Square in Moscow in a review held by Joe Stalin, which was true. He didn't have the faintest idea what a communist, and didn't care. You know, that's the most incredible thing about that man. He had the mind of a man, he had the body of a man, but he had the soul of a little tiny child pulling the wings off a butterfly. None of this was serious to him.
One of the accused is John Stuart Service, now summoned home, and concerning whom Senator McCarthy says,
Mr. Chairman, today this man, John S. Service, is a ranking officer in the policy-making group of untouchables on duty.
One of McCarthy's targets was John Service, a promising young diplomat who had served in the Far East. When Mao Zedong's communist armies conquered China, Service reported that Mao posed no threat to the United States. To McCarthy, that meant that Service was a communist.
When you have a weak case, you've got to use weak kinds of evidence like guilt by association. You saw Owen Lattimore at a 4th of July reception at the American Embassy in Tokyo in 1935. What did he say? And so on. I mean, you can't prove that you're not something sometimes. It's very difficult. That time, with all the publicity, I had all sorts of trouble. I wanted to get term life insurance. No thanks. They wouldn't do it. As a man said to me, how do we know you're not going to jump out a window? Some other people had. We rented an apartment in New York and then found that the owner changed his mind. He wouldn't lease to us.
While others suffered under his attack, McCarthy continued to bask in the limelight.
At the entrance of the committee room, there were 2 doors. And just as we got outside there was a photographer. He said, oh, Mr. Service, stand right there. I want to get another picture. And I was fed up. I mean, the pictures were just an awful nuisance during a hearing. They were all around in front of you and shooting up at you at the worst possible angles and this and that. And I said, to hell with it. You've got hundreds of pictures. And my lawyer said, Jack, now, take it easy, the guy. So he might even get a good picture, and we got to be nice to him. So I stood there. And just as I stood there, a door flung open, and behind it was Senator McCarthy. The great Senator of the United States had put this photographer up to this cheap little silly trick so he could get a picture of him and me standing side by side. You're not serious when you engage in stuff like that.
What was a joke for Joe McCarthy was deadly serious for John Service. Despite McCarthy's failure to prove any of his charges, Service's career was destroyed. One of the country's most knowledgeable experts on China spent his last days in the Foreign Service stamping passports in Liverpool, England.
Even though some people didn't understand communism, the word was a threat. They outfoxed our President Roosevelt on Yalta, and it seemed that they got away with everything, the big piece of the pie. And so when McCarthy started the hearings, I was all for his going after the communists.
Here was Tail Gunner Joe,
talking about commies. Who were protecting the commies? The Democrats. And so the Democrat, the name liberal and Democrat became identified with pro-communist or communist sympathizer. Pinko was used constantly in those days.
You get the beginning of what is called McCarthyism because one party has really been in power too long, and much of the stuff that was surfaced as McCarthyism was an attempt of the Republican Party, which has been out for 20 years, to find an issue which would allow it back into power.
Plans have been discussed by leading members of the Communist Party and agents of the Soviet secret police to obtain blank American passports from the United States State Department, from communists employed in the State Department. But they say, oh, McCarthy, don't name them. Yes, I'll give that to Milwaukee's Daily Worker.
He was a demagogue, but he didn't look like a demagogue. He didn't act like a demagogue. He didn't speak like a demagogue. People, when they thought of demagogues, thought of Adolf Hitlers who held audiences in their sway. Joe McCarthy had this rumpled look, and he'd get up before the crowd, and he would whine, and he would stumble, and I think he would even deliberately shuffle through his papers as if searching diligently for the right name and the right fact. And he'd have to go back and repeat himself. And that was mistaken by a large number of people as sincerity. And he came across as a sincere person, and therefore as a believable person, and therefore as the most dangerous of demagogues.
Our function in coming back on the committee is not to expose and prosecute communists. Senator, would you like to hear this? It's about you.
Eventually, Tail Gunner Joe went too far. Wild and groundless allegations of communist infiltration of the United States Army cost him the support of even his most fervent allies.
And you don't have to have everybody looking at you all the time you're talking.
Yes, I'm the great pretender. Pretending that I'm doing well. My need is such, I pretend too much. I'm lonely, but no one can tell.
During his anti-communist crusade, McCarthy ruined the lives of thousands of innocent people. But the man who had claimed the nation's undivided attention was ostracized and all but forgotten when he died of liver failure at the age of 48.
But to my real shame, you've left me to grieve all alone.
Coming up on the History Channel.
Our homes, our nation, all the things we believe in are in great danger.
The faith in the American dream would soon be further shaken by the communists, this time in Korea. But an old soldier would try to bring it back. Stay with us.
Here, in the world's most advanced manufacturing environment, Intel technicians are making Pentium 2 processors. It's the most powerful Intel processor available today. So to make sure the Pentium 2 processor is inside your next PC, look for this logo on the outside.
Okay, they're gone. It's a ton of work, but we can do it. Meet the new Xerox DocuPrint M32. It prints 32 pages a minute. On a network? It sorts, too. And can staple like this, and this, and this.
We don't do all that.
Xerox does. Tell them the best part, Pee-wee.
Starts at $2,900. Now we can go to lunch.
The Document Company, Xerox.
Why am I always the last to know? When we got the Peterson account, I was the last to know. The merger? Last to know. Hey, we got a new logo?
Introducing Ship Alert from FedEx.com. More than tracking, it can email you the moment a package has been shipped.
First to know. Mr. Smith, the shipment just left Italy, and you heard it here first.
Smith was transferred a month ago.
Of course he was. I knew that.
Be the first to know with FedEx Ship Alert.
It was a decade of baby boomers, burning desires, and rock and roll. An era that defined a generation. Television became the exciting new way to sell the American dream for both advertisers and politicians.
Pat doesn't have a mink coat.
This is the story of how we were shaped. David Halberstam's The 50s. Tomorrow at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific on the History Channel.
Do to get into the holiday spirit as they light the community Christmas tree and cheer on the arrival of that jolly old elf himself, Santa Claus, on Friday evening, November 28th. The festivities begin at 6:30 p.m. with caroling around the tree led by the Eternal Praise Quartet, and continuing at 7 p.m. with Kris Kringle's entrance into downtown Ephrata. The evening includes refreshments, balloon sculptures, live animals to pet, and visits by your favorite Christmas characters. Come one, come all.
What's that off through the trees?
It's a castle. The witch's castle.
Ooh, now what do we do, fellas?
Hey, where's Dorothy? She was right here.
Where'd she go?
Dorothy. Whoa. Dorothy. Dorothy.
Dorothy.
To find out just where Dorothy is, come to the Ephrata presentation of The Wizard of Oz, December 5th through the 14th.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
It was a mean time, a time for mean heroes. Heroes like Mike Hammer.
You almost wrecked my car. Well, get in.
Pulp fiction private eye Mike Hammer was the creation of a former lifeguard and fighter pilot from Brooklyn, who became the most popular writer of the 1950s.
I always said I was a chewing gum of American literature, which I am. I'm not a detective writer. I'm a mystery writer. Now, Earl Stanley Gardner was a detective writer. He did everything by the book and in good notes. He was a great writer, but he had a different style. My style went into, I had a lot of sex, violence, and love, emotional stuff, and I didn't stay quite to the pattern that they had.
I squeezed until my fingers were buried in the flesh of his throat, and his hands clawed at my arm frantically, trying to tear me away. I held him down until he was on his knees, and dead as he was ever gonna be.
He wouldn't have reached his peak of popularity if Splain hadn't been a very good writer. I think Splain was a writer of enormous energy and invention. But he was driven by the ethos of the period, which was an anti-communist ethos. So Mike Hammer was the ultimate sort of John Wayne hero in a way. You know, the hell with the subpoenas, the hell with the Constitution, particularly the hell with the Constitution, the hell with the Fifth Amendment. If you're a commie, I'm going to shoot you right between the eyes. I'll give you a real good beating on the way.
Where's Bella? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?
Mike Hammer was a steely enforcer whose mission was to exterminate those who would destroy America from within or without.
There was a moment when Mickey turned away from your run-of-the-mill bad guys and rats and things to go after commie rats and things, and I think Spillane writes, they were commies. They were real sons of bitches who should have died long ago. They never thought there were people like me in this country. Great stuff.
Spillane's books sold on a winning formula of commie bashing, sex, and violence. An explosion in paperback publishing technology made it possible to turn out millions of inexpensive books quickly. That meant Spillane's novels were available and cheap. Critics charged that Spillane was exciting the country's vigilante streak. He was called a dangerous paranoid. His creation, Mike Hammer, a sadistic misfit.
I went to a tea party, and at the tea party were all these funny little people that read books and whatnot. So this guy came up to me, a little bitty guy. He said, now, this is what he said to me. I can still remember the words, like I'm hearing them from the day when they come out of his mouth. He says, what a terrible commentary on the reading habits of the American public to think that you have 7 out of the top 10 of all-time bestsellers. I said, oh, shut up. You're lucky I didn't write 3 more. Then I did, and they had to change the category out of that 15 out of the top 25.
For an author who once wrote comic books for a living, Mickey Spillane had come a long way. By 1953, his books had sold over 17 million copies. The man who denied any conscious attempt to cash in on the anti-communist hysteria of the day was on his way to becoming one of the best-selling American writers of all time. But even Mickey Spillane's Mike Hammer was no match for the atomic demons that haunted the American psyche.
Lucky Strike presents Your Hit Parade.
In 1950, Your Hit Parade made its debut on the infant medium of television. 100 stations across the country now brought TV into 8 million American homes. Entering the American language were the words heliport, captive audience, and for products designed by women, femineered. In Boston, masked gunmen stole a record $2.8 million from the Brinks Express Company. The FBI, believing the robbery to be a communist conspiracy, would spend 6 years and $129 million solving the case. Days were numbered for elevator operators across the country when the Otis Elevator Company began installing a new passenger lift with automatic doors. A door opened for Althea Gibson, who became the first black American to participate in a major U.S. tennis tournament. In that same year, the Cold War turned hot. On June 25, 1950, troops from communist North Korea poured across the border at the 38th parallel and attacked the non-communist South. Fire! 5 short years after the end of World War II, America led United Nations forces against the army of North Korean dictator Kim Il-sung. For most of the world, the war was the first test of the new United Nations. To Americans, the Korean War was about one thing: containing communism. One of the first reporters at the battlefront was a young correspondent for Time magazine, Frank Gibney.
We stayed with one of our friends, an Army colonel, who woke us in the middle of the night and said, they've broken through, head south. We got ferried across the Han River with the help of some Korean soldiers. And as we're going further south, then we suddenly saw a couple of American jets flying over. And I turned to my friends, I said, good God, this is World War III. It started.
Here, you better take this. You know how to fire a carbine, sir? Just release the safety there and squeeze the trigger. It fires automatic till you stop firing.
I'm a lawyer from Denver, Colorado, Mike. I probably can't hit a thing.
Judas, how'd you ever get out here in a smelly ditch in Korea?
It's just what I've been asking myself.
It was a question that many young Americans would ask themselves. Early confidence in America's might evaporated in the face of the North Korean onslaught.
We were told that it was a light mop-up, and we got ambushed. We were driving down this road. We went over a little rice paddy bridge, and they let a few trucks go over the rice paddy bridge, and before you know it, all hell broke loose. The bridge was blowing up, and the trucks we were lined up and couldn't back out, so everybody just bailed out of the trucks. and there was machine gun fire, mortar fire. It was really hell, you know. I got hit by gunfire, and as I was laying in the ground later, I got hit by mortar fire, and shrapnel severed my spine.
Our dear old mother's heads are hanging low. Got our orders to Korea, we must go. So mothers, don't be sad.
Out of condition and outnumbered, American troops deployed from peacetime duty in nearby Japan were ill-prepared to stave off the communist advance.
We hoped and prayed this day would never come.
It was a grim time. We got newsreels, and they were grim shots of American boys on some little hills with names that no one could understand, near places that no one ever heard of. I mean, no one had ever heard of Seoul.
On the American home front, the swift reversal of fortunes in Korea aroused fears that for the first time in history, Americans might lose a war. Worse yet, they might lose a war to the communists.
We're all being pushed on this issue of the communists versus us. Are the communists 10 feet tall? Do they have some magic stuff that we don't have? Are they the wave of the future? Or has the West, I mean, and there are all kinds of writers who are writing, you know, has the West become decadent? And there was this covert fear that the very quality of our affluence, of our material excellence, would make us soft.
I'll give you odds. Kane's dead 5 minutes after Frank gets off the train.
With the American dream on the line, Hollywood gave people what they craved. A righteous hero who inhabited a world where good and evil were as simple as black and white.
The golden age of the Western, the American Western, was in those Cold War 1950s. High Noon, the good guy Gary Cooper, unsupported by the townspeople, who all hid under their beds, and he had to, as the Nietzschean superhero, go out and face the bad guys. And if not for him, the town would be taken over, the country would be dead, America is gone.
Our homes, our nation, all the things we believe in are in great danger. This danger has been created by the rulers of the Soviet Union.
Accused of being soft on communism, President Harry Truman was determined to hold the line in Korea. To do this, he needed a real-life hero. The victor of the war in the Pacific, General Douglas MacArthur, saw his wars in classical terms. He believed in fighting the enemy until they were utterly destroyed. For him, there was no substitute for victory. MacArthur sought victory by attempting the impossible, landing behind enemy lines at the seaport of Incheon. It was to be the greatest triumph of his long career. He took a town that everyone said could not be taken, and did it with very few dead or wounded. Following the general's battle plan, his troops swept inland, retaking the capital city of Seoul. On September 29, 1950, MacArthur arrived to restore the city to South Korean leader Syngman Rhee. MacArthur's orders were to destroy the retreating North Korean army. How far to pursue the enemy was left up to the general to decide.
He was the general. He was the man who knew. His was the master hand. He could do anything. And of course, he had this long background, which no one else could match. He'd been on the scene as a general for about 30 years. And he knew Asians to this extent. He did have a respect for them. And he had this this grandiloquent view of America. I mean, MacArthur would have been a perfect chief of staff for Theodore Roosevelt.
Coming up next on the History Channel. As the Korean conflict reached its high point, Americans back home were ready for the promise of the good life. Stay with us. The 50s will continue in a moment here on the History Channel.
Freedom is not given, but there are moments when it must be taken.
They were first detained off the coast of Long Island. The charge is murder.
This is the most important case ever come before this court, because what it concerns is freedom, the very nature of man.
Morgan Freeman, Anthony Hopkins, Jaimin Hunsu, Matthew McConaughey. A Steven Spielberg film, Amistad. Starts December 10th in select theaters, December 12th everywhere.
Son, do you think you could stand a few more words of advice from your old man?
Dad.
Just a little wedding night guidance from someone who's been there. Son, are you prepared?
Dad. Pepsid AC? For me?
Hors d'oeuvres?
Look at all this spicy food. You could be in agony. Pepsid AC can stop heartburn before it starts.
Before it starts, huh?
Wouldn't want heartburn keeping you up tonight now. Now, would we?
You can be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
At BASF, we don't make the sunscreen. We make it stronger. We don't make the tennis shoes. We make them grip better. We don't make the jacket. We make it brighter. We don't make the carpet. We make it tougher. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy. We make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
You follow the rules of the church and your life seems perfectly safe. But then a deadly disease sweeps through your city. Half the population is destroyed. How do you stop it? Solve the medieval mystery of the Black Death. Then,
Real green, a little dabble do ya.
605 years later, the 50s usher in a new way to sell dreams as TV commercials hit the airwaves. In Search of History, followed by the special presentation, The 50s, tomorrow night only on the History Channel.
One day in the town of Mess, a neat thought struck Mr. Hutch. It's time to get organized. I think I'll use a Brother P-Touch. So from room to room he went, labeling on the run. Files, videotapes. This is not work, it's fun. Fine wine, nails, so very much. There was no end to what could be P-Touched. For P-Touch labeling caught on street after street. And now the town of Mess is simply the town of neat. Brother P-Touch at these neat locations.
I'm glad you could come. I've heard so much about you.
Oh. Bola?
Yeah.
Mind if I take off my shoes?
No, not at all.
Mind if I try a little of that?
No, go right ahead.
Great meal.
Oh.
Mind if I watch a little TV?
No. No problem.
You're always at home with Bola.
When I was 14, my grandpa took me to Canada. We went walleye fishing. Oh.
Fridays on A&E, it's Home Sweet Homes with the very, very, very fine houses of the rich and famous on America's Castles and on the Grand Tour.
One really travels through time.
It's a brand new series that takes you around the world and inside look at the most elegant and exclusive resorts. It's their homes from your house on our network, America's Castles and the Grand Tour. Fridays on A&E.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Operation Killer in Korea grinds steadily forward and northward, where United Nations forces face a new adversary, mud. The problem of bringing their superior firepower to bear is a backbreaking job for the Allies, but...
As UN forces push north, North Korea's Chinese allies sent a message to Washington. If American troops crossed the 38th parallel, the Chinese would enter the war. Dubbed the Sorcerer of Incheon, Douglas MacArthur treated the Chinese threat with contempt. If the Chinese did intervene, he said, he would deal them such a blow that it would rock Asia and turn back communism everywhere. At home, Harry Truman was alarmed. Joe McCarthy's attacks on John Service and other China experts in the State Department had deprived the White House of an accurate assessment of the Chinese threat. But Truman knew one thing. He did not want a war with China.
Come in. Well, 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 look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake.
Truman summoned his general to Wake Island in the Pacific. He was afraid that MacArthur might provoke the Chinese and start World War III.
He was not even sure whether MacArthur would come out to meet the plane of the President of the United States, but he did, and Truman was offended by the sort of MacArthur's, hat, that scrambled eggs and the old, the signature field cap he had and the shirt, and Truman said, if I had a man like that in my outfit, I'd have busted him so quickly he wouldn't have known what happened. So you have a natural tension. One, a tough, modest, feisty little guy who knows whatever else, I'm president. And then the other, this man of enormous ego and grandiosity who's thinking, I'm the senior figure, I'm the senior American political and military figure in the world. Why is that little haberdasher in charge of me? So you have these tensions.
MacArthur assured Truman that the Chinese would not come in. If they did, he told the president, there would be the greatest slaughter. With midterm elections coming up, Truman was content to bask in the general's glory.
A 250,000 Americans are now committed to the Korean struggle under the United Nations banner. Terrain, weather, and a ruthless foe continue to test men and equipment in a conflict that must go far to determine whether freedom will triumph over slavery.
MacArthur ordered his forces to press on toward the Yalu River, China's border with North Korea. Ignoring intelligence reports that China was poised to strike, the general boasted that his troops would eat Christmas dinner at home. On November 25, 1950, Truman's worst fears were realized. 300,000 Chinese regulars swarmed south across the Yalu River. The United States was now at war with the most populous nation on earth.
It is the worst American military defeat, I believe, since the Little Bighorn. It's a terrible, terrible, tragic moment in American military history. And all for no purpose, for no reason, for no gain. I mean, who needed to be at the Yalu? It's really out of his grandiosity and vainglory.
The Chinese quickly bottled up UN forces, trapping the U.S. Marines at the remote Chosin Reservoir.
Within days, they had us all surrounded, and our furthest unit was the 7th Marines, and then it was the 5th, and I was in the 1st Marines. And we were told, ordered by General MacArthur, basically, is almost every man for himself to get out. And the Marine Corps upper staff said, no way. We're bringing all our dead, our wounded, our equipment out, which we did.
I was dancing with my darling to the Tennessee waltz.
As the Tennessee Waltz topped the music charts back home, the Marines began their long retreat. For 14 days, they fought their way through the Chinese army and the brutal Korean winter. Letters from the conflict found their way back home.
Dear Mom, I'm writing this with my gloves on. It's too cold to take them off. This is to be my farewell letter if we don't make it today. They have us surrounded and we're gonna fight our way out. It's been rough for 3 days now. I know I'll make it out okay. But if this is my last letter, you can rejoice in knowing that I am with my Savior and I have no fear and will do my job well. God be with you as he is with me. I love you all and we shall meet again. PFC Clarence Friesen.
The beautiful Tennessee waltz.
The success of the retreat was a brief moment of glory in a grim time. But at home, popular culture focused on the cruelty of the enemy. Lurid comic book adventures played on racial and ideological fears that the communist enemy was at once subhuman and superhuman.
Yankee, you die. Yankee, we come. We come get you now. Oh, Yankee, you die now.
As United Nations forces dig in for a winter stand against overwhelming Chinese Red Hordes, General MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief in the Far East, visits the fighting front in Korea. Accompanied by...
Stung by his defeat, MacArthur prepared to escalate the war. He proposed laying a strip of radioactive waste along the Yalu River and talked openly of dropping the atomic bomb on China.
His forces would be able to hold their own.
I believe that we must try to limit the war to Korea for these vital reasons: to make sure that the precious lives of our fighting men are not wasted, and to prevent a third world war. A number of events have made it evident that General MacArthur did not agree with that policy. I have therefore considered it essential to relieve General MacArthur so that there would be no doubt or confusion as to the real purpose and aim of our policy. It was with the deepest personal regret that I found myself compelled to take this action.
The storm which has been brewing between Washington and General MacArthur finally breaks with the news that the Supreme Commander has been dismissed by President Truman. Members of the press leave the conference in Washington to release the world-shaking story which will affect international policy in every capital.
That there had been fistfights on the commuter train from New York City to Westchester County that night between some people who were pro-MacArthur and some people who were pro-Truman. It just tore at the very fabric. It divided families, it divided friends, it divided people by ethnic groupings, all kinds of things. It was a devastating moment.
Oh, my darling, you made that promise when we wed.
Like the sheriff in High Noon, MacArthur had fought his last battle. Defiant to the end, he had lost the political duel with his president, but his flair for high drama captured the hearts of the American people.
MacArthur was a symbol, a wonderful symbol of what was tearing America apart. The gung-ho aspect. One American is worth 10, you name it. Certainly 10 Koreans, later 10 Vietnamese, 10, we can win. We are winners, we're number one. And the reality, which was a post-Cold War reality, which is maybe we aren't as big as we think we are, maybe we aren't as powerful, although we are the most powerful, maybe that's not enough to win all our wars.
After 14 long years, General MacArthur comes home. Preceded by Mrs. MacArthur and followed by 13-year-old son Arthur, the hero of the Pacific debarks at San Francisco to deafening cheers.
I remember that I was in the Chicago bureau of NBC News when the general stopped in the Middle West, and I remember riding from Chicago to Milwaukee on the top of a car, of a Chevrolet camera car, and seeing the motorcade with miles and miles of motorcycle outriders preceding the general's open car as he waved majestically to the peasants on both sides of the road. And I thought we were in fascist Italy. It was just scary, the idolatry of the crowds who thought that this was some great uniformed hero who had come to save us from the dreaded Truman.
Once there was a mighty man sent to faraway Japan to defend the liberty of peaceful nations. While he did the best he could, there was some who thought he should let the communists take over all creation. Doug MacArthur is a name that will light the halls of fame.
He was a 19th century man who spoke in florid terms. It was almost like an overripe Victorian actor coming home. in an age which, because of television, was going to be increasingly cool.
And like the old soldier of that ballad, I now close my military career and just fade away. An old soldier who tried to do his duty as God gave him the light to see that duty. Goodbye.
By firing MacArthur, Truman may have prevented World War III, but it was not a popular move. His enemies labeled him a red herring. Calls went up to impeach the imbecile. Charges that Truman's Democratic Party was soft on communism would taint American politics for years to come. Discredited in the eyes of the people, Truman announced in March of 1952 that he would not seek another term in office. The war in Korea would drag on, eventually ending where it had begun, at the 38th parallel. Korea was divided into communist North and capitalist South, exactly as it had been before any shots were fired or lives lost.
80,000 of them meet a blazing barrage.
The war was over there. It had nothing to do with the people back in the States. There was very little on the papers and the newspapers. Baseball was going on like usual. Everything was normal. Everybody had a good job. Defense factories were working. Unemployment was way down. Things were pretty comfortable here.
For a generation of Americans nurtured by war and want, the promise of the good life was unfolding beyond their most extravagant dreams. In 1952, General Motors was the largest corporation in the world. AT&T had recently gained its 1 millionth stockholder. At IBM, a company known for its adding machines, executives prepared to market a new device called the computer.
I speak with a sense of pride that all of my long life I have been a member of the Republican Party.
Douglas MacArthur wanted to become president, but the people did not want him. If they were to put a general in the White House, they wanted a different sort of man to lead them through the Cold War.
You, I'm in love with you.
Dwight David Eisenhower would be the choice for president. After years of uncertainty, Americans wanted to return to normal, and no one was more normal than Ike. A military man who wanted peace, a conservative who abhorred extremism, a father figure who, like Franklin Roosevelt before him, could prepare the country for what lay ahead.
But the main thing was the steadiness that in this very bad patch, who better to steer us through it than a man everybody trusted and a man of war who seemed more comfortable in a time of peace than Dwight Eisenhower. Perfect candidate, great political casting, and a good man.
To hold and to love you.
With Ike at the helm, America was on its way to becoming a stronger, richer, more confident nation. One that would have the power and the will to project both its fears and its dreams on the rest of the world.
Whatever their excesses, and there were many, Joseph McCarthy and the other anti-communist zealots of the 50s weren't always wrong. Newly uncovered evidence from Soviet archives indicates that Julius Rosenberg was guilty of passing atomic secrets to the Russians. And there were communists in the State Department, including, without much doubt, Alger Hiss. McCarthy may have been a drunkard, a bully, and a liar, but he was onto something. It's reminiscent of the old saying, even paranoids have enemies. Now here's a look at our next episode of the 50s, the invention that transformed America. television was used to sell cigarettes and detergents, then politicians, and a way of life.
Life could be a dream if I could take you up in paradise up above.
For the History Channel, I'm Roger Mudd. Thanks for watching.
Now, from the History Channel, you can own the collector's edition box set of David Halberstam's The 50s. Television, communism, and the Beat Generation. Call 1-800-708-1776. And for $99.95 plus shipping and handling, receive The 50s. All 7 episodes on 6 video cassettes. Call 1-800-708-1776 to order this special home video presentation. Tomorrow night, The 50s continues with a look at how television was used to sell everything from cigarettes to presidents at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific. For audio and video clips and a 50s timeline, visit the History Channel online.
Your computer's ringing.
It's my video phone.
Video phone?
With Intel video phone technology, talking face-to-face on your PC is easy.
Hi, Bob. Lisa, my brother Jim. Jim, my date, Lisa.
Hi.
Oops. Jim.
The first house Kevin and I bought wasn't much, but it was ours. And on nights when we'd relax under the stars and enjoy a good bottle of wine, it was hard to think of it as anything but perfect. Hey, it was our first house.
Here's to each and every day. Sutter Home.
These moments of pure joy were made possible by Toys for Tots, sponsored by the Boys Club and Girls Club of Lancaster. To contribute toys, time, or money, give us a call.
There's no place like home for the holidays, and Nob Hill Farms has everything you need to give your home that special warm feeling. Beautiful poinsettias in a variety of holiday colors, centerpieces, Christmas cactus, cyclamen, topiaries, and Norfolk Island pines. We have it all. From decorative wreaths to fresh greens, roping and window swags, your home will sparkle with the excitement of the holidays. Experience all the season has to offer at Nob Hill Farms. We'll help make your place a home for the holidays.
It was a decade of baby boom.
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Welcome to the History Channel. In September 1952, the most admired man in America showed up at a TV studio in New York, and politics was turned upside down. Presidential candidate Dwight Eisenhower agreed to film several television ads created by the Madison Avenue advertising genius, Rosser Reeves. Reeves had already proven TV could sell cigarettes and toothpaste. In 1952, he was ready to sell a president. Our series, The 50s, continues with the box that transformed a nation. Television had the power to entertain and inform, and more than anything else, the power to sell. Join us now as the History Channel presents the 50s, Selling the American Way.
Christmas Eve, night of great expectations. Night when children dream of candy canes and electric trains. This is the night when dreams come true, children's dreams, and the dreams of their parents. For on this Christmas Eve, into many homes will come a whole new world of entertainment. Super sets like this will bring to many families opportunity for greater understanding and the spirit of peace on earth and goodwill toward men.
Rabba labba 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 ding dong, rabba labba 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 ding.
The 50s was the era when television was born. TV introduced us to new worlds, a powerful form of advertising, and a decade of unparalleled affluence. In the 50s, Americans learned new ways of buying and selling products, politicians, even foreign policy.
Communism, for the time being, is on the run in Guatemala.
We thought the American dream would conquer the world. But were we too willing to believe our own propaganda? As advertising widened our horizons, did it narrow our vision? It was the old saying, be careful what you dream. Your dreams might come true.
Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me thrill your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yes, this is me. This is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long.
Come on, baby, while the thrill is on. Come on, baby, let's have some fun. Come on, baby.
How much is that doggy in the window? The one with the waggly tail. How much
In the early 50s, Americans lived in the richest nation on earth. With 6% of the world's population, the U.S. was producing half of the world's goods.
I must
Yet Americans felt poor and were afraid to spend the money to buy the products they were making.
It was the fear of return to the 1930s. It was the residual fear of the Great Depression. That fear still existed very strongly in the post-war years and into the 50s.
The power of positive thinking helped shake the old fears. Next to the Bible, it was America's best-selling book from 1952 to 1955. Its author, the Reverend Norman Vincent Peale, was a kind of prophet of profitability who helped Americans see the virtue of money. His book offered a simple self-help guide to selling. Faith in God can make you rich. The growth of drive-in churches, where worshipers listened to sermons from their new cars, suggested that some Americans now wanted money and God to share the same seat.
I am tired and so weary, but I must.
For the first time, the words, "In God We Trust," appeared on the American dollar bill.
Comes and calls me away.
As making money became an American religion, businessmen tried to convince Americans that spending was not a sin.
And the lamb.
I think one of the things that happens in the early 50s is that the country is in some kind of major social, cultural, almost psychological conflict.
Are these house dresses guaranteed not to shrink?
No, just the $14.95.
People are beginning to feel guilty because they're spending more money than they used to.
Oh, dear. I hadn't planned to go as high as $15. Well, thank you anyway. You're welcome.
They are living better than their parents. So there is a crisis, is an emotional crisis, as you have a generation really in conflict with itself.
To the rescue came a new science of advertising, motivational research.
This is the Institute for Motivational Research, a place devoted to the intriguing business of finding out why people behave as they do, why they buy as they do. And this is Dr. Ernest Dichter.
Welcome to our view on the Hudson.
Ernest Dichter was a mysterious figure who helped advertisers understand how to reach American consumers through psychology.
Listen to one of them. This is interview 87. It's one of over 300 depth interviews that we have conducted. Each one of them...
Like a Madison Avenue Freud, Dichter sought to relieve the guilt Americans felt about buying.
He starts telling advertisers how to build in to their slogans the idea that you are getting what you deserve. You've earned the right to have this. The early Cadillac commercials, you've earned the right to sit behind the wheel of a Cadillac, right through to the McDonald's. You deserve a break today.
What a gal. What a night. What a car.
Dichter's notion was to use Freudian precepts to loosen people's reluctance to spend by showing them all sorts of needs that these products, in fact, fulfilled.
Maidenform understood the foundations of the new idea. Sell women the notion that they could be what they buy.
In the typical Maidenform ad, you find a young woman in a very unlikely place wearing only her brassiere and a skirt.
I dreamed I got a lift in my Maidenform bra. She's talking about her décolleté. Can't possibly slip. What a construction job.
In some ways, this is that awful dream you have that you wake up and you're at the Metropolitan Opera and everybody else is beautifully dressed and you're buck naked. But there's something else about the notion that you can transform yourself, that it's possible to be a new person from the skin out. A girl can be anybody.
Advertisers learned to pitch to the hopes, fears, and dreams of consumers. Now they look to a machine to manufacture them.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Tough headache?
Yeah. I know there's some Tylenol in here.
I have this.
Oh, no, that has caffeine in it.
Really?
My doctor told me to cut back on caffeine.
I didn't know my pain reliever had caffeine in it.
He said some have more than a cup of coffee. Well, Tylenol works great without the caffeine. Here it is.
There's no caffeine in Tylenol, only the pure proven pain reliever doctors recommend most.
Hey, let's get some coffee. A decaf. Okay.
And so the prince entered the sleeping castle, breaking the spell as Hansel and Gretel came upon the evil witch's cottage.
And Tinkerbell helped rescue the lost boys from the pirates, and they all...
Now you can buy children a lot of happy endings, because every time you use Visa, we'll contribute to Reading is Fundamental, dedicated to helping children learn to read. So please use your Visa card, because every child deserves a good beginning.
Jack climbed down the beanstalk, narrowly
Visa,
escaped.
it's everywhere you want to be.
This holiday season, British Airways will bring 5 million people together.
At 6 a.m., they begin to arrive from cities around the world.
Heads of major corporations share their vision,
Their strategy. If these leaders were visiting a nation, it would be called a Global Economic Summit.
When they arrive at Fidelity,
It's called just another day at the office. Just one of the ways we uncover opportunities to help you make the most of your money.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream.
Throughout the 50s, Americans bought an average of 16,000 sets a day, 5 million sets a year.
I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and open, we'll meet again. Boom, ding dong, ding dong, lang, lang, lang. Oh, whoa, whoa, bip, a bip, a dip. Oh, life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life loving.
TV brought new worlds into the home. It changed family life and eating habits.
People all over America in the station breaks on the Gillette Fight of the Week, for example, all run to the bathroom at the same time and flush every toilet in Montclair, New Jersey, causing terrible sewer breaks.
The coming of television created an obsession with watching things that ushered in a new generation of household appliances.
Just as the television set gives you this kind of window image of what the world is like, so too does the front of your house, the picture window on the ranch house in Levittown. So too does the washing machine, so that you can peek in and watch the clothes go around. All of a sudden, you can peek in the oven and watch your cake rising. It showed people lifestyles, products, imaginary visions of what the world could be like on a daily basis, and made people avid to live a different kind of life.
Here's a young lady who lives in a world of enchantment all her own.
Its boosters sold TV as a glorious dream machine.
My beer is Rheingold, the dry beer.
But for America's advertisers, the dreams were strictly commercial.
Rye means clean and it's clear. Rye means thirst-quenching beer. Join the millions who buy Rheingold beer, extra dry.
To keep your place on the dealer's shelves and in the customers' minds, you must hit a lot of people with impressions that make them feel. The medium that does this is television.
Our report details how advertising through television transforms strangers to your product into acquaintances, and acquaintances into friends, and friends into customers. You could almost say, as a result, that television puts into every living room a selling machine.
Weed the garden, cut the grass, paint the window, fix the glass, trim the shrubbery, grind the axe. But take it easy, dear. Relax.
Advertisers sensed that TV was a direct pipeline from seller to consumer. Said one ad man, it was like shooting fish in a barrel.
Black Label beer on hand. Mabel, Black Label, Darling Black Label beer.
Television was so new that some people would watch anything. That one of our executives at NBC said if he could only get it on the air, the most successful program we could ever show would be a green baize table and a hand rolling a pair of dice over and over and over. People would watch and bet on that.
Brush, brush, brush. Here's the new iPan.
With the pen tastes good like a cigarette chew. Real green, a little dabble do ya. Use more, only if you dare. But watch out, the gals will all pursue ya. They'll love to get their fingers in your hair.
The early TV ads were primitive, but they packed an unexpected wallop.
I had the responsibility for bringing the Green Giant to television. The more fluid the movement, the more it cost, and I guess we were trying to save money. So we ended up with this commercial where we had this lurching Green Giant. And then I had this bright idea of what do you identify with giants? Well, fee, fi, fo, fum. Boom, 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 boom. And it went on the air once, and the phones rang off the hook at Green Giant in Le Sueur, Minnesota, with mothers saying, get him off, he's scaring my kids, don't ever show him again.
In 1949, TV advertisers spent $12 million on television. By 1955, it was over $1 billion, and CBS had become the largest advertising medium in the world. The ads seemed to be working. as American consumers fueled an economic boom and felt better and better about wanting more and more.
Wouldn't a cigarette taste good right now?
The allure of ads worried critics, who feared that we were being seduced into buying products by people who knew how to manipulate our basic desires.
Have one with me. Have a Marlboro cigarette.
Vance Packard's best-selling book, The Hidden Persuaders, convinced many Americans that their thoughts were being controlled by mysterious forces. He asked a telling question: when you're manipulating, where do you stop?
You've got no right to be in this house. I'm going to give you just 10 seconds to get out of here.
Daddy? It's true, Daddy. I did volunteer for farm work.
Linda, why?
The party convinced me that I should free myself of the lingering bourgeois influence of family life. I am ready.
In the midst of the Cold War, Americans were terrified that they might fall victim to the brainwashing experiments of the communists. During the Korean War, tales of hypnotized American prisoners seemed to be proof that the human mind could be reprogrammed by outside forces. To early critics, TV advertising was a capitalist version of brainwashing. In this instructional film, the NBC network pitched radio advertisers on how to use the new power of television.
You, the advertiser, know that more and more selling must be done in the minds of customers before they get to the store.
The NBC film takes the advertiser inside the mind's eye of an average woman. Her brain is a black and white world of cluttered newsprint impressions. Then television arrives. The clutter is swept away, leaving her helpless before the hypnotizing power of the new selling machine.
This is the wonderful wet strength you get in Scotties. So next time you shop, get the family size and several vanity size boxes of Scotties. New Scotties with wet.
The great castles of capitalist mind control were the skyscrapers on Madison Avenue. Here were the best and brightest of American society, intellectuals practicing a new science. They exerted a peculiar fascination on the public imagination. Americans wanted to know more about the people behind the curtain, the men who turned the dials and controlled their minds, the ad men.
Mr. Victor, Mr. Norman, you've just seen me do a disgusting thing. But you'll always remember what I just did.
The Hucksters was part of a new trend in fiction. Advertising men became the new heroes or anti-heroes of American life.
Why do we outsell them? Because we out-advertise them, right? Right. Example, beauty soap, beauty soap, beauty soap. Repeat it till it comes out of their ears. Repeat it till they say it in their sleep. Irritate them, Mr. Norman. Irritate, irritate, irritate,
Anacin. With most headaches, pain mounts up. You feel dull, depressed. Tension puts nerves on edge.
The creator of this Anacin ad was one of the founding fathers of TV advertising, Rosser Reeves. In his ads and in his life, he celebrated the joys of buying and selling with an unbridled enthusiasm that marked the spirit of the decade.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Did you become a grandparent today? What if you did? How can we help you have more to share? Bank of America. Put her future in motion.
It was becoming a real problem. Between my 3 girls, I had a phone bill you would not believe. But then I heard about dialing 10-321. It's easy. Dial 10-321, then 1, the area code and number. And I'll save over AT&T on every call in the U.S. And save 50% on all calls over 20 minutes. Plus, great international rates, no monthly fees to pay. And the savings show up on our regular phone bill. Last month, I saved $20. Next problem, boys.
It's a first from the dream makers of Disney. Introducing Disney Cruise Line. Imagine combining a Walt Disney World vacation with a magic voyage to our own island in the Bahamas. Call and discover uncharted magic.
You have perplexed mankind, become the source of fascinating tales, and have been cited the world over. Then again, so has Elvis, the legend of the abominable snowman. Then, boom, boom, boom. 650 years later, the 50s arrive, marriages thrive, and the feminist movement is born. In Search of History, followed by the special presentation, The 50s, tomorrow night only on the History Channel.
They were first detained by officers of a survey brig off the coast of Long Island. The charge is murder.
Immediately surrender these goods!
This is the most important case ever come before this court, because what it in fact concerns is freedom, the very nature of man.
Morgan Freeman, Anthony Hopkins, Jaimin Hunsu, Matthew McConaughey. A Steven Spielberg film. Amistad. This film is not yet rated. Starts December 10th in select theaters, December 12th everywhere.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
To relieve pain fast, help overcome depression fast, relax tension fast.
Or incredibly fast relief. Or fast relief.
It was probably the most hated ad in the early history of advertising, and it was stunningly successful. I think it tripled the Addison business in an 18-month period or something like that. It was really quite remarkable. So he was a primitive.
Rosser had just an absolutely insightful understanding of television and what it could do. He decided to create a picture.
Doctors know
for how Addison relieved pain, and that's still talked about as the Hammers in the Head campaign.
Tension puts nerves on edge.
He used this old story about the farmer with a sick mule who calls the veterinarian. The veterinarian looks at the mule for a few minutes, picks up a 2x4 and hits the mule right in the center of the head. And the farmer said, I hate you to cure him, not to kill him. And the vet says, yeah, but first I got to get his attention.
This is a high-powered hunting rifle. At the trigger, champion Doc Barth. Target, solid oak. Bullet, a big ballpoint pen. Will it still write? Big.
Rosser Reeves was a man of naked ambition and hidden dreams. Like many ad men of the time, he saw himself as an intellectual practicing a new science. While he made himself a fortune writing jingles and slogans, he spent his off hours writing spiritual novels and poems about the apocalypse.
The curious end of restless man, who for a second of galactic time floated upon a speck of cosmic dust around a miner's sun.
The spirit moved Rosser Reeves, but so did the sound of money. The son of a minister, he didn't have much money growing up. As an adult, he evolved a simple philosophy. The key to making money was to spend it.
He said, now what I want you to do is to go out and get yourself deeply in debt. Now, I had come from the chemical bank, and that wasn't anything we taught anybody. And I said, deeply in debt? Rosser, what do you mean? He said, buy everything you've ever wanted. Buy yourself a new car. Buy yourself furniture. Buy your wife jewelry. And I said, why should I do that, Rosser? And he said, because when you get so hopelessly in debt, you will work so very hard that you will become a success in our industry.
I know I'd go from rags to riches if you would only say you care.
In Jamaica, Reeves built himself a palace at Half Moon Bay, attended by 26 servants, and a butler on call 24 hours a day.
Rosser came after me to do a history of the Bates Agency. I said, Rosser, why do you want this so much? And he said to me, Martin, he said, I'm going to be 50. I'm going to retire soon. going to go back to my place at Half Moon in Jamaica. I'm going to be stretched out on a chaise longue beside the swimming pool. I'm going to be looking out over the bay. I'm going to have a sip of a Tom Collins. I'm going to reach out my hand for a book. I want it to be a book about me.
You're watching one of the world's great golfers at the Memphis Country Club. It's Dr. Kerry Middlecoff, National Open champion.
Hi, Kerry. That was a great round.
Thanks, Jack.
Kerry, I noticed you smoked those Viceroys of yours all through the match.
I always do, Jack. I get a lot of pleasure out of Viceroys.
Rosser was not cursed with any strong social conscience. If he could appear to have doctors endorsing a product like cigarettes, which in retrospect is just horrible, didn't bother Rosser.
So join Dr. Kerry Middlecoff and discover the smoothest taste in smoking.
It's the Viceroy taste.
Smoother, 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 Viceroy. Smoother taste, 'cause Viceroy has twice as many filters as the other two leading filter cigarettes.
The aim of being in business was to make money. It wasn't to make friends. It wasn't to charm people. It wasn't to entertain the world. It was to make money. And the way you made money in the advertising business is by convincing the client that your ad sold his product. Now, this was tricky to do because it's very difficult to prove that an ad sells a product. And as a matter of fact, Rosser said that the modern advertising man's problem, the client walks in and throws two newly minted silver dollars on his desk and says, "Mine is the one on the left. You prove it's better."
I'm a peanut, drenched in milk chocolate.
M&M's milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
Simplify, oversimplify the claim, that didn't matter, but focus on one claim for your product. And he did that with great success. There was nothing subtle about him, and he took that to politics in 1951 and 52, selling Dwight D. Eisenhower.
The 1952 presidential campaign pitted General Dwight D. Eisenhower, known as Ike, against Adlai Stevenson, who had a reputation as a magnificent speechmaker. Fearful that the shy general would not go over well with the public, Ike's handlers turned to Rosser Reeves. Reeves wanted to sell Ike through a series of TV spots, something that had never been done before in a national campaign. Because the idea was so new, Reeves was making up the rules as he went along. And while Ike, the distinguished war hero, tried to put the best face on it, he was terrified of putting himself in the hands of an ad man.
You remember Franklin Delano Roosevelt's inaugural address? People only remember one thing in it. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. There in the middle of an inaugural address was a 5-second spot, and that's all people remember. So I simply decided that if that was what democracy is all about, why not tell more people?
Eisenhower Answers America.
He wrote 28 question and answer spots for Ike. Reeves wanted to shoot the answers first, then find the questions.
Can that be true when America is billions in debt? When prices have doubled, when taxes break our backs, and we are still fighting in Korea? It's tragic, and it's time for a change.
Reeves wanted Ike to look strong, so he wouldn't let him wear glasses. Unfortunately, that made it hard to see the cue cards. For each answer, Reeves had Ike look down toward the left of frame as if listening to questions. Then Ike turned slightly to read the huge cue cards. For the finish, Reeves told Ike to turn to the camera.
We are going to bring them down, and here's how.
When all the answers were in the can, Reeves went searching for average Americans to ask the questions. He grabbed tourists outside of Radio City Music Hall and pulled them into the studio. Reeves told them to look up and to the right of frame. They didn't know it, but the angle of their gaze would further inflate Ike's stature.
The Democrats have made mistakes, but aren't their intentions good?
Well, if the driver of your school bus runs into a truck, hits a lamppost, drives into a ditch, you don't say his intentions are good. You get a new bus driver.
It was hours, I think it was 4 hours or something like that, that Eisenhower was in the studio, Reeves producing new scripts constantly in the background, passing them to Milton Eisenhower, who would vet them for suitability and then give them to his brother, who was to take them as they came in. And Eisenhower would get more and more upset about some of it. And finally, Reeves remembered Eisenhower shaking his head and saying, to think that an old soldier would come to this.
How much is that dog in the window?
TV helped push the Republicans to a landslide victory. It was the beginning of a profound change in the American political process, a change that would echo throughout the world. Political parties declined in influence as the message of politicians became less important than the shaping of their image.
Politics became casting. I mean, you were trying to make your candidates look as good as you could and sound as intelligent as possible, and they were being packaged through television, which you could never do before. I mean, television packaged politicians, and that had bound to have an effect on politics.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Morning, Thomas.
Morning, Ellie.
Arthritis acting up again?
Sure is.
Need something for the pain?
Yeah,
Thomas, aren't you taking a new prescription for something or other?
that's right.
Doc Bailey say it was okay to take a pain reliever with it?
Mm-hmm. Tylenol.
Here you go.
Thanks, Ellie.
For millions of people on certain prescriptions, Tylenol is the pain reliever doctors recommend most. Talk to your doctor.
I think he likes you, Mom. He was pretty chatty today.
If you're looking for a tough, dependable truck, you should take a closer look at the new Nissan Frontier. It now has more horsepower than Ranger, Tacoma, and S10. It also has a bigger cargo bed than all three, a smoother ride, and lots of features for a surprisingly low price. The rugged new Nissan Frontier. Come check it out for yourself.
Dogs of trucks. Every battle, every victory. The History Classic Victory at Sea. Tonight on the History Channel. A hit.
These moments of pure joy were made possible by Toys for Tots, sponsored by the Boys Club and Girls Club.
If I fall asleep, because I couldn't keep my eyes open, I remember thinking, if I fall asleep, I'm going to die.
About 25 to 50% of the class used heroin.
They'd probably sell their soul for heroin. They'd do anything for it.
I saw an H, an I, a V, and the circle had a red plus in.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
9:30 in Lima, Peru, and time for Coca-Cola's popular radio show.
In the post-war era, the United States poured foreign aid into Europe and Asia and flooded overseas markets with American products and popular culture. Critics called it sentimental imperialism.
See the pyramids along the Nile, and watch the sunrise on a tropic isle. But just remember, darling, all the while, you belong to me.
America's economic might was backed by an awesome military power at the service of a Cold War crusade to fight communism. It was a strange mixture of good works and ruthless power politics. In 1953, a new branch of the American government called the CIA staged a covert coup in Iran to protect oil interests.
You belong to me.
In the United States, Eisenhower needed voters to support his foreign policy. Using marketing techniques learned in the campaign, his administration packaged the ruthless tactics of the Cold War as a goodwill mission for democracy. There was little truth in advertising.
Fighting ends in Guatemala. These rebel troops, backed by air power, have compelled the ousting of Guatemala's pro-communist regime and have won a ceasefire from...
This is the story that most Americans heard. In fact, it was raw fiction. an imaginary revolution invented by the Eisenhower administration. The truth was that the U.S. government had staged a coup of a democratically elected government to protect U.S. economic interests.
There was economic imperialism, done covertly under the name of democracy and anti-communism, done by the CIA with the American press kept out in a way that would make it look like it was something very different.
One of the key operatives in this elaborate cover story was an ex-Marine named Phil Rettinger.
I was called over to the Latin American branch, and one of my friends was over there, and he said, "Say, we've got a job for you." And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "We want you to take over the government of Guatemala." Of course, I've been hearing about this, but I said, "Well, what do you, this is out of my activity." He said, "Well, listen, you're a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps, and you could do anything. You know that, don't you?" Nobody in the government ever thought that Guatemala was any threat to the United States. What they were the threat to was the United Fruit Company. That's the only reason in the world.
Work all night and a drink a rum. Daylight come and we want go home. Stack banana till the morning come. Daylight come and we want go home. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and
United Fruit was known as the octopus for the way it held Guatemala in its grip. The octopus controlled 40,000 jobs.
6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch.
It owned half the country's arable land.
6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch.
Almost all the country's railroad tracks belonged to United Fruit. In 1952, Guatemalan workers toiled for 50 cents a day. United Fruit reported an annual profit of $65 million, twice the total revenue of the Guatemalan government.
A beautiful bunch, a ripe banana.
50 ships, known as the Great White Fleet, hauled the bananas away to American supermarkets. They were sold under the brand name of Chiquita.
Live 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch.
The man who ran United Fruit was Sam Zamore, whose nickname was Sam the Banana Man. In 1952, Sam was not happy. A new government in Guatemala wanted some of Sam's bananas. To improve social conditions, Guatemala forced United Fruit to sell back part of its land, then gave it in parcels to 100,000 peasants. It was the brainchild of an idealistic president, Jacobo Arbenz, who thought land reform would save his country. He might as well have declared war on the United States. In the Eisenhower administration, the Secretary and Undersecretary of State, the head of the CIA, and the UN ambassador all had ties to the United Fruit Company. The Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, was a fanatical anti-communist who saw the Cold War as a biblical struggle between good and evil. Foster's brother, Allen Dulles, ran the CIA. It was a very convenient relationship, avoiding unnecessary debates about policy.
Foster Dulles, with his own sort of Presbyterian belief in the rectitude of himself and the United States, and our way was the best. And his brother Allen Dulles, infinitely more likable, more charming, more graceful, a great flirt. He loved the parties, and it seemed to be a reassurance when he was there. The right kind of people were doing it, and they weren't going to do anything that the good people of America didn't approve of.
In the matter of Guatemala, the Dulles brothers hatched a plan to topple the Arbenz government while creating a cover story to hide American involvement. To create the illusion of a popular uprising against Arbenz, the CIA needed to find someone to lead the newly invented rebellion. The man they cast in the role was Castillo Armas.
I looked at this guy, this little guy, kind of nervous little fellow, and I told him, "Is that the guy?" And he said, "Yes, that's him. We're going to make him president of Guatemala." I said, "Oh my God, come on now, this is ridiculous. We're going to spend all this money to put this guy as president of Guatemala?" Well, we had, he was the only guy we had.
With a leader in place, it was up to Rettinger to train the rebel army. the troops mustered on a United Fruit plantation.
The force that went into Guatemala to take over was a very, very small force. It wasn't more than 20 or 30 people. I had to help train these guys. Of course, we armed them, and we took them out on the firing range and did that. Very, very primitive training. It wasn't anything fancy at all. What we tried to do more than anything else is imbue them with the idea of taking over their country. And some of them were pretty excited about it. And some of them were not too excited about it at all. They didn't want to get shot.
While field agents set about scripting the revolution, Allen Dulles worried about the American press coverage. He wanted good reviews and no mention of any American role. Luckily for Dulles, United Fruit had been hard at work spinning the story. United Fruit hired Ed Bernays, a public relations expert, to sell the American public on the dangers of communism in Guatemala. Bernays put together expensive junkets for the reporters.
You script the tour. You invite in a dozen reporters, people with not much connection, not much knowledge, no knowledge of the language or the background. And you go here, you see the good works. Here's the hospital we do. Let's go see a typical worker in his home. And it worked by and large. There were an awful lot of newspapers in America who weren't going to send reporters to cover Guatemala unless it was all paid for by United Fruit. So it played to the laziness of the press.
When the reporters returned home, they repaid United Fruit's kindness with just the kind of stories the company wanted to see. Only one journalist bucked the official line, the New York Times correspondent in Mexico, Sidney Grusin.
You only had to look. Nothing was hidden very much. You know, you could go outside the main city and see the training. You could see the troops that we had bought. You could see the old airplanes that we had given them. And there's something in the air in a town like Guatemala City when the thing is bubbling and you just know something is going to happen.
Grusin wrote about the secret U.S. mission and the success of Arbenz's land reforms. Furious, Allen Dulles arranged a luncheon with an old Princeton classmate, the business manager of the New York Times.
Julius Ox Adler goes down to see Allen Dulles, and Allen Dulles convinces him, and it doesn't take much convincing, that Sidney Grusin is something of a security risk and should be kept out of Guatemala at this critical time when the coup is about to happen.
I think they either hinted or said outright that they thought I was a communist sympathizer, if not a communist.
Taking the CIA at its word, the New York Times cabled Grusin and ordered him to cover the story from Mexico City.
The quiet, covert assault by the head of the CIA upon the reputation and credibility of an excellent reporter, and the knowledge eventually that it had been a red herring, that the Grusin had been red-baited, meant that it would be less likely to be successful in the future. John Kennedy once tried to ice me out of Vietnam, and the Times had been inoculated and wouldn't do it. I mean, Sidney got moved out of a story as I did not get moved out of a story 8 or 9 years later.
On June 15th, 1954, Eisenhower gave the Dulles brothers the go-ahead for the coup. 3 days later, the CIA brought Castillo Armas to the staging area.
We took him out to where the troops were, and I said, now here they are, you lead them up there. But it was really a pitiful force that went up there. They had a hell of a time, of course. They ran into all kind of trouble.
At the very first sign of resistance from government forces, the rebel army turned tail and fled back to Honduras. Afraid the ragtag rebel army might be destroyed, the CIA ordered Castillo Armas to camp 6 miles inside the border and wait for further instructions. Meanwhile, at the UN, U.S. Ambassador and United Fruit stockholder Henry Cabot Lodge tried to put events into perspective.
Because it is certainly true that the United States has no connection whatever with what is taking place. The information available to the United States thus far strongly suggests that the situation does not involve aggression, but is a revolt of Guatemalans against Guatemalans.
On June 26th, Eisenhower agreed to supply the rebels with American planes and pilots. When one pilot accidentally dropped a few bombs on neighboring Honduras, the CIA hastily wrote a cover story blaming the incident on the Arbenz government.
Responsible. Reporters are flown in for a first-hand look at the results. A few small holes in the airfield caused by bombs that didn't explode. Nevertheless, their falling stirs up strong resentment in Honduras over an unwarranted air attack.
In the capital city, the CIA broadcast a fictional account of the rebel advance. While the American embassy played battle sounds from huge speakers on its roof, American planes swooped past the National Palace. On June 27th, Arbenz stepped down.
He realized when we started flying American planes over the city and bombing it, he knew the Americans were involved, and there's no way that I can win this one. I'm sure he thought that.
Meanwhile, the problems of correspondents who covered the brief revolt are graphically shown, too.
The situation firmly in hand, the CIA let the American media in to cover the story.
And the story is good. Communism, for the time being, is on the run in Guatemala.
Castillo Armas was installed as president, knowing he had the full support of the United States.
President Armas presents the chief executive with a presidential seal worked by nuns in a Guatemalan convent. The president, as he admires
the president, was just tickled pink the way the thing went. It was very inexpensive, very inexpensive. And we lost none of our people and lost very few of anybody.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
If any product bearing the Good Housekeeping seal proves to be defective within 2 years of purchase, Good Housekeeping will replace or refund the price paid for it. No other magazine in the world offers this kind of service to its readers.
Introducing the tough, new Nissan Frontier. It now has more horsepower than Ranger, Tacoma, and S10. It also has a bigger cargo bed than all three, a quieter cab than ever before, and a price that, well, you're sure to get excited about. But please, try to control your enthusiasm. The new Frontier, now at your Nissan retailer.
Dogs love trucks.
ID confirmed.
Bond. James Bond.
ID confirmed. ID confirmed.
Tart.
Caveat. Take a check.
Absolutely, James. Just need some ID. Driver's license to kill, that sort of thing.
Really, 007, you should use a Visa check card. It automatically deducts from your checking account everywhere Visas accept. Oh, it's going to explode in 5 seconds.
The Visa check card works like a check, only better.
Just joking.
See, tomorrow never dies.
Multiple sclerosis randomly attacks the nervous system, so you never know what life will be like from one day to the next. After 50 years, we're closer than ever to a cure. Help us find it.
You have perplexed mankind, become the source of fascinating tales, and have been cited the world over. Then again, so has Elvis, the legend of the abominable snowman, on an all-new In Search of History. Tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific on the History Channel. These are the sleek steamers and wood-burning smokers with names like Nickel Plate, Union Pacific, and Milwaukee Road. The steel giants and mighty snorting iron horses that take you to magical faraway places. Trains Unlimited, next on the History Channel, where the past comes alive.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
The U.S. and United Fruit were pleased with the budget price of the coup, but the ultimate cost to Guatemala was very high. A few months after the coup, 7 leading labor organizers were mysteriously murdered, and all of the unions were banned.
The cost for Guatemala is, one, the best government in the history of Guatemala was overthrown. All the reforms are eradicated. The 100,000 peasants lost their land. Then, what the United States did was to strengthen the Guatemalan army and created a Frankenstein that has ruled Guatemala together with the Guatemalan upper class ever since then, and which is responsible for the slaughter of about 150,000 Guatemalans, for making of the Guatemala the worst human rights case in the hemisphere.
Now the village mission bells are softly ringing. If you listen with your heart, you'll hear them singing. Vaya con Dios,
United Fruit saw profits rise once more, while Americans remained largely unaware of the secret subversion of their own democratic principles. The supply of bananas had not been interrupted.
So now that you've seen where bananas come from before they reach your table, our journey to Banana Land is ended. We hope you enjoyed the trip. We know you like bananas.
Our sins were that we crushed a very small country. And in so doing, we learned bad lessons which would come back to haunt us in some ways in Cuba, and I think in Vietnam as well.
1 year after the Guatemala coup, the United States began funding an anti-communist government in South Vietnam. Back home, few Americans paid attention to Guatemala or Vietnam. There were other things to occupy their minds.
Jiminy cricket, Jiminy Jack, you make my heart go clickety-clack.
In 1955, new phrases entered the American language. Automated, church key, cue card, demolition derby, rock and roll, UFO, cleavage.
Hunkies, hunkies, pieces bite.
That same year, the country caught Davy Crockett fever, as kids who loved the TV show bought $100 million worth of coonskin caps and fringe leather jackets. The American public would not become aware of their secret government until the 1960s, when a failed invasion of Cuba known as the Bay of Pigs and a growing involvement in Vietnam led many Americans to question whether their leaders were telling them the truth. Ironically, it would be television, the very medium that made its mark as a selling machine that would bring the horror of war into American living rooms.
During the coup in Guatemala, ousted President Jacobo Arbenz escaped to Cuba, then moved to Mexico, where he died in 1971. His body was finally returned home in 1995, when Arbenz was reburied with full military honors. Now here's a look at our next episode of the 50s. The American family. Our perception is of stable marriages and happy homes, but the family foundation was already showing some cracks.
Now, from the History Channel, you can own the collector's edition box set of David Halberstam's The 50s. Television, Communism, and the Beat Generation. Call 1-800-708-1776. And for $99.95 plus shipping and handling, receive The 50s. All 7 episodes on 6 video cassettes. Call 1-800-708-1776 to order this special home video presentation. For more information on the 50s, including a 50s timeline, visit the History Channel online at www.historychannel.com. And be sure to join us tomorrow night as the 50s continues at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific.
German forces have surrendered, and Paris is free. And back on the home front, here's what's coming up on the History Channel.
Ride the rails back through time to witness great train disasters in history. Coming up next on Trains Unlimited.
Coming up on the History Channel.
The History Channel special, The 50s, has been brought to you in part by Nissan.
If you're looking for a tough, dependable truck, you should take a closer look at the new Nissan Frontier. It now has more horsepower than Ranger, Tacoma, and S10. It also has a bigger cargo bed than all 3, a smoother ride, and lots of features for a surprisingly low price. The rugged new Nissan Frontier. Come check it out for yourself.
Dogs of trucks.
Tough headache? Yeah. I know there's some Tylenol in here. I have this. Oh, no, that has caffeine in it. Really? My doctor told me to cut back on caffeine. I didn't know my pain reliever had caffeine in it. He said some have more than a cup of coffee. Well, Tylenol works great without the caffeine. Here it is.
There's no caffeine in Tylenol, only the pure proven pain reliever doctors recommend most.
Hey, let's get some coffee. Decaf. Okay.
Get fit and have fun doing it at the area's largest facility of its kind, the Ephrata Rec Center. Single memberships are just $15.90 a month, and look what you can do. Swim in the pool, play basketball or racquetball, relax in the spa or game room, pump iron with free weights, or improve your look with selectorized and cardiovascular equipment or aerobics. And there's always activities for the kids. The Ephrata Rec Center helps you get fit and have fun for a price so low you have to check it out for yourself. The Ephrata Rec Center, South Academy Drive, just off Route 272, Ephrata.
Having a paint problem? Or maybe a hard time deciding on that perfect decorating scheme? Find the answers at Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Pike's has been family-owned and operated for over 45 years. That means knowledgeable service for you, with one of the largest lines of quality paints available today, featuring premium Coronado paints. And Pike's also offers a full decorating service, including wallpaper and draperies. Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Remember, when you think of paint, think of Pike's.
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Welcome to the History Channel. Dad went to the office. Mom kissed him goodbye, but she stayed home to cook and clean. Those are the lingering images of domestic life in the 1950s, reinforced by the sitcoms that still show up on late-night TV. But how does the image square with reality? Our series, The 50s, continues with a look inside the American family during that decade. Ozzie and Harriet may have been on the air in the 50s, but there was also something in the air, a vague sense of unease felt by men and women alike. The nuclear family was changing, and no one could predict the fallout. Join us now as the History Channel presents The 50s, Let's Play House.
In 1945, 10 million American soldiers returned home. After a long and brutal war, men and women were eager to embrace a new kind of life.
Do you swear to love me forever and ever?
I do, I do. I swear to always.
Suddenly, for the famous and not so famous, marriage became a kind of national obsession. In the first year of peace, 2.2 million couples married. Soon after, the average marriage age dropped to 18. Between the war's end and 1950, 32 million babies were born. This marriage and baby boom was to solve the dislocations of the war. American men and women would live happily ever after. Or would they?
Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me thrill your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yes, this is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long.
Come on, baby, while the thrill is on. Come on, baby, let's have some fun. Come on, baby.
Go ahead and drool. It's Miss America time. The shapeliest beauties in all America, 51 of them, parade at Atlantic City for the title. Overpowering all opposition is strapping 5'10", 143-pound Miss Utah. Nearby Asbury Park holds a quest for Mrs. America. She's got to cook as well as look. 32 married lovelies show they know potatoes have to be peeled. Bed making comes next. Into the beds go the testers. The best beds by Mrs. New York City. Feels comfortable. But it's the body beautiful that's the criterion for the well-rounded Mrs. America. And finally, the winner. Watch out, Mrs. America.
Mrs. America was more than a contest. It was a new way of life. Women found themselves on a peculiar pedestal, honored as sexy, fertile homemakers.
Yes, wife can be beautiful.
Mrs. America set impossibly high standards. A loving mother, she had a figure like an hourglass and was as efficient as a sewing machine. She wore high heels when she scrubbed the floors and was as clean and pure as laundry detergent. She was to be the ultimate symbol of the new affluence. By the mid-50s, half the families in America had entered the middle class.
At last, my love has come along.
Women turned to magazines to learn how to adapt to their new roles in the land of plenty.
I think the mass magazines was in their interest to create this ideal American family because their interest was to sell consumer goods. The advertising is almost all directed at women. There's always a woman standing in front of a new refrigerator, a woman standing in front of a car. It was extremely powerful.
My heart was wrapped up in clover. The night
One woman who eagerly bought the message sold by the mass magazines was a young writer from New York, Betty Friedan. In 1952, like so many other Americans, she and her husband Carl moved to the suburbs.
We bought a house in Rockland County, and I did all the things that women are supposed to do with those years and enjoy them, you know. Chauffeuring the kids and the school board battles and tuna fish casseroles and liked it. It was enjoyable. I had 3 kids, and I I loved my kids as far as that was concerned and liked having kids. But it was like an itch I couldn't quite suppress. That despite the fact that I now wrote housewife on the census blank, I wrote for freelance for women's magazines, sort of like secret drinking in the morning.
Friedan was popular with her editors until she began to write pieces about women who tried to balance a career with motherhood.
I wanted to write once an article about a woman who was a sculptor. I could write about her painting her child's crib, but I couldn't write about her serious work.
It'll be nice to be just a housewife where there'll be no great demand for either talent or brains. Why, Ellen Douglas, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard you say. Of course you don't mean it. Certainly I mean it. All you have to know is what switch to turn, what buttons to push, and what cans to buy. Is Bill know he's marrying a can opener instead of a wife? Bill? He's in love with me. He'll never know the difference.
When I was just a little girl, I asked my mother, what will I be? Will I be pretty? Will I be rich? Here's what she said to me. Que sera, sera, whatever.
The women of Smith College, class of 1942, graduated full of intellectual rigor and ambition. One summa cum laude graduate, Betty Friedan, returned 15 years later for a class reunion. She was working on an assignment to find out if the ambitions of her classmates had been fulfilled. She asked them a series of questions. What difficulties have you found in working out your role as a woman? What are the satisfactions and frustrations of your life today? What do you wish you had done differently? In response, her classmates, most of them housewives, were deeply dissatisfied.
The future's not ours to see.
There was a whole lot of women, evidently, each one thinking she was alone, who didn't somehow experience an orgasm throwing the powder into the dishwashing machine.
During the reunion, Betty Friedan was also struck by the attitudes of the Smith undergraduates.
Boom, boom, boom.
According to one survey, half of all America's co-eds had dropped out of college either to marry or to avoid acquiring knowledge that might frighten men.
I remember at the reunion, I was talking to some of the seniors that were then graduating, and I said, which courses do you get all excited about? And these young girls would say to me, oh, we don't get excited about things like that. I spend every weekend with Jack that I'm engaged to and want to go have 3 kids or 4 kids. And when I heard this, and I thought, hey, what's happened?
In the 50s, even teen magazines pushed the idea of wedded bliss. By the end of the decade, over 14 million girls were engaged by the age of 17.
We want to get married, but we're so young.
Dating patterns also began to imitate marriage.
Before the war, there was a couplet, going steady with one date is okay if that's all you rate, if that's all you can get. Whereas after World War II, the rise of going steady was really linked with the rise of young marriage. Going steady was the mark of success, and that was a shocking development to a lot of their parents. The first reason, the most obvious reason, was sex.
Hello, Frank. Listen, the family says no, but I'll sneak out tomorrow night and meet you anyway. Okay? Swell.
A lot of the people who got married when they were 18 didn't see it as closing down their options, but as escaping into an exciting life where they don't have to live with their parents anymore, but can live with their husband or wife and have sex whenever they want to. And, you know, it was a great life as they saw it.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Bum, 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 bum. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Bum, bum, bum.
For these increasingly young wives, life was good, as the nation was in the midst of an economic boom. But in the women's magazines meant to guide young marrieds, life was almost too good. They set an impossibly high standard for family life, even as they suggested that homemaking should fulfill all of a woman's hopes and dreams.
This small, narrow domestic world, which does carry a strong emotional freight, was made to carry more than it should have.
When families did have problems, as they all inevitably did, they felt guilty. Betty Friedan found that many women liked their roles as mothers and wives, but resented the idea promoted by the women's magazines that no other role was possible.
Can't you be just a college professor's wife? Isn't that enough?
And play ghost to your Hamlet. Oh, no, I'm not going to sit at home with the four walls and count pennies or alter myself to suit your friend's taste.
My work isn't important enough. I'm only a woman. He'd like me to be a slave to the house while some cutie on the paper whispers into his ear what a great big reporter he is.
As the decade progressed, women started going back to work. Though largely confined to dead-end jobs, nearly 70% of all middle-class wives worked outside the household to earn extra money for the family.
Families wanted all the goods that the abundant post-war America promised, and so women often would contribute to the household income. But what you see throughout the 1950s is a real praise of women in the home that keeps pushing the happiness that should come to women from being homemakers and mothers.
To describe these contradictory pressures on women, psychiatrists identified a new disorder, the housewife's blight. To cope with the problem, doctors began to prescribe antidepressants in record numbers. The drug of choice was Milltown.
Mr. Sandman, someone to hold would be so peachy before we're too old. So please turn on your magic.
By 1957, 3 years after the drug's release, Americans had consumed 1.2 million pounds of Milltown.
Bring us our dream.
Becoming more and more aware of a growing discontent, Betty Friedan tried to interest some of the women's magazines in an article on the issue, but none of her regular outlets would publish her findings.
The only thing I saw was an outline that said women have been brainwashed into being housewives, and it seemed to me pretty extreme. And so I said to her agent, I don't know what's happened to Betty, but I really am not interested in this.
And Red Book said, well, she's always written good stuff for us before, but she's gone off her rocker. Only the most neurotic women will identify with this.
To Friedan, part of the problem was that almost all of the women's magazines were run by men who were practicing a kind of unconscious censorship.
What I realized is that somehow that what I had written threatened the basic foundation or the basic boundaries of women's world as seen and perpetuated by the women's magazines, which I called then the feminine mystique.
She set out to write a book with the same title. When it was finally published in 1963, it became the handbook of a new feminist movement.
What I underestimated was how that book, as a scream of pain, would resonate with so many women for so many years and lead them to rethink their lives.
Sony, turn it on. Sony surround sound. Cool.
It's one of the many combinations that can make great things happen in your home.
Next?
Any way you put it together, it's maximum television. Only from Sony.
Son, do you think you could stand a few more words of advice from your old man?
Dad.
Just a little wedding night guidance from someone who's been there. Son, are you prepared?
Dad. Pepsid AC? For me?
Hors d'oeuvres?
Look at all this spicy food. You could be in agony. Pepsid AC can stop heartburn before it starts.
Before it starts, huh?
Wouldn't want heartburn keeping you up tonight now. Now, would we?
You can be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
Hi, guys.
The Document Company, Xerox.
There comes a time when you realize you've come about as far as you can on your own. And if you want your investments to go further, you're going to need someone with the expertise and the resources to help you go the distance. It's not an admission of failure. It's an admission of success. It's an acknowledgement of what you've got at stake here. That moment of truth when you say to yourself, okay, no more fun and games.
Smith Barney, they make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
What do you mean, what's happened to me?
I don't know. Except that you've lost your guts and all of a sudden I'm ashamed of you.
Tom and Betsy Rath should have been happy. They had managed to buy a new house. They had healthy children and a rising income. But for reasons they couldn't understand, they were deeply dissatisfied with their lives.
School.
Without talking about it much, Tom and Betsy Rath began to think of their house as a trap. And they no more enjoyed refurbishing it than a prisoner would delight in shining up the bars of his cell.
The mystery of a growing dissatisfaction was at the heart of the most famous 50s novel, The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit. It became a bestseller and a popular movie because it captured in very human terms a certain desperation that lingered behind the new affluence. The more money Americans made, the more they seemed to spend. No paycheck and no house ever seemed to be big enough.
The book was written as a protest against the conformity in which I felt I was being shoved. And I didn't reason that all out at the time. I thought it was just autobiographical, especially the first part of it.
When Sloan Wilson returned from the war, he and his wife, like Tom and Betsy Rath in the novel, were deeply insecure about what they had. Working at a steady but dull job, Sloan Wilson felt a terrible social pressure to do whatever it took to earn more money, buy a bigger house, and drink a better brand of gin.
I had friends who got involved with large boats, yacht clubs, country clubs, mansions, all this stuff, and went broke on $200,000 a year, and then found themselves owing back tax money. So this was really quite a common disaster.
During the 50s, a new consumer's aid was invented, the credit card. For the first time in history, average Americans could buy now and pay later. By the end of the decade, Sears had issued credit accounts to 1 out of every 5 American families. A nation of savers had become a nation of debtors, hustling to meet their monthly payments.
Well, I hear there's a spot opening up in public relations where I work, in United Broadcasting.
What would it pay?
Oh, I don't know. 8, 10,000, I guess, something like that.
Well, I could certainly do with 8 or 10,000. But I don't know anything about public relations.
Who does? You got a clean shirt, you bathe every day, and that's all there's to it.
The higher a man gets in business, the harder the moves get.
Climbing the ladder to success was a grim business. In the 50s, it was called the rat race, a competition to see who could be the best company man.
Man in the Great Flannel Suit touched a nerve. It's a great title. Am I a colorless man? Am I a functionaire at a high level? Have I lost control of my life? Do I belong to the corporation I work for rather than to myself? Have I made the right choice, or have I settled for something?
I mean, most of us worked for big corporations in those days. And the big corporation was in some ways more authoritative than the armed services were.
Glad to have you aboard, Tom.
Thank you, Gordon.
I was working for Time and Life shortly after I got out of the service, and a young man from the personnel department was dispatched to tell me that I was not dressed properly. He said, you really ought to go to Brooks Brothers and get a gray flannel suit.
We'd like to see something else. Perhaps dark gray.
But I suddenly realized it was a uniform of the day, that I was back in the service, that I had to dress like this. And I began very much to resent it. I've always, I suppose, like many writers, wondering, you know, what kind of man am I? Who am I? And I looked in the mirror one day and I said, I know what I am. I'm just a man in a gray flannel suit. One more of them.
In the novel, Tom Rath could never escape the memories of war.
Come on, Tom, we gotta get out of here. All right, get out of the way.
It's strange. I was only in the service 4 years and I'm 75 years old. It's a tiny part of my life, but maybe half of everything I've written is about the war. The feeling that you were a white knight was a wonderful feeling. That we are fighting the forces of evil and winning. And to get yourself together and run a good part, your own tiny part of the whole military machine, but to run it right. In my case, a small ship. We were jumped by a Japanese plane and we shot it down. It does confer a certain dignity upon a young man. You're left with all these powerful, churning emotions. And somehow, the whole scene has gone. You know, it's like somebody put off the movie projector.
Suddenly, Wilson, the war hero, like so many others, had become just another man on a train. Every day, suburban office workers streamed into the city. Every night, they staggered home, relieving the relentless pressure in the bar cars.
I drank a lot in those days, and almost everybody I knew did. You had to wait in Grand Central to get a train. Well, you waited at a bar and had a drink. Then you got on the train. That's boring, so you go in the bar car and have a drink. Then you get home, and there's a certain tension in getting home and seeing what's happening there, so you have a martini there. So you've had a lot of drinks before you even start drinking.
Good evening, children.
Tom Rath and Sloan Wilson were haunted by the emptiness of their lives. They were living a lie because they could not reveal to their wives the passion and the romance of their wartime memories.
You remember the terrible hunger, not just for sex, but for love, or for something good in your life.
I think everybody feels that he or she has some shadow over them, you know, that we can't quite get rid of. And I think what the resonance of this book is something that's applicable to a lot of his fellow Americans at that time.
Something did happen to me in the war. Something I've never told you about. I have another child, Betsy. A son. In Rome. I've never heard from his mother since we left there. But now she's written to me about it. I don't know how to make you realize the way things were then. Nobody knows who wasn't in the war. I killed 17 men I was actually looking at. Looking right straight at them. Not enemies at a distance that I couldn't see, but persons. Persons like you see in the train, in the elevator. Was having a child worse than things like that?
I don't know. Only the child has happened to me.
In the novel, Tom and Betsy Rath solved their problems by confronting them honestly. Sloan Wilson faced the truth of how trivial his life had become when a rival junior executive beat him to the job of holding the hat of Wilson's boss.
I realized I'd been one-upped and that he had seen that the hats should be taken. And I said to him meekly, "Can I hold my man's hat?" And then I started to laugh, and nobody had any idea why I was laughing. He didn't think it was funny. He said, "Yes, you may hold your man's hat." And I thought, I got to get out of here. You know, this is not a life for me. And the next day I did quit.
Sloan Wilson decided to become a full-time writer. When his first marriage ended in divorce, he sold his house and bought a sailboat where he now lives. Now remarried, he has produced a number of well-regarded novels, but none as successful as The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit.
I would think that if you asked Sloan Wilson, he would tell you that for the rest of his life, people came up and told him, "Your book spoke to me. You are the one that defined our generation."
For more than 50 years, Fidelity has revolutionized the mutual fund industry, and investors have often heard the sound of bulls stampeding down Wall Street. Now that Fidelity is innovating the brokerage business, you'll hear the sound of mice. IPO information, research, planning tools, and online trades as low as $14.95, all to help you make the most of your money. Fidelity Brokerage. Click on fidelity.com today.
Freedom is not given, but there are moments when it must be taken.
They were first detained off the coast of Long Island. The charge is murder.
This is the most important case ever come before this court, because what it concerns is freedom, the very nature of man.
Morgan Freeman, Anthony Hopkins, Jaimin Hunsu, Matthew McConaughey. A Steven Spielberg film. Amistad. Starts December 10th in select theaters, December 12th everywhere.
My sister discovered it. She said that I could save over AT&T on every call in the U.S. just by dialing 10321. So I told my brother in Atlanta.
I save 50% on all calls over 20 minutes. That's half off. So I told a friend in L.A.
You just dial 10321, then 1 the area code and the number.
And on it goes.
No fees.
There's no signing up.
And you get great international rates.
10321, that's all you got to remember.
Good news travels fast.
Fridays on A&E, it's Home Sweet Homes with the very, very, very fine houses of the rich and famous on America's Castles and on the Grand Tour.
One really travels through time.
It's a brand new series that takes you around the world and inside look at the most elegant and exclusive resorts. It's their homes from your house on our network, America's Castles and the Grand Tour. Fridays on A&E.
Today, there are more heartburn medicines than ever before. How do you choose? Simple. Choose the one that pharmacists recommend most, Pepcid AC. Today, they recommend Pepcid AC 2-to-1 over Zantac 75. In fact, they recommend it more than Zantac 75, Maalox, and Tums combined. But don't take my word for it. Ask your pharmacist which one's right for you. You can be heartburn-free with Pepcid AC.
By 1956, 1 year after the release of Gray Flannel Suit, there was a sense that the country was opening up. Interstate highways fanned out across the country. The U.S. Army replaced its mule unit and messenger pigeons with helicopters. New franchises opened up: Burger King, Midas Muffler, Kentucky Fried Chicken, along with the first indoor shopping mall. Remote-control banking and TV soap operas began. The first Godzilla movie arrived from Japan as Ampex sold its first videotape recorder. There were new words: brainstorming, head shrinker, industrial park, tranquilizer. Dear Abby began dispensing advice. Amidst all this, America's traditional values were about to be shattered by a housewife from New Hampshire.
We will worship God by singing hymn number 219, Faith of Our Father.
In the mid-1950s, the image of small-town America as a pure, incorruptible place was almost sacred. Then, in 1956, in one small town in New England, a writer known as Pandora in blue jeans set free the roiling passions that lurked below the surface of America's heartland.
Indian summer is like a woman, ripe, hotly passionate but fickle. She comes and goes as she pleases so that one is never sure whether she will come at all, nor for how long she will stay.
Gonna make love to me?
Oh, yes, of course.
One year, early in October, Indian summer came to a town called Peyton Place.
People were ashamed to be seen reading it. Everybody was talking about it.
It was sort of an atomic pile, and you dared not go anywhere near it.
I remember the diamond-hard nipples in the famous beach scene.
Whose nipples were they?
I can't remember what her name was.
Selena,
I don't. Names were unimportant.
Okay.
Body parts are what counted.
Everybody was furious. And my editor up at the Citizen, he called me in and he said, "You've written so many articles about this book coming out." He said, "I don't see how you could do that. That's a dirty book. I don't see how any woman could write a book like that."
The unlikely author of Peyton Place was a New Hampshire housewife with 3 children named Grace Metalius. In a way that was unusual for the time, Grace had written portraits of independent, passionate women and revealed shocking details about small-town life.
To a tourist, these towns look as peaceful as a postcard picture. But if you go beneath that picture, it's like turning over a rock with your foot. Everybody who lives in town knows what's going on. There are no secrets, but they don't want outsiders to know.
If I didn't care more than words can say.
Grace was born in 1924 in the French-Canadian ghetto of Manchester, New Hampshire. The famous Amiskeg textile mills had drawn so many workers from Quebec that the west side of town was known as Little Canada. To escape from the grim life of the mills and to shield herself from the tantrums of her alcoholic mother, Grace retreated into the world of books and dreamed of becoming a writer. In high school, Grace met George Metalius. He was poor and he was of Greek descent, something which horrified Grace's mother. But he was handsome and he had a car. Grace's dreams of romance withered in marriage. In the small town of Gilmanton, New Hampshire, George's annual salary as a high school principal was only $3,000.
I'm trapped in a cage of poverty and mediocrity. If I don't get out, I'll die.
Grace found her escape in her writing. A mother of 3, she had little interest in keeping up with the appearances suggested for a woman in the 1950s.
She wore a man's checked shirt, red and black, a pair of jeans, and shoes of some sort. And that's how she dressed, all the time.
Grace had started her novel before she moved to Gilmanton, but she began to draw more heavily on local stories.
There was a lot of sex where you go with somebody's husband and maybe produce a child of his. It was done a great deal in town here.
Don't you say things about my father. He was a wonderful man. Wonderful and fine and good. That's what I told you? Well, I lied. I lied about him because I was ashamed of him and of myself. Well, then why did you marry him? I didn't. And he didn't marry me because he already had a wife.
You had all these people that were supposed to act perfect in front of other people. And then behind closed doors, you had wife beating, you had alcoholism, you had child abuse, you had all kinds of really nasty stuff going down.
She was writing about battered women before we even had the term battered women, writing about domestic violence before we had that term. She was writing about the feminine mystique, and we didn't have that term. She was writing about things that we had no names for.
One of the most sensational local stories concerned a young girl who had murdered her father.
Grace wrote it as I told it to her, and it concerned a farm family here. What had happened was that the father molested his daughter for years.
About time I started teaching you something.
Lucas! Lucas, let me go! Lucas!
Never had nothing I ever wanted.
She killed him with the fire irons, and she and her little brother dragged him out to the sheep pen because in the winter you can't bury anybody here. The ground is hard. But the sheep lie on the ground in their pen, and they keep the ground soft.
You never expected Prince Charming to sweep you off your feet and take care of you the rest of your life. But you also never expected to do it all on your own. A good financial partner is critical. You want advice. You want ideas. So in the end, you can be in control of your own destiny. Damsel in distress? I don't think so.
Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Okay, they're gone. It's a ton of work, but we can do it. Meet the new Xerox DocuPrint M32. It prints 32 pages a minute.
On the network?
It sorts, too.
Wow, like a copier.
And can staple like this, and this, and this.
We don't do all that.
Xerox does. Tell them the best part, Pee-wee.
Starts at $2,900. Now we can go to lunch.
The Document Company, Xerox.
History is sweeping the world, and this is where the past comes alive. The History Channel.
Oh, yeah.
These moments of pure joy were made possible by Toys for Tots, sponsored by the Boys Club and Girls Club.
If I fall asleep, because I couldn't keep my eyes open, I remember thinking, if I fall asleep, I'm going to die.
About 25 to 50% of the class used heroin.
They'd probably sell their soul for heroin. They'd do anything for it.
I saw an H, an I, a V, and the circle had a red plus in it.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
When she finished the book, Grace's husband pushed her to send it off to publishers. But no one seemed to know how to take it. It contained graphic scenes of sex and violence. The main character was a smart, independent woman who seemed to enjoy sex and who wanted to work more than she wanted to marry. It was rejected by every publisher who saw it. Then, one day in New York City, the manuscript found its way to Julian Messner and Company, the only New York publishing house run by a woman. She saw the value in the book and had the power to get it published. Her name was Kitty Messner.
Kitty was halfway through it. She stayed up a good deal of the night. She was caught up by it, absolutely electrified by it. And she came in the next day, if I remember correctly, and said, "Here, read this." I was the editor of adult books for the company. And she said, "I love it." And she continued reading it while I went through the first part, and I agreed with her that this had a lot of potential. I'm not saying that we thought we had Peyton Place here. Kitty Messner was an extraordinary person, far ahead of her time. Kitty was tall, willowy, not beautiful, but stunning. She wore a beautifully tailored brown jacket and marvelous slacks when no one wore slacks. This is 1955, remember. She loved gambling. She was very liberal politically. She had a mouth like a longshoreman, but very charming.
She was a woman doing unconventional things in a man's world. Here was a book that said a woman could do unconventional things in a man's world. Kitty Messner called up Grace Metalius in New Hampshire and said, "Sweetie, I love your book."
Hey there, you with the stars in your eyes.
Kitty Messner sent for Grace. For the first time in her life, Grace traveled to New York City. The novel she had written between dishes in New Hampshire was going to be published.
Hey there,
So when she arrived in our office for the first time, dressed in a sort of flannel plaid shirt and blue jeans, it was quite remarkable. And she calculated that, I think. She knew that when you come to New York to meet your book publisher, you probably ought to wear a dress. But she very carefully came down and gave us all the finger. Both Kitty and Grace were rebels without a cause. They clicked immediately. They just were crazy about one another. And I think probably the fact that the women were sort of running the show in the book did appeal to both of them.
When Kitty Messner edited the book, she only asked for 2 substantial changes. She insisted that Grace tone down the incest and pushed her into adding another love scene.
So she got very annoyed, and she went over and sat down at the typewriter and bang, bang, bang. She typed it out.
Your legs are absolutely wanton. Please, she said. Please. And then, yes, 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 yes.
And she pulled it out of the typewriter and said, here's your sex. And it was a very nice bit of sex between the principal and the girl that ran the dress shop, Connie.
Howard Goodkind thought there might be a publicity angle in the Grace Metalia story.
And I said, it occurred to me that there are all over the United States thousands and thousands of women saying, if only I didn't have these kids, I could do something with my life. And here's a woman with 3 children living in what amounted to a tar paper shack up there, with a husband making, what, $2,000, $3,000 a year, a principal in a small school. And she was going to have a book published. I thought that's pretty exciting.
With $5,000, he hired a New York publicist and set off to Gilmanton to find a way to sell the novel by pushing Grace's story.
When we knocked on her door, we had to step over a pile of garbage to get in. I mean, literally. There were flies everywhere. And off in a corner was her typewriter and her little table and her chair. And that's where she wrote this book. I must say, my first reaction after getting over the first few minutes was to be even more impressed than I'd been before that she'd been able to accomplish this.
As New Yorkers like Goodkind began showing up in Gilmanton, townsfolk grew anxious about rumors that the book would expose local scandals. When locals pressured Grace to move and her husband was fired from his job, Grace told a reporter it was all on account of Peyton Place.
Now that takes a certain canniness, which is unusual for somebody living in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. And within a matter of a day or two, the headlines started to appear about censorship in New England.
There was a Boston newspaper that had huge headlines, teacher fired for wife's book. And I've compared those headlines with the headlines they had for World War II, and they were about the same size.
The Messner Company took out a full-page ad in the New York Times capitalizing on the controversy. It stirred up so much interest that advance orders pushed the book onto the bestseller list even before it hit the bookstores.
All of her publicity pictures at the time showed her in like lumberjack shirts and jeans or something. And I mean, it was a scandal. Her appearance was as much of a scandal as the book was.
Howard Goodkind promoted Grace as a mythic figure reborn in small-town America. He dubbed her Pandora in blue jeans.
The legend is that Pandora was the goddess that opened the box that she was not supposed to open. And it was just as much as if to say that her book let all the troubles that were bothering people out.
The naughty lady of Shady Lane has hit the town like a bomb. The back fence gossip ain't been this good since Mabel ran off with Tom. Our town was peaceful and quiet before she came on the scene. The lady has started a riot, disturbing the suburban routine.
We didn't have any idea at all what was going to happen. I thought we might end up making $1,500 and sold maybe 2,000 copies, 3,000 copies. That would have been good.
In the first month, Peyton Place sold 100,000 copies. Within 2 years, sales surpassed Gone with the Wind. Eventually, the paperback would sell over 8 million copies.
How she carries on with her admirers galore.
Everything simply exploded. Everybody wanted to meet this Grace Metalius.
People are surprised, Grace, that a book so full of sex and violence could have been written by you, a housewife and mother of 3 children.
Well, for heaven's sake, sex and violence is around all the time. This shouldn't be any surprise to anyone.
I knew a guy who had a special pocket sewn into his black jacket so that he could put Peyton Place in there and then pull it out. And, of course, it opened to the good parts.
I used to sneak my copy to school, and we'd take it into the washroom and read it to each other. I mean, it was very scandalous.
Peyton Place was banned in Rhode Island and Fort Wayne, Indiana. Under Tariff Provision 1201, Canada refused to allow the book to be imported. Undaunted Canadians smuggled copies in and read them in brown paper wrappers.
What do you think of the banning of literary works in general?
I think it's a rotten idea from the word go. I detest the idea behind it. I hate the feeling that anyone else in the world is going to tell me what I will be allowed to read, what I will be allowed to see. Because this is, to me, is the same as someone telling me what I'm going to be allowed to think.
The defenders of Peyton Place defended it on its social merits, that this tells what really takes place in small-town New England. I mean, it wasn't defended because it was fun to read the sex scenes. It was defended because it was honest and true.
20th Century Fox bought the rights to the book and produced a sanitized but star-studded movie version. When she received her rights fee of $125,000, Grace took the check down to the Gilmanton General Store and presented it as payment for a quart of milk.
Is it about the people of Gilmanton?
It certainly is not. It was 3/4 written before I ever moved to Gilmanton.
Where on earth, then, did they get the idea that it was about them?
Well, I think you can get very Freudian about that if you want to and start talking about guilt complexes and all that sort of thing. With me, I always simplified it and called it if the shoe fits, put it on. And apparently this is what the people of Gilmanton did.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Did you become a grandparent today? What if you did? How can we help you have more to share? Bank of America. Put her future in motion.
This holiday season, give a unique gift. A deluxe 12-month calendar from Kinko's, made with your own pictures.
I almost forgot.
And if you act now, you'll get a designer year-on-a-page calendar for free. Kinko's, the new way to holiday.
Sony Trinitron. Sony DVD video, awesome!
It's one of the many combinations that can make great things happen in your home.
Next?
Any way you put it together, it's maximum television. Only from Sony. They enticed men to the sea, to navigate the unknown, to roam the oceans in search of whales, to seek wealth and power, to search and destroy. Join us aboard the mighty vessels that captured our imaginations and changed the course of history. The exciting original documentary series, The Great Ships. Next on the History Channel.
Son, do you think you could stand a few more words of advice from your old man?
Dad.
Just a little wedding night guidance from someone who's been there. Son, are you prepared?
Dad, Pepsid AC? For me?
Hors d'oeuvres?
Look at all this spicy food. You could be in agony. Pepsid AC can stop heartburn before it starts.
Before it starts, huh?
Wouldn't want heartburn keeping you up tonight now. Now, would we?
You can be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
Hi, guys.
The Document Company, Xerox.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
As a public figure, Grace was suddenly open to criticism from people in the town who thought their secrets were being exposed, and critics at large who attacked her because, as a woman, she wasn't supposed to write like a man.
She told me, she said, people are going to hate me. And that's when she started to drink. I remember one morning at 9 o'clock, she arrived here with a 6-pack of beer, and I had never seen this in her before.
It was something within Grace that made it impossible for her to take advantage of that success and get some pleasure out of it. I think she searched everywhere for, it's a little corny, but for some kind of internal happiness, which she never seemed to be able to find. The times I knew her, she seemed excited about her success, but never really happy about it. I remember her being in tears a lot, right from the beginning. Later on, alcohol and tears.
Grace wrote a sequel to Peyton Place and 2 other novels. But high living, an unscrupulous agent, and a continuing battle with alcohol reduced Grace to poverty once more. In a last desperate attempt to generate some cash, she opened the Peyton Place Motel. It went out of business after 2 months. On February 25th, 1964, Grace Metalius died of liver disease.
People would call on the phone and they'd say, you know, don't bury Grace in Gilmanton, you know, get out of town, and we don't want her body here. Things like that. It was, I mean, she was dead. Who was she gonna hurt, you know?
Blue moon, you saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without love of my own.
While a TV series based on Peyton Place continued to make money for 20th Century Fox, Grace had sold all her rights. What was left of her estate was sold to pay for back taxes. In a final fire sale, a man named Joseph Stanton bought Metalius's precious typewriter for $75.
Do you think that Peyton Place will be remembered?
I doubt it very much.
You don't think that 25 years from now the name Peyton
heavens,
Place
no.
will mean anything?
Not at all.
Thank you, Grace. Grace Metalius.
Well, thank you for having me.
Without love of my own.
In the end, the town that Grace had exposed to the world reclaimed her. Her resting place remains a kind of marker of her struggle to speak honestly about men and women and the pent-up passion, anger, and conflict that lurked below the surface in the 1950s.
The 50s was sort of a waiting period. You had the feeling that the pressure was building up. Something was going to explode. And I think that in a funny way, Grace may have touched some of that.
I've met many people since then who said about their own town, wherever it was, Mississippi, Texas, Oregon, my town was a Peyton Place. I'd like to know whose town was not a Peyton Place.
The sexual openness Grace Metalius wrote about in Peyton Place reflected her own unsettled life. She divorced her first husband, George, to marry a disc jockey. Then she divorced him to remarry George. She and George were separated again before her death at age 39. But her book overtook Erskine Caldwell's God's Little Acre as the best-selling novel ever. Now here's a look at our next episode of the 50s. It's sex in the decade known for its modesty. Hugh Hefner and others planted the seeds of a sexual revolution that would blossom in the 60s.
Now, from the History Channel, you can own the collector's edition box set of David Halberstam's The 50s. Television, communism, and the Beat Generation. Call 1-800-708-1776. And for $99.95 plus shipping and handling, receive The 50s. All 7 episodes on 6 video cassettes. Call 1-800-708-1776 to order this special home video presentation. Coming up after the great ships, step in line with Generals Buford and Sheridan on Civil War Journal. And be sure to join us tomorrow night as our look back at the 50s continues at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific, here on the History Channel, where the past comes alive. Better watch out or we'll make you walk the plank. Climb aboard the pirate ships. Coming up next on The Great Ships.
History! History!
The History Channel special, The 50s, has been brought to you in part by Smith Barney.
There comes a time when you realize you've come about as far as you can on your own. And if you want your investments to go further, you're going to need someone with the expertise and the resources to help you go the distance. It's not an admission of failure. It's an admission of success. It's an acknowledgement of what you've got at stake here. That moment of truth when you say to yourself, okay, no more fun and games.
Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Sony Trinitron. Sony surround sound. Cool.
It's one of the many combinations that can make great things happen in your home.
Next?
Any way you put it together, it's maximum television. Only from Sony.
You run a small business. Too much work.
Largest facility of its kind, the Ephrata Rec Center. Single memberships are just $15.90 a month, and look what you can do. Swim in the pool, play basketball or racquetball, relax in the spa or game room, pump iron with free weights, or improve your look with selectorized and cardiovascular equipment or aerobics. And there's always activities for the kids. The Ephrata Rec Center helps you get fit and have fun for a price so low you have to check it out for yourself. The Ephrata Rec Center, South Academy Drive, just off Route 272, Ephrata.
Having a paint problem? Or maybe a hard time deciding on that perfect decorating scheme? Find the answers at Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Pike's has been family owned and operated for over 45 years. That means knowledgeable service for you with one of the largest lines of...
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Welcome to the History Channel. Mention the name Kinsey, and what comes to mind? If you were around in the 1950s, the answer is probably sex. Alfred Kinsey's study of sexual behavior sent shockwaves through post-war America. Our series, The 50s, continues with three pioneers who let sex out of the closet in that supposedly prim and proper decade. We begin with Kinsey, whose work remains highly controversial because, as it now turns out, his sample included a high percentage of convicts and sex offenders. But even if Kinsey's methodology was flawed, there's no questioning his impact. Join us now as the History Channel presents The 50s, Burning Desire.
The end of a perfect evening. But how do you say goodnight?
Don't, please.
Or it could go this way.
Well, so long.
Just like that. One more way.
I had loads of fun.
So did I.
Good night, Woody.
Night, Aunt.
Bum 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 bum.
Does she love me with all her heart?
The instructional films of the 50s seemed to capture the spirit of the age. Dating do's and don'ts, and no sex outside of marriage. But were we really doing what we were supposed to be doing? Or was there something else going on?
Well, it's a lover's question. I'd like to know. I'd like to know when she's not with me. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me thrill your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yes, this is it. This is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long.
Come on, baby, while the thrill is on. Come on, baby, let's have some fun. Come on, baby.
But this is our first date.
I know what you're going to say, and I could tell you what you're going to say because I know what it is because I heard it before. You're going to say that I wouldn't respect you, right?
Well,
right? Listen, Ginny, I want to tell you right here and now that I would respect you like crazy. I would respect you. Listen, you can't even imagine how I would respect you. I just want to make that point very clear.
Well, are you sure you wouldn't just be grateful?
No!
I think like most red-blooded American boys, I was dedicating myself to a life of sin and generally failing. You're a young male, you know, in hormone overload in a period before the pill, remember, where every woman that you knew seemed to be protecting her virginity on moral grounds, but was really protecting it on practical grounds.
Is that okay?
Do you think you're going to go to college?
With boys, you had to really control the situation sexually. You know, nothing below the neck, you know, for certain boyfriends. So they could go only so far and no further. It was a huge decision if you finally decided to go all the way, which is what they called it then. It was a huge decision and a risk.
In the post-war era, local authorities in 50 American cities censored movies and banned books and comics dealing with sex or crime. TV censors forbade The Lucy Show to use the word pregnant, and the New York Times campaigned against the immodesty of bathing suits. Sex outside of marriage was a criminal act in many states, and doctors were jailed for discussing birth control with their patients.
The decade of the 50s was one of public repression and private liberty. I was in my early 30s. You felt that the matron across the dining table was getting ready for some sort of sexual adventure. You knew it wouldn't happen to you, but it was in the air. There was something in the air about opening up the society.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
I guess I've been bringing the office home with me, because lately I've had some pain at night, and I just couldn't get to sleep. And then I'd worry about taking something. I mean, I'm at work pretty early, you know. How would I feel? But then I tried Tylenol PM. That's something I can trust. Well, the Tylenol PM stopped my pain. It helped me sleep. Next morning, I'm up and out and ready for my day. Nothing like a good night's sleep.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM.
Dreams. That's what it's all about, dreams, and to believe that you can reach them. I had no idea of playing baseball for a living because all the people I saw playing was white. That's Oscar Charleston.
Okay, put Oscar in his column.
All right.
Now you have a baseball card.
People want to know the history of Negro League baseball. I want to move the logo down on Satchel Paige's chest. I'm playing with some of the greatest athletes that ever lived. Oscar Charleston, Buck Leonard, Satchel Paige. I wish you could have seen them.
You got the internet?
I don't have the internet. This should be passed on. I would sell baseball cards over the internet. Huh?
You could.
Who ever heard of the internet? The whole world will be able to see and hear what I'm saying. That's progress. Yeah, the grandson of a slave. Progress. Woo! And a lot of things happen to you in 85 years, man.
Pete heard about it from his neighbor.
10-3-2-1.
And he passed it on to Beth.
With 10-3-2-1, I save over AT&T on every call within the U.S.
And save 50% off all calls over 20 minutes.
Just dial 10-3-2-1 from home, then make your call as usual.
And the charges appear on your regular phone bill.
A call to my brother in New York used to cost $8. Now it's $4.
Plus, get great international rates.
Mexico.
10,
3,
2.
Why, good news travels fast.
Pass it on.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Oh, take it easy. Oh, those cats.
The frank treatment of sex in A Streetcar Named Desire caused a sensation on Broadway and on the screen. The author of the play, Tennessee Williams, was openly homosexual in a period when that was a crime.
Hey, Stella!
A Streetcar Named Desire made it clear that men and women had strong sexual appetites that could not be contained by the social pressures of the time.
Streetcar really exploded on Broadway, and it reached one of the great squares of America in that era. A professor at Indiana University with a crew cut and a bow tie named Alfred Kinsey. He was immediately jolted by the play because he felt that he had been working in the same vineyard as Tennessee Williams, who was also trying to fight his way through all the myth and superstition and darkness so that sexuality could be brought out in the open, discussed, understood, and so much of the darkness wiped away.
You don't believe me, baby.
Alfred Kinsey was obsessed with sex. He had collected scores of erotic films and magazines and interviewed over 5,300 men about their sex lives. Behind the doors of his sex institute, Alfred Kinsey was trying to understand the irrepressible lust in the heart of America.
Did you say I've got a lot to learn? Well, don't think I'm trying not to learn. Since this is the perfect spot to learn. Oh, teach me tonight.
In 1948, Kinsey released his first findings, Sexual Behavior in the Human Male.
ABC of it.
Published in a small academic press, it was 804 pages with no pictures and weighed 3 pounds. But it became an overnight sensation and a bestseller. It was known simply as the Kinsey Report.
The Kinsey reports showed that Americans were doing what they weren't supposed to be doing.
Society was quite conservative. That's why people were outraged when we showed that the great majority of people had premarital intercourse and that the incidence of adultery was higher than anyone thought. And they're particularly vexed by our high incidence of homosexual activity.
Excited by the material, one Hollywood producer tried to option the report. An admirer sent Kinsey a come-hither telegram.
Anxious to meet you. Please telephone me. Warwick Hotel.
If Mae West had known Kinsey, she would have been disappointed. He was a Boy Scout who married the first girl he ever dated.
We always laughed when Mrs. Kinsey came in with anything. She once said to
New York Times reporter that she hardly ever saw her husband now that he had taken up sex.
On Sunday nights, the Kinseys would host a musicale. They invited professors and graduate students to sip tea and listen to records from their classical collection. But when the wife of one faculty member dared to suggest a boogie-woogie record, she was never invited back. As a biologist, Kinsey was a passionate collector, famous for categorizing edible wild plants and gall wasps. Kinsey's collecting would turn from insects to human beings when he was asked to teach the biology section of a popular 50s phenomenon, the marriage course.
I needed a marriage course. When we grew up, your parents never told you anything about sex.
That's right. That's right.
It was not talked about. And I thought, well, I guess it's time I learned something.
Students came to me with questions concerning sex. They wanted scientific data. I went to the scientific data, and I discovered that there was practically nothing known about human sexual behavior in comparison with what we knew about the sexual behavior of other animals and in comparison with what we knew about the activities of other parts of the human body.
I don't know what she's going to say.
Well, I thought, oh, you could get pregnant by just being close to somebody. That's how naive I was.
I'll bet we could get some advice from the marriage counselor over at the church. His name is Hall. Phil told me about him. He teaches a course in marriage and family living at the college.
There was probably an early physical reaction, a romantic attraction that pulled you together, a love appeal that hits you sort of boing. But it takes more than this boing. For you see, if you're too far apart psychologically, if your backgrounds are not similar enough, it can cause a great deal of argument and unhappiness until it's gone.
Where'd it go?
That's what
we had a course called Modern Living, which was taught by our dean, Dean McIntosh. She gave a lecture on the reproductive organs, you know, and I remember we were going to be tested on this and running, you know, running down Broadway toward the hall where we were going to be tested and running into a classmate of mine who said, "Quick, what are the male sex organs?"
Kinsey's concerns about sexual ignorance drove him to scientific research. With financial support from the Rockefeller Foundation, he established the Kinsey Institute for Sex Research to assemble, collate, and analyze sex histories from a broad cross-section of American men and women. Struck by the tensions between sexual habits and the social mores of the time, Kinsey was fascinated by the phenomenon of petting. In the 40s and 50s, petting was condemned by law in every American state and practiced by 95% of young adults.
Within the safety of a steady relationship, young people necked and petted and explored sexually as long as the line wasn't crossed, as long as the girl or the woman remained technically a virgin.
Look, you're going to give me goosebumps.
Really?
I'll cut it out.
Never. Coward.
Oh, really?
Both boys and girls are mature many years before the average age of marriage. What sort of advice can we give for teenagers to reconcile the difference between their biological development and our social demands upon them at that age?
The key to Kinsey's research was the taking of sex histories. At a time when the very mention of sex was taboo, Kinsey had to persuade people to reveal the most intimate details of their lives.
He was a champion at rapport building. He would be very casual, as though he had all the time in the world. When it came time for the questions, he would always look you square in the eye. So he would gain the confidence by a kind of non-judgmental quality that he had.
When I did my interview with him, I felt no embarrassment. He just made you feel very comfortable. And I wasn't used to talking about sex, and I just felt okay.
He was exhilarated by this work, by finding out, by going into the darkness. I mean, I think Kinsey must have thought of himself like an explorer on a new continent.
The Magellan of the bedroom, Alfred Kinsey set out to map America's uncharted sexual territory.
Come on over, baby. Whole lot of shaking going on.
Kinsey listened to the sex lives of farmers and housewives, professors and prostitutes, churchgoers and convicts. In Chicago, he disappeared from view when he discovered an enormous gay subculture forced underground.
And he just disappeared. No one knew he was doing this. And found, he spent 5 days, it's an extraordinary picture, really. This stooped, scholarly professor of 45, and he picked up 3 men, I think, in 5 days. He didn't want sex with them. He wanted to find out about what they did.
With his bow tie and crew cut, Kinsey became a recognizable figure in the gay bars around New York's Times Square. To find willing interview subjects, he hired a local hustler named Herbert Hunky.
A hunky was sort of a scout to bring people in from Times Square at, I don't know, $5 a head or something like that. And Kinsey had come to focus just during this small, short period of time on the floating population of Times Square, because there were a lot of hustlers, a few junkies, women of the evening. A very tolerant atmosphere, a very healthy atmosphere, actually, not at all like now. Not sleazy, or not that sleazy. And so Burroughs and Kerouac and I were all interviewed for the Kinsey Report. And Dr. Kinsey interviewed me, actually. So we're built into these statistics, sexual activity of the American male.
Homosexuals are very friendly, and were particularly friendly then, I think. And this you notice right through as he gets into them. To find someone who appreciated them, who was interested in them, did not condemn them. They flocked to him, you know.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Did you become a grandparent today? What if you did? How can we help you have more to share? Bank of America. Put her future in motion.
If any product bearing the Good Housekeeping seal proves to be defective within 2 years of purchase, Good Housekeeping will replace or refund the price paid for it. No other magazine in the world offers this kind of service to its readers.
Dear, I want to talk to you about our retirement.
Oh, I have so many plans.
We can't.
We can't what?
Retire. We can't retire. You might even think about taking a second job.
Kidding.
Remember how we used to talk about putting some money aside?
Yes.
Well, we never did.
How did that happen?
Who knows? Listen, you like to get outside, don't you? Cut the grass. Lots of yards in this neighborhood. I see income potential here.
Don't let this happen to you. Plan with Alliance today. You, your financial advisor, and Alliance Capital, one of the largest investment managers in the world.
Thursday nights on A&E. She will haunt you, seduce you. She may even kill you. She is the sea, and she has 1,000 secrets. Sea tales. Then, can you believe what cannot be explained? You will. The unexplained. Secrets from the sea and stories from beyond. Sea tales and the unexplained. Thursdays beginning at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific on A&E.
Okay, they're gone. It's a ton of work, but we can do it. Meet the new Xerox DocuPrint N32. It prints 32 pages a minute. On the network? It sorts, too. Wow, like a copier. And can staple like this, and this, and this. Printers don't do all that. Xerox does. Tell them the best part, Pee-wee. Starts at $2,900. Now we can go to lunch.
The Document Company, Xerox.
It was the first night of our vacation. Between my aching back and all the excitement, I just couldn't get to sleep. My mind was racing. Should I take something? How would I feel in the morning? Well, I tried some Tylenol PM. That's the name I can trust. The Tylenol PM stopped my pain. It helped me sleep. Good decision. Next morning, we walked along the beach before breakfast. Pretty romantic.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
In 1953, Kinsey braced himself for the reaction to his second volume, Sexual Behavior in the Human Female. The press and public awaited its release with anticipation and fear.
The heat is on, the heat is on. You better not get near my lips tonight. I've got a kiss like a flame. And if you touch my lips, you might ignite, and you would have yourself to blame. The heat is on.
A very high percentage of women were having sex before marriage, albeit with men to whom they were engaged. A very high percentage of women were petting with men, that they weren't engaged to.
Got an awful lot of oats that haven't been sown. They might start a chain
Out comes Kinsey and says, this wonderful woman, she sleeps with people outside her marriage. In a sense, a very earthy, useful, down-to-earth corrective. Well, America just couldn't take it.
That the heat is on.
In our society back in those days, we still had this sort of good girl, bad girl dichotomy. They're either Madonnas or whores or something. And it upset people to find that most women were in between.
Have you formed any opinions about the book as a result of your reading?
I wouldn't like to read the book.
You would not like to read it? Do you approve or disapprove of the book?
I disapprove of it. I think he speaks to the wrong kind of people, because I don't think the average person feels that way.
I think it's a waste of a brilliant man's time and money, and I don't think that any decent woman would give a man her opinions on such a matter. I know I wouldn't.
I think it's a good thing. I think the more you know about anything, the better you can do it, and the better you do it, the more successful you are, irrespective of what it is. If Kinsey wouldn't spend so much time on sex, he'd have a little much more time for his wife. I think ignorance is the thing that's wrong, not the knowledge about anything. Whether or not you agree with it isn't the point. It's the knowledge of it that makes it important. Then after you know about it, then you form your opinion.
Kinsey became a kind of pop star, drawing enormous crowds for his lectures on sexual behavior. Polls showed that a majority of Americans supported Kinsey's work, and inquisitive readers turned the female volume into another bestseller. The criticism for the second volume was much more hostile than for the first. Clergymen attacked him on moral grounds, calling his work animalistic. One congressman said the book contributed to the depravity of a whole generation and convened a committee to demand that the post office bar the book from the mails.
Some of this came up in a congressional subcommittee. We were insulting American womanhood. All of this destruction of our Judeo-Christian morality, which we were attempting to do, obviously, would result in making it easier for a communist takeover.
Kinsey began to realize that he was under siege and that his funding might be cut off. And at that point, I think he became extremely sensitive, and he tried to get the people from the Rockefeller Foundation to come out to Bloomington to see what they were doing. But it was very threatening because he was suggesting things about the daily fabric of their lives. Kinsey was saying, "Sir, it's in your own home."
Late in 1953, Kinsey lost the support of the Rockefeller Foundation.
Why do you whisper green grass? Why tell the trees what ain't so? Whispering grass, the trees don't have to know. No, no.
Kinsey tried to compensate by working harder. As he began to suffer from insomnia, his friends begged him to slow down. But he refused, and only 3 years after the female volume was published, his heart gave out.
Don't need to know. some men have named you. You're so like the lady with the mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you for that Mona Lisa strangeness in your smile? Do you smile to tempt a lover, Mona Lisa? Or is this your way to hide a broken heart? Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there and they die there. Are you warm? Are you really Mona Lisa? Are just a cold, lonely, lovely work of art.
She's an enormously luminescent figure because there is both the stunning beauty and sexuality, and then at the same time with her, the vulnerability. She arrived at the right moment when the country was about to renegotiate its Calvinist Puritan origins. I mean, she's a great comedian, so that she's at once sexual and she's also mocking that sexuality.
Is there anything I can do for you? What a ridiculous statement.
Mr. Grunion, I want you to help me.
I have a little sand left. What seems to be the trouble?
Some men are following me.
Really? I can't understand why.
Like Mona Lisa, Marilyn's appeal depended on what men read into her smile. I've never fooled anyone, she once said. I let men fool themselves. They were obviously loving someone I wasn't. When they found this out, they would blame me for disillusioning them. She was both innocent and deeply sexual. Like Kinsey, her troubles began when she was caught between the way things really were and the way they were supposed to be. In 1949, needing $50 to pay for her second-hand car, Marilyn agreed to pose in the nude for a photographer named Tom Kelly.
Kelly remembered that she was nervous that the nudity might hurt her career, and I guess he talked her out of it, and she took off her clothes, and out of that came this famous calendar cover, as she later said, with nothing on but the radio.
The calendar photo became famous, but for many years, no one knew that it was Marilyn. So her career as America's most wholesome sex symbol continued to soar. Late in 1952, Fox received an anonymous phone call from a blackmailer threatening to reveal that Marilyn was the calendar nude. Saying it would destroy her career, Fox pressured Marilyn to deny it. But Marilyn's response surprised everyone. When Marilyn told the truth, her fans embraced her for it. Americans seemed to want more honest talk about sex, a popular attitude that would be exploited by another.
One of the people who saw that great Marilyn Monroe calendar was the repressed, sexually obsessed young square in Chicago, a failed cartoonist named Hugh Hefner.
From a small apartment in Chicago, Hugh Hefner watched the Marilyn controversy with great interest. Though he had no money and little experience in publishing, he believed that if he could find a way to buy the rights to the calendar photo, he could launch a magazine that would challenge the repressive sexual climate of the 1950s. Marilyn Monroe would be the lure for readers whom Hefner hoped would share his fantasies of a lifestyle blending fast cars and philosophy, men's clothes, and naked women.
I thought I did everything right. Started saving early,
Bought stocks from one firm, mutual funds from several. I had investments, but no control. Then I called Fidelity.
Fidelity's Ultra Service account can consolidate your investments and give you control, so you can buy mutual funds, trade stocks, and manage cash in one account on one statement from one company.
Control your investments, or they could control you.
To learn more and receive an account kit, call 1-800-FIDELITY.
Hi, guys.
The Document Company, Xerox.
Track the evolution of firepower, weapons at war. Tonight at 11 Eastern, 12 Pacific on the History Channel.
Sweetheart.
These moments of pure joy were made possible by Toys for Tots, sponsored by the Boys Club and Girls Club.
If I fall asleep, because I couldn't keep my eyes open, I remember thinking, if I fall asleep, I'm going to die.
About 25 to 50% of the class used heroin.
They'd probably sell their soul for heroin. They'd do anything for it.
I saw an H, an I, a V, and the circle had a red plus in.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
I discovered that the John Baumgarth Company, a calendar company that was located very close to where I grew up on the west side of Chicago, owned the rights to the Tom Kelly calendar picture. So I went out there and I walked out of there with the rights to reproduce the picture for $500, and he threw in the color separations. Now, the color separations would have cost me more than $1,000 by themselves.
Because of the Monroe photo, every young male of 19, 20 went out and bought a copy. I think they thought maybe if they could sell 30,000 copies, they'd be lucky. And they sold 53,000. And he was in business. He went out and bought a used Studebaker car, and he now had a magazine and a kind of crusade.
Hefner wanted to take sex out of the dark, to make it as wholesome as a party game. Sex can be fun, said Playboy, if you don't think it's a sin.
I think there's a direct connection between my attitudes towards sexual repression and Playboy and the very repressive Puritan home that I grew up in. My home was a typically Midwestern, Methodist, very repressed home in which no emotion was shown in the home, and sex was a subject that was simply never talked about.
There was no drinking, smoking, or swearing in the Hefner household. Outside the house, when his mother took Hefner to the local swimming pool, she was uncomfortable at the sight of so much naked flesh.
When I was very young, I equated love of any form to the romantic love that I saw in the movies when I was a kid growing up.
Good morning. I love you.
Good morning. I love you.
I saw Tarzan and his mate in 1934. And that connection between man, woman, animals, nature had tremendous meaning for me when I was a kid.
Are you sure there isn't another woman?
Woman, man.
That's the way it should be, Tarzan.
Hefner married the first girl he slept with, but after 2 children, the relationship soured. Suddenly, he felt trapped, a prisoner of marriage.
Trapped? Is that what marrying me means to you, a trap?
Well, in a way, yes.
You don't care about anything or anybody but yourself.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm not going to trap you. I won't be a ball and chain around your neck. You're free. You're free as a bird, and you can do whatever you want to do.
Ellen. Ellen.
Freedom from marriage is what Hefner was after. In the 50s, that was a radical idea. Sex without obligation.
Our first story will come from the 30-year-old brain behind the hottest property in the publishing world. He's Hugh Hefner, editor and publisher of Playboy magazine. By occupation, he is an expert on American women. Chicago Magazine quoted you to the effect that sex will always be a primary ingredient of the magazine. Isn't that really what you're selling? Kind of a high-class, dirty book?
No, I don't think so at all. There's an important distinction here.
Oh, with this, I think that you'll agree. It's a sniggering kind of sex. It's a lascivious kind of sex. It certainly isn't a healthy approach to sex, Hugh. You wouldn't suggest that it is.
I would not only suggest it, I would say it rather strongly. We consider it a pretty healthy attitude.
Pretty healthy.
He was going to free the sexual slaves. And I thought it an adolescent notion at the time, and it made me vaguely uncomfortable. By the time he went on Nightbeat in 1956, Hefner had struck a nerve in America. He was willing to talk openly about some of the things that had been, in a sense, forbidden.
We like our partner. We enjoy mixing up a cocktail and an hors d'oeuvre or two, putting a little mood music on the phonograph, and inviting in a female for a quiet discussion on Picasso, Nietzsche, jazz, sex.
Can't you just see the young woman who's been invited to come in from across the hall, and she just gets a telephone call from her parents back in Terre Haute, and she says, I have to run. And they say, why? I'm calling you. And she says, no, I have to go across the hall to talk about Nietzsche with Hugh Hefner.
Playboy made it clear that finding playmates was easier if you had the right accessories. Playboy offered instant sophistication, initiating young men in a fraternity of style.
I always thought the most important thing in Playboy practically was the Playboy advisor. For many of the people who were first-generation college educated, their parents hadn't been to college, it was teaching them, I'm going out to dinner, we're having roast beef. Do I order a red wine or a white wine? The check is broad. How much do I tip? Do I tip the wine steward? It was how to come to terms in an age where you're more affluent, to get the accompanying sophistication to go with it. And he was teaching them also to try and do it with pleasure, to enjoy it, to enjoy this new, more materialistic, more affluent American century.
I think all through my life, before I started Playboy, I was unfocused and very uncertain as to what I was going to do. From the moment in which I decided I was going to do Playboy, it was almost like I changed into a different person.
I dig chicks. A chick's a man's best friend. I dig chicks. To me, chicks are the end. I dig dogs.
Hefner reinvented himself as the hero in a male sex fantasy, one that all of the magazine's readers could share.
I dig Polly and Molly, and by golly, I dig Mildred too.
The message in the centerfold, quite frankly, was good girls like sex too. And that, of course, is very, very revolutionary because, we had that dualism in our religious heritage that suggested that only bad girls like sex.
Playboy's girl next door was the ultimate fantasy. Through Hefner's magical looking glass, every bank teller and every librarian could become a beautiful and willing playmate.
Stepping briskly into an LA library, we found our eyes dazzled. The part-time librarian who offered us informed assistance struck us immediately as playmate potential.
there was any laughter or joy to it. He seemed very much the modern descendant of that same Calvinist ethic, although trying to turn it around on sexuality.
Hefner cast himself as a leader of the sexual revolution, but he seemed uncomfortable with the role. In a TV series he produced, Hefner strained to work the room as if a stranger at his own party.
Oh, hello there. Welcome to Playboy's Penthouse. I'm Hugh Hefner, editor-publisher of Playboy magazine. And Playboy's Rabbit...
To me, he never seemed like a fellow who had much fun. He'd have these huge parties full of these ladies in bouffant hairdos and very, very heavy superstructures. And everybody would be running around drinking. And Huey would be there puffing his pipe and guzzling his perennial bottle of Pepsi-Cola. But he always reminded me of a sober businessman, the sort of pious Methodist businessman who in the early frontier days would have gone to church and made a lot of money selling liquor to the Indians on the side.
Playboy offered an appealing fantasy to men in the 50s, but the girls next door were hardly that. They were airbrushed paintings of distant bodies, seemingly available but never attainable, except for one man, Hugh Hefner, who captured them all under his magnifying glass.
Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Are just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art? Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa.
I guess I've been bringing the office home with me, because lately I've had some pain at night, and I just couldn't get to sleep. And then I'd worry about taking something. I mean, I'm at work pretty early, you know. How would I feel? But then I tried Tylenol PM. That's something I can trust. Well, the Tylenol PM stopped my pain. It helped me sleep. Next morning, I'm up and out and ready for my day. Nothing like a good night's sleep.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM.
Freedom is not given, but there are moments when it must be taken.
They were first detained off the coast of Long Island. The charge is murder.
This is the most important case ever come before this court, because what it concerns is freedom, the very nature of man.
Morgan Freeman, Anthony Hopkins, Jaimin Hunsu, Matthew McConaughey, a Steven Spielberg film, Amistad. Starts December 10th in select theaters, December 12th everywhere.
Mom, Dad, you were always there for me when I was growing up. And I'd like to always be there for you, but I won't.
What's the problem?
Well, I just never got around to investing any money.
Oh, dear.
Hey, older people are getting more active all the time. To be honest, I think that's what's wrong with this country. It just doesn't realize how valuable you old folks are. Plenty of good jobs out there for hardworking people like yourselves. Now you two get out there and make me proud.
Don't let this happen to you. Plan with Alliance today. You, your financial advisor, and Alliance Capital, one of the largest investment managers in the world.
There comes a time when you must step beyond the threshold, beyond the horizon, beyond fiction, to the true stories of true heroes and real people doing the extraordinary. True action adventures.
Next on the History Channel.
Okay, they're gone. It's a ton of work, but we can do it. Meet the new Xerox DocuPrint M32. It prints 32 pages a minute.
On the network?
It sorts, too.
Wow, like a copier.
And can staple like this, and this, and this.
Printers don't do all that.
Xerox does. Tell them the best part, Pee-wee.
Starts at $2,900. Yeah, we can go to lunch.
The Document Company, Xerox.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Tonight, we go after the story of the woman who violated convention and bucked powerful opposition to lead the birth control movement in America. You see her behind me. She's Mrs. Margaret Sanger, who was thrown into jail 8 different times for her efforts.
When we decided to book Margaret Sanger, the sponsor, Philip Morris, was not especially happy. And the network was not especially happy because it was well known that she had an antipathy toward the Catholic Church on the issue of birth control.
They're celibates. They don't know love. They don't know marriage. They know nothing about bringing up children or any of the marriage problems of life. And yet they speak to people as if they were God.
Well, the natural law, they say, is that, first of all, the primary function of sex in marriage is to beget children. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with it 100%.
Your feeling is what, then?
My feeling is love and the attraction between men and women. In many cases, the very finest relationship has nothing to do with bearing a child. It's secondary.
You simply had to admire her for the courage that she showed, for the determination that she showed, and not just on that half-hour broadcast, but what her life had been.
Margaret Sanger's commitment to birth control began when she was a child, traumatized by the death of her mother.
Margaret Sanger's mother died at the age of 49. I'd like to say died of old age because she had had 18 pregnancies, 11 of them bringing forth children, 7 of them resulting in miscarriages. And there's a family story that says that Margaret Sanger leaned across her mother's coffin at the funeral, pointing directly at her father and saying, "You caused this."
As a nurse in the tenements of New York's Lower East Side, Margaret Sanger saw other families like hers.
Dear Mrs. Sanger, I am 30 years old and have been married 14 years and have 11 children. If I could tell you all the terrible things that I have been through with my babies and children, you would know why I would rather die than have another one. So please, pity me and help me.
Dedicating her life to educating women about birth control, Sanger became a notorious crusader. For more than 20 years, she sought her own holy grail, a birth control pill that women could swallow as easily as aspirin. In the 50s, with money from a sympathetic heiress, Sanger went looking for a scientist to turn her dreams into a reality. The man she found was Gregory Pincus. An expert in reproduction, Pincus was famous for a 1939 experiment in which he astounded the world by fertilizing rabbit eggs in a test tube.
He was on the frontier of work in genetics, and it made people uneasy. There were attempts to caricature him in the popular press as a kind of Frankenstein who would, create children without fathers.
The hysterical reaction to Pincus's experiments helped push him out of Harvard University. By the time Sanger and McCormick found him, Pincus was doing basic research in Massachusetts in a group of old houses known as the Worcester Foundation. Margaret Sanger arranged a dinner with Pincus and asked him if it was possible to make a birth control pill. Pincus said it was, and that he was the man to do it. When his wife was skeptical about the prospect of such a pill, Pincus responded, "Lizushka, in science, everything is possible." Much of the scientific work had already been done. In Mexico, in the roots of yams, a renegade scientist had discovered a cheap and plentiful source of progesterone, the hormone released by females during pregnancy to prevent conception. Pincus knew that it was possible for women to gain birth control by taking doses of progesterone and so fooling their bodies into thinking they were pregnant, even when they weren't.
I once heard someone say that genius involved taking the old facts and looking at them in a new way. And I think that what my father did in this instance was take information he was already aware of and knew about and be able to look at it from a different perspective. That was his genius.
There were social problems. In Massachusetts, the transmission of information on birth control was a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. The work that was being done in the Worcester Foundation could not even be discussed in polite conversation. Medical terms on reproductive biology were largely unknown to the general public.
church groups and school groups would come through here. One time they came, and we were castrating hundreds of rats. And they were so enchanted with all these testes that we kept taking out and throwing off to one side. And they have a beautiful blood pattern on them. So they wanted to know more and more and more about this. And I couldn't explain it to them in terms that were socially acceptable. I tried everything. Finally, I got down to 4-letter words. And I greeted each group. Either it was dead silence or it was giggles. There was nothing in between. But it was the kind of language that nobody ever spoke.
By the late 50s, Pincus was ready to do extensive human field trials on the use of the pill.
They knew they could not do the trials in the United States. In the state of Massachusetts, where they both were located, it would be absolutely illegal to be looking for a contraceptive.
The first trials were conducted in Puerto Rico and Haiti. Both countries invited Pincus in because of their concern about the dangers of overpopulation. Pincus's daughter, Laura, helped with the trials.
There was a woman there whose husband was the head of tourism. She was a social worker. She was the social worker for the new clinic. And as we drove through the streets in her chauffeur-driven car, people hung on to the car, begging for information about birth control.
19-year-old girls with 10 children, all by different fathers. They were desperate.
In 1960, Sanger's dream was realized when the pill was approved for use. The pill was effective in combating birth rates, but evidence suggested that something else was going on.
In the town of Northborough, where Pincus lived, the pills were being used by the daughters with aspirin being substituted for the mother's little box, with the mother subsequently getting pregnant.
The real impact of the pill would be felt by young women who would find a sexual freedom their mothers could only have dreamed of.
I mean, I thought we were going to help these people that had all the children they wanted and had more than they wanted, didn't want any more. That's what I thought we were doing. I didn't think we were going to turn the world upside down.
Womp bom balloon bom 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 to the boot, oh root, to the boot, oh root, to the boot.
The advent of the pill was part of a bigger change in American society, a breaking free of old bonds and restrictions.
Womp bom balloon bom 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 bom.
While rhythm and blues was changing the beat of American music, Southern blacks were demanding their civil rights. An attempted ban on a poem called Howl was struck down, and Bridget Bardot first appeared on American screens. Elvis the Pelvis was topping the American music charts at the very same time that Goody Pincus and Margaret Sanger were handing out their first birth control pill.
Oh, Rudy, oh, womp bom balloon bom bam boom.
I thought all the things that contributed to the sexual revolution in the 60s were seeded in the 50s. It was an increasingly sophisticated society that was trying to push down the barriers of this narrow Puritanism. And then, of course, when you had the dramatic change in technology with the coming of the pill, the explosion took place. The revolution came on.
The sexual revolution was not without its downside. In the 50s, only about 8% of births were to single mothers. It's now more than 25%. And some of the revolutionaries, like Margaret Sanger, had repugnant ideas. Sanger suggested illiterates and criminals be sterilized, and she talked about creating a race of thoroughbreds. Now here's a look at our next episode of the 50s. The movement that couldn't be stopped. Black Americans, invisible in so many ways, decided to be seen and heard.
Now, from the History Channel, you can own the collector's edition box set of David Halberstam's The 50s. Television, communism, and the Beat Generation. Call 1-800-708-1776. And for $99.95 plus shipping and handling, receive The 50s. All 7 episodes on 6 video cassettes. Call 1-800-708-1776 to order this special home video presentation. From primitive mortar shells on the Western Front to precision-guided missiles over Iraq, Trace the lineage of smart bombs, coming up in an hour on Weapons at War. And for more information on the 50s, including a 50s timeline, visit the History Channel online at www.historychannel.com.
One small step for man, one giant leap for the History
Fast
Channel.
boats and fast cars and the daredevil drivers that made history. Coming up next on True Action Adventures.
I'm finding some beautiful moon rocks here.
The History Channel special, The 50s, has been brought to you in part by Alliance Capital.
Dear, I want to talk to you about our retirement.
Oh, I have so many plans.
We can't.
We can't what?
Retire. We can't retire. You might even think about taking a second job.
Kidding.
Remember how we used to talk about putting some money aside?
Yes.
Well, we never did.
How did that happen?
Who knows? Listen, you like to get outside, don't you? Cut the grass. Lots of yards in this neighborhood. I see income potential here.
Don't let this happen to you. Plan with Alliance today. You, your financial advisor, and Alliance Capital, one of the largest investment managers in the world.
I had no idea of playing baseball for a living because all the people I saw playing was white. That's Oscar Charleston.
Okay, put Oscar in his column.
All right.
Now you have a baseball card.
People want to know the history of Negro League baseball. This should be passed on. I would sell baseball cards over the internet. Huh?
You could.
Who ever heard of the internet? The whole world will be able to see and hear what I'm saying. That's progress.
Get fit and have fun doing it at the area's largest facility of its kind, the Ephrata Rec Center. Single memberships are just $15.90 a month, and look what you can do. Swim in the pool, play basketball or racquetball, relax in the spa or game room, pump iron with free weights, or improve your look with selectorized and cardiovascular equipment or aerobics. And there's always activities for the kids. The Ephrata Rec Center helps you get fit and have fun for a price so low you have to check it out for yourself. The Ephrata Rec Center, South Academy Drive, just off Route 272, Ephrata.
Having a paint problem? Or maybe a hard time deciding on that perfect decorating scheme? Find the answers at Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Pike's has been family owned and operated for over 45 years. That means knowledgeable service for you with one of the largest...
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Welcome to the History Channel. For the first half of this century, many southern states passed laws that are now inconceivable. Courtrooms had two Bibles, one for blacks, one for whites, to take the oath. There were separate phone booths, elevators, stairways. The races were separate, all right, but they were hardly equal. Our series, The 50s, continues with the racial upheavals that beset America on its journey toward greater justice. Our program includes personal remembrances from a reporter who was in the trenches during the Civil Rights Wars, my former colleague at NBC, John Chancellor, who died soon after his interview was conducted. Join us now as the History Channel presents The 50s, The Rage Within.
Say, hey, Willie, go get it. What do you mean, go get it? Man, that ball's way in left field. I don't care what field it's in. Willie plays all field. Say hey, say who? Say Willie. Say hey, say who?
In 1954, Willie Mays hit 41 home runs. The following year, he hit 50.
He runs the bases like a choo-choo train, swings around the second like an aeroplane. His cap flies off when it passes third, and he heads home like an eagle bird. Say hey.
In the 1950s, Willie Mays was the most spectacular player in baseball. Once the color barrier in baseball had been broken, Mays was visible proof of what talented black athletes could do if given the chance. But in parts of the country, this all-star baseball player was less than a second-class citizen. In southern states, whites beat and murdered blacks without fear of retribution. At the same time, Athletes, entertainers, and musicians were changing the very character of American culture. These cruel contradictions would spark a smoldering rage. The time had come for America to examine the color of its soul.
Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me thrill your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yes, this is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long.
Come on, baby, while the thrill is on. Come on, baby, let's have some fun. Come on, baby.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know.
By and large, we remember the 1950s through images, movies, advertisements, and newsreels. In these Technicolor memories, the characters are all white. The 15 million blacks then living in the United States almost never appear.
I am an invisible man. No, I'm not a spook like those who haunted Edgar Allan Poe. Nor am I one of your Hollywood movie ectoplasms. I am a man of substance, of flesh and bone, fiber and liquids. And I might even be said to possess a mind. I'm invisible, understand, simply because people refuse to see me.
In 1952, the book Invisible Man created an immediate sensation. Written by a young man named Ralph Ellison, the novel set the problem of race at the heart of the American character. It wasn't a black problem, it wasn't a white problem. It was an all-American problem. A problem of vision.
We were much more, as African Americans, invisible in the 50s than it's possible to imagine now. It's so easy to turn on the television and find somebody black on every channel, and turn on the radio and hear so many black Americans. In those days, it really was an event when somebody black appeared in the media. And so we have to readjust our sights and really think, where do we look to find the invisible ones?
So invisible were blacks that American whites simply did not see one of the largest and most rapid internal migrations in history. Starting in the beginning of the century and accelerating in the 40s and 50s, over 6 million African Americans would leave the southern states to settle in the great cities of the North and West, particularly Chicago. Many were fleeing the injustice in the South. Many left because the picking jobs in the southern cotton fields were replaced by machines. In the North, the great factories and mills were desperate for workers, no matter what their color. Cities like Chicago offered one thing the South could not: good jobs.
Chicago was, in fact, the promised land. It was beyond the land of hope. The dreams became realized.
Don't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing.
There were plenty of clubs, jazz clubs. You had to know Louis Armstrong and Ella Fitzgerald and Billie Holiday just standing on the corner. So it was a world within a world.
Just give that rhythm every little thing you've got. It don't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing.
Chicago was a world apart from the life that African Americans had left behind in the South. These two worlds were about to collide.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
There are millions of reasons to fly today. Only one that matters to you. At Delta Airlines, it is our pleasure to get you to the place you want to be. Delta Airlines, on top of the world.
It was the first night of our vacation. Between my aching back and all the excitement, I just couldn't get to sleep. My mind was racing. Should I take something? How would I feel in the morning? Well, I tried some Tylenol PM. That's the name I can trust. The Tylenol PM stopped my pain. It helped me sleep. Good decision. Next morning, we walked along the beach. Before breakfast. Pretty romantic.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM.
Okay, they're gone. It's a ton of work, but we can do it. Meet the new Xerox DocuPrint M32. It prints 32 pages a minute.
On the network?
It sorts, too.
Wow, like a copier.
And can staple like this, and this, and this.
Printers don't do all that.
Xerox does. Tell them the best part, Pee-wee.
Starts at $2,900. Now we can go to lunch.
The Document Company, Xerox.
My sister discovered it. She said that I could save over AT&T on every call in the U.S. just by dialing 10321. So I told my brother in Atlanta.
I save 50% on all calls over 20 minutes. That's half off. So I told a friend in L.A.
You just dial 10321, then 1, the area code, and the number.
And on it goes.
No fees.
There's no signing up.
And you get great international rates.
10321, that's all you got to remember.
Good news travels fast.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
In the summer of 1955, a 14-year-old boy from Chicago named Emmett Till decided to take a trip down south to Mississippi. He traveled with a cousin, Wheeler Parker, who had grown up in the South and knew the danger of not obeying the laws of segregation.
If you lived there, it was like entrenched in you, the rules. But if you didn't, you could break them without knowing that you were breaking them.
In Mississippi, Emmett Till and Wheeler Parker went to stay with Parker's grandfather, a sharecropper named Mose Wright.
My grandfather was a unique man. He was like the head of his house, you know. When he spoke, everybody listened. He was the man, so to speak. Once we arrived in the South by car, we went to my grandfather's house, which is in Money, Mississippi. So we had a lot of fun, you know. You fish, you hunt, and you ate, and you sit out on, you know, by the wood pile telling jokes. You know, Emmett loved jokes, so he would pay people to tell jokes. Only time you would go to town is like the weekends, like we did.
The town of Money was dirt poor. But for Emmett Till and Wheeler Parker, it was a place to go. The only store in town was Bryant's Grocery. Today, the store is a ramshackle monument to a brief moment shared by two people on a hot August day. Emmett Till and the wife of the store owner, Carolyn Bryant. Known as a local beauty, a crossroads Marilyn Monroe, Carolyn Bryant was alone in the store that day when Emmett Till walked in. What happened next is a mystery. According to Bryant, Till flirted with her, saying, "Don't be afraid of me, baby. I've been with white girls before." Emmett may have said something or just whistled at Bryant. Whatever happened, a line was crossed that was invisible to the 14-year-old boy from Chicago. When Carolyn Bryant ran to get a gun, the boys quickly left in their truck.
Emmett begged us, he said, "Don't tell," I call him Papa, my grandfather, Mose Wright, I don't want you to tell him. So we decided we wouldn't tell him. And there was a girl that she said, "You're going to hear some more from this. This is not over. I know those people. They're those kind of people, you know." She said, "You're going to hear some more."
Brian heard from his wife what had happened, and he called his half-brother, J.W. Milan, who really was a huge, physically imposing, bullying man, and told him a black boy had been fresh with his wife, which was an affront to all white manhood in the Mississippi of 1955. And he said, "I'll come over right now."
Sunday morning, about 2:30, someone called at the door. And I said, who is it? And he said, this is Mr. Bryant. I want to talk with you and the boy. And when I opened the door, there was a man standing with a pistol in one hand and a flashlight in the other hand.
I can't remember if I heard the knock. What I do remember, they're talking to my grandfather. And they say, you got two boys here from Chicago, and we want to see the one that did the talk at the store. In my mind, I said, I'm gonna die. I think the whole bed probably was shaking, you know. And Emmett just wasn't afraid. He didn't know the danger he was in. And he wanted to put his socks on. They started cursing him, you know. And he was saying, yeah, said no, and they didn't like that. You don't say yeah and no to white people in the South. It was yes, sir, and no, sir, no, ma'am, yes, ma'am, you know, at that time.
And they marched him to the car, and they asked someone there, was this is the right boy? And the answer was, he is. And they drove toward money.
That was the last time anyone saw Emmett Till alive. A few days later, a boy fishing found Till's body in the Tallahatchie River, snagged on a root. A 75-pound cotton gin fan was tied to his neck with barbed wire. His face and body were badly mutilated, but he was identified by the ring on his finger. Emmett Till's mother managed to have the body brought back to Chicago.
When I went to see Emmett, every bone in my body turned to steel. And as I began to identify pieces and bits of him, such as the few remaining teeth, such as the ear where half of it was missing, and the one eye that was left, one was gone, and the one that was left, I could tell that that was Emmett's eye because I knew the color. And Mr. Rayner wanted to know, did I want him to retouch the body if I wanted him to fix it? And I told him, no, you can't fix that. I said, I want the world to see what I have seen.
To show the world what had happened, Emmett's mother displayed her son's body in an open casket.
The news of the murder of Emmett Till was shocking and frightening. I think there was a feeling among most people in the black community. It's important to remember now, we're just one generation, even myself, removed from the South. There was a feeling that this could happen to a relative of any one of us.
Jet magazine ran pictures of Emmett Till's disfigured corpse, something that helped to make the Till case a national story.
It's my opinion that the guilt begins with Mrs. Bryant. And I want to see Mrs. Bryant punished, her husband, and any other persons that were in on this thing. And I feel like the pressure should start from the President of the United States and be channeled all the way down to the township of Money, Mississippi.
For more than 50 years, Fidelity has revolutionized the mutual fund industry, and investors have often heard the sound of bulls stampeding down Wall Street. Now that Fidelity is innovating the brokerage business, you'll hear the sound of mice. IPO information, research, planning tools, and online trades as low as $14.95, all to help you make the most of your money. Fidelity Brokerage. Click on fidelity.com today.
This holiday season, British Airways will bring 5 million people together.
Memories are happening all around me. My mother was a concert violinist, and she learned to play in the gypsy camps. And she wowed them. I have 9 grandchildren. Marshall and Kellen, that's 2. And I am writing this book for them. My father, he was quite a showy fellow. When my mother first introduced him to her family, their response was, "Shall we shoot him now or wait till later?" Bernard and Dawn, how many is that? I think everyone should write a book about their lives. And then there's Kelly, my brother. He was a wonderful fellow. Only once he put a bee down my back. It's all there to see in my first published work. I never thought I'd sit still long enough to write it, because I've got a lot to talk about.
You buy your way into the most powerful seat in the land, a diabolical ruler. Your downfall comes not by rebellion, but from an evil within your own family. Relive the curse of the Borgias as we go in search of history. Tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific, only on the History Channel.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
The spotlight now shifted to Mississippi. For the first time, Southern racism was a national story, as reporters from all over the world streamed into the little town of Sumner, Mississippi.
In fact, I remember the bus didn't actually go to Sumner. It dropped you off on the road, and you had to walk into the little town, and there was a big sign that said, Sumner, Mississippi, a good place to raise a boy.
Sumner, a good place to raise a boy. I remember it very well.
Just out of college, an aspiring writer named David Halbertstam managed to get an assignment to cover the Till trial.
The reporters who had come down from the north were told not to hang around in Sumner at night because otherwise they were going to get picked up and possibly killed and would disappear. It was that explosive. You could just almost feel as you walked down the street that people wanted to jostle you and beat you up. I mean, you could feel the hatred etched on the faces of the local whites towards anyone who was different. You were their enemy. This was not Americans from different states together in a courthouse. This was us and them. This was a foreign land.
We never have any trouble until some of our southern niggers go up north and the NAACP talks to them and they come back home.
Clarence Strider, H.C. Strider, who was the sheriff, huge man. The word nigger seemed to come from his mouth in every other word.
A plantation owner, Strider was furious to learn that he would have to seat black reporters in the courtroom. He squeezed them all in around one small table, jagged with splinters. Strider also put Till's mother there, along with a man who came to monitor the fairness of the trial, Charles Diggs, a congressman from Detroit.
Those few white people that I was exposed to were surprised, even shocked, you know, that there was such a thing as a black member of Congress. They don't know anything about anything like that.
One of the deputy sheriffs said, "There's a nigger congressman there that says he has a right to have a seat here." And I said, "What? A nigger congressman?" I mean, it was just astonishing to them. I mean, it was as if their world was being turned upside down.
The trial started on August 18th. Though 63% of Tallahatchie County was black, every juror was white. According to Mississippi custom, jury service was restricted to white males over the age of 21.
I remember their contempt for the process. I remember them sort of smirking and winking and sitting out on the front steps as if it were a picnic, giving ice cream cones to their children. I mean, they were enjoying it. It was their largest moment. There was no fear of conviction.
The mother of the victim couldn't help but notice the love between parents and children that passed between the family of the accused.
Each of them had a little boy on each knee. They both had 2 sons. And their mother coming behind them, wiping their brows with a cloth, giving them something to drink, fanning them, leaning over to ask them if they were comfortable.
The case for the prosecution was solid. Every detail of the murder, including the gin fan, was presented in court. The man who collected much of the evidence was a fearless NAACP representative named Medgar Evers. The key witness was Mose Wright, who had been hiding out since the night of the murder. When he appeared in Sumner, he was fully aware of the danger of what he was about to do.
I remember his tremendous dignity of Mose Wright and the tremendous, you know, he stood ramrod straight and he pointed at those men, and it was an unforgettable moment. You knew it was a historical moment because you knew nobody in his position had ever done that before.
When the defense gave its closing argument, I remember one of the last things they said was, "I know that every last Anglo-Saxon one of you will have the courage to bring back a verdict of not guilty and set these men free."
After a 5-day trial, the jury retired to make its decision. To give the illusion of some deliberation, the 12 men paused to share a soda pop. Only 67 minutes after they left the courtroom, they returned with their decision: not guilty.
When that verdict came through, it was as if to say, it's open season on niggers. And the noise that went up, the celebration that went on, was unbelievable.
How do you folks feel now that it's all over? Roy, how about you?
I'm just glad it's over with.
J.W.?
I am too.
Mrs. Bryant,
Feel fine.
It was scary. It was like, here we are. I'm an American. This is America, and this is a place where people can call a child out of a house and take him away. And he's never seen again until his body comes up in the river and he's dead. This was like the most dramatic illustration of the nightmare of what we were living with and what we had created.
2 months after the trial, a journalist named William Bradford Huey paid Milam and Bryant $4,000 to tell him the real story. Because they could not be tried twice for the same crime, they agreed. In a blow-by-blow description, they told Huey how they had stripped the boy, beat him, shot him in the head, tied him to the old cotton gin fan, and then thrown him in the Tallahatchie River. At first, they said they didn't plan to kill the boy, but after the way he acted toward them, they felt they had no choice.
When they made their story public of how they brutalized this boy, because he would not say he was afraid of them as white people, that just turned us all on. It gave us new energy to get into it. So it was a stimulant, a major stimulant, in pushing people further and deeper into the civil rights movement.
In Sumner, one day after the trial took place, a young reporter for NBC Radio named John Chancellor was rushed by a group of whites, furious at the way the northern media had portrayed their town.
I had on my shoulder a little tape recorder, a little portable tape recorder that wasn't connected to anything but its own battery. And so what I did was I held up this little microphone And I said, you can do what you want to me, but the whole world is going to know about it if you do it. Know that before you take one more step. And they stopped.
The unexpected power of the microphone and the camera would be used by sophisticated young black leaders to make the struggle for civil rights visible to the entire nation.
Morning, Thomas.
Morning, Ellie.
Arthritis acting up again?
Sure is.
Need something for the pain?
Yeah,
Thomas, aren't you taking a new prescription for something or other?
that's right.
Doc Bailey say it was okay to take a pain reliever with it?
Mm-hmm. Tylenol.
Here you go.
Thanks, Ellie.
For millions of people on certain prescriptions, Tylenol is the pain reliever doctors recommend most. Talk to your doctor.
I think he likes you, Mom. He was pretty chatty today.
There are millions of reasons to fly today. Only one that matters to you. At Delta Airlines, it is our pleasure to get you to the place you want to be. Delta Airlines, on top of the world.
Imagine if you could relive a time. Where would you go? To climb the highest pyramid, battle the greatest knight, or fight the deadliest gangster? Just imagine a quest in search of history. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific on the History Channel, where the past comes alive.
Sweetheart. I'm Hugh Kaufman.
And I'm Betty Groff.
What's cooking, Betty?
You're going to have to watch weekdays on Cable 11, and we'll be cooking up a storm.
Current television programming, Dan. Putrid, pathetic, and perverted. Ed? Popular, purposeful, productive, pal. Public pulpit. Watch it.
The holiday spirit is alive at Nob Hill Farms. Beautiful poinsettias in a variety of holiday colors, centerpieces, Christmas cactus, cyclamen, topiaries, and Norfolk Island pines. We have it all, from decorative wreaths to fresh greens, roping, window swags, and a large variety of cemetery planters. We have everything you need to make your holidays sparkle. Stop by and catch the holiday spirit, only at Nob Hill Farms.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
In 1954, the Supreme Court decision of Brown versus Board of Education had declared that segregated schools were unconstitutional. To provide equal opportunity for all children, schools across the country would be forced to integrate. In 1957, Little Rock, Arkansas, in order to comply with the Supreme Court, moved to integrate its Central High School. Starting slowly, the local school board chose 9 African-American students for their excellent grades.
The minute they walk in, they walk out. We walk out. And it's not right. They have schools just as good as ours. It would be
This popular resentment did not escape the notice of Orville Faubus, the governor of Arkansas. Seeking re-election, he would find a dramatic way of courting the segregationist vote.
He was not a racist. I don't think he was motivated by any kind of animosity toward blacks. On the other hand, he was expedient. He used the race issue when it served his purpose. But equally important, in some cases perhaps even more important, was what I always used to define as the ain't no son of a bitch gonna tell me what to do syndrome.
Units of the National Guard have been and are now being mobilized with the mission to maintain or restore the peace and good order of this community.
Faubus used the force of the Arkansas National Guard to prevent any black students from entering Central High School. Afraid of potential violence, the NAACP called back the black children who were supposed to attend school that day. But one girl, Elizabeth Eckford, didn't have a phone. She went to school alone. A white woman intervened and managed to escort Elizabeth Eckford to a nearby bus. But TV viewers around the country had been horrified by what had happened to the young girl. President Eisenhower tried to reach a compromise with Faubus. But when Faubus called off the National Guard, he left the explosive situation in the hands of a few local police. When the students managed to sneak into school through a back entrance, the white crowd turned on a black reporter outside the school. In the Cold War with the Soviet Union, the United States promoted the justice of the American way. Now, to a watching world, American ideals seemed little more than a sham. That night, President Eisenhower addressed the nation.
Our enemies are gloating over this incident and using it everywhere to misrepresent our whole nation. We are portrayed as a violator of those standards of conduct which the peoples of the world united to proclaim in the Charter of the United Nations. Mob rule can not be allowed to override the decisions of our courts.
Eisenhower ordered the invasion of Arkansas by units of the 101st Airborne Division. The Army had instructions to maintain order and to secure the safety of the black students while they attended school. To Orville Faubus, it was a replay of the Civil War.
We are now an occupied territory. In the name of liberty we hold so dear, in the name of decency which we all cherish, what is happening in America?
Eisenhower calling out the federal troops was the beginning of a real aid and assist to the modern civil rights movement, because it put the federal government fairly behind the desires and efforts of black citizens. The first time anybody could think of that. Somebody cared about us, somebody cared about protecting our rights, somebody cared about black citizens.
Every day, the soldiers escorted the children to school in a convoy of jeeps mounted with machine guns.
You know, this is a group of 9 teenagers, and we get out of this station wagon. They have cleared the street. We're surrounded by a cordon of soldiers with bayonets drawn, marching up to the front of the steps. You had, you know, it was an overwhelming moment.
They are in the school now. The students whom you see still on the steps up there.
Television had reached its mobile stage. It could take you where you could not be, which is the most important thing about television, and show you things you could not see.
Everyone would get up in the morning and turn on the television. We got television now. Turn on the television and see what happened in Little Rock.
The Army moved
Before TV, racism had been invisible to most whites. Now, as sets across the nation tuned into the Little Rock story, Americans saw their moral scars exposed by a new group of reporters.
John Chancellor of NBC News reporting from Little Rock.
I must say I was very pleased to see the 101st Airborne marching down that street. I hated the feeling that I was taking sides, but every reporter has a heart, and mine just soared. I saw not just the troopers coming down the street, I saw the Constitution of the United States coming down that street.
These new reporters are not just reporters, but on a story of this moral intensity, John Chancellor and the men like him are, in fact, modern-day prophets. And he might as well be saying, as the film is rolling, this is a sin, this is a sin, this is a sin.
The drama of Little Rock continued on throughout the year. Despite military guards in the hallways, the 9 children endured insults, cruel pranks, and assaults. But by June, one senior, Ernest Green, did receive his diploma in a ceremony attended by Martin Luther King.
No less a mild, entertaining figure as Louis Armstrong, the great trumpet player, made the statement, if the United States can't take care of those little children, to hell with the United States. Shocked, Louis Armstrong said that. Nice smile, Louis.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
He had been hiding himself. He had been invisible. His real self had been invisible. And suddenly he becomes visible as the real Louis Armstrong. Not only could play trumpet, but he could be a man.
Hi, guys.
The Document Company, Xerox.
We all know how much help buddies can be.
Looking good. You all right on that?
That's why there's the all-new Workmate.
Hey, look, let me help. Oh, you got it?
Offering you a larger work surface with powerful vertical and horizontal clamps that can go anywhere.
You done yet?
And hold anything. Who said good help was hard to find?
Oh.
The new Workmate.
Breezeville's good, isn't it?
Built by Black & Decker.
I guess I've been bringing the office home with me. Because lately I've had some pain at night, and I just couldn't get to sleep. And then I'd worry about taking something. I mean, I'm at work pretty early, you know. How would I feel? But then I tried Tylenol PM. That's something I can trust. Well, the Tylenol PM stopped my pain. It helped me sleep. Next morning, I'm up and out and ready for my day. Nothing like a good night's sleep.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM.
The chase is on. The secret is out. And the truth is near. Go behind the lines, beyond the usual suspects, and beneath the surface where answers lie buried in our past. Enter the world of History Undercover. Next on the History Channel.
Freedom is not given, but there are moments when it must be taken.
They were first detained off the coast of Long Island. The charge is murder.
This is the most important case ever come before this court, because what it concerns is freedom, the very nature of man.
Morgan Freeman, Anthony Hopkins, Djimon Hounsou, Matthew McConaughey. A Steven Spielberg film, Amistad. Starts December 10th in select theaters, December 12th everywhere.
Bill Russell raged against his invisibility, the skills that most people couldn't see, and the humanity they wouldn't recognize. He wanted to be seen, not just as a player, but as a man.
He would do these superhuman things at times during games that only a guy that needed to win, I mean down deep in his guts, needed to win, would do.
Bill Russell was born in Monroe, Louisiana in 1934. As a young boy, he was smart and unusually sensitive to the world of the Old South.
I am the blockade on the balls caught in your hand.
At the age of 9, Russell and his family left Louisiana and became part of the great black migration to the north and to the west. The long train ride to Oakland, California made a big impression on the young Russell, whose lifelong fondness for trains was linked to a sense of possibility stirred by his journey out of the South. In Oakland, Russell saw basketball as a way to move on up to a better life. As a senior, he impressed local scouts who offered him a scholarship at the University of San Francisco, where the team was known as the Dons.
Devil or angel, I can't make up my mind which one you are.
The University of San Francisco in the early 50s was not a big basketball power or program. They didn't have their own gym. They were called the Homeless Dons. And Russell's scholarship was not a great deal. He had to wash dishes and work in the cafeteria and have a job while he was there. So they were not a perennial power by any means when he walked on the campus.
Russell quickly adapted to college life. As a star basketball player, he was idolized on campus. It was a heady time. Then the team took their first trip down south to Louisiana. Number 4 on the USF team was Casey Jones.
One player on the team had never been south, Gene Brown, raised in San Francisco. And we're having fun with this, the blacks and white players. We're having fun with the slave thing, with the sit in the back of the bus thing, and we were laughing and joking about it. But as soon as the plane landed in New Orleans, and we stepped off the plane into the lobby, all of a sudden this great cloud came down and this frown came on the black players' faces. These signs up there, whites only, blacks only, the water fountains. Gene Brown had to go to the restroom. He came back crying because he saw the signs up there. We were upset about this atmosphere of you're less than a human being. We stepped on the court that night, and you saw this scowl on Bill Russell's face, which indicated to everyone else that, okay, so this is what it's about. We are going to tear this team apart. And we went out and just murdered the other team about 20, 25, 30 points.
No one had ever seen a player like Bill Russell before. He was a big man who ran. His defense was so good, it became an offensive weapon. Though his shot was gawky, he was so fast and so smart, he was still a big scorer.
You remember the Chief with Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and Nicholson would station this gigantic Indian man down beneath the basket and say, Chief, catch the ball, put the ball in the basket. That's the way the game was played, and you had these behemoth guys under the basket. They weren't very mobile. It didn't matter. They were taller than everybody else and could score. Russell comes in, and a guy who was also tall, who's very mobile, very quick, and he changes their shots. Their shots are blocked all of a sudden. These guys are surprised. This man's blocking their shots.
You block shots, you get the rebound, then behind that comes a fast break. And that's the first time I was involved in fast break was at USF.
After one early loss in his junior year, Russell made sure that the Dons never lost again. They won 55 games in a row and 2 national championships. At the end of his senior year, Russell's extraordinary success led to speculation. What pro team would he play for?
The Harlem Globetrotters cutting capers in Madison Square Garden. A little wizardry in the pre-game workout.
At a time when the NBA was mostly white, a novelty team called the Harlem Globetrotters drew many of the most talented black college players. Though the Globetrotters made Russell a good offer, he wasn't sure he wanted to play the clown.
Bill was insulted by the fact that the general manager of the Harlem Globetrotters chose not to speak to Russell himself. He talked to his coach, and Bill found this very insulting, and that was it.
Red Auerbach, the coach of the Boston Celtics, respected Russell's intelligence. He signed him because he saw what others did not. Russell was a new kind of player for a new kind of game. At the time, the Celtics had a great ball handler named Bob Cousy. They had a good outside shooter named Tom Heinsohn. But they needed somebody to get them the ball, to play defense and rebound. The missing piece was Bill Russell.
Jim Danny to the rescue. Jim Danny to the rescue. Jim Danny to the rescue. Go, Jim Danny. Go, Jim Danny.
Complemented the skills that we had in place completely. He added a dimension to the game, shot blocking that had never been witnessed before. At 6'9.5" or whatever, he was literally as quick as a cat. And he caught everyone by surprise, the entire basketball world, the NBA, the Celtics. And as I say, the result was, 11 championships in 13 years.
Go, Jim Danny!
He was one of the greatest competitors, maybe the greatest competitor I ever saw play. For whatever psychological reason, he needed to be the best. He would actually get physically ill before ball games. That's how important in his life playing a basketball game was.
Russell would vomit before the big games, and that was the deal, that they couldn't go out of the locker room until Bill had done his thing over in the stall.
Some felt that Russell didn't really enjoy the game. For him, it was a mission, a way to release a deep rage within.
I think the source of the anger is the racial issue, the disrespect shown human beings because of their color. And he just has total disdain for civilization being in this mode. I mean, not respecting a person for being a human being.
In cities like St. Louis, which were still segregated, where they couldn't get service in a coffee shop, and where there were a lot of racial taunts when he played, he always played his best.
As it happened, the Celtics met the St. Louis Hawks for the title in Russell's first year. For Russell, it was an opportunity to prove something to St. Louis and the country. The series came down to a seventh and final game. With only a few seconds remaining, one of the Hawks streaked all alone toward the basket to win the game when Russell performed a superhuman feat.
Russell went by me like I was standing still. He ran the length of the court faster than they could make one long pass and one dribble to the basket.
He lays it up and blocked by
Russell blocked the shot.
Russell finished with 32 rebounds and 5 blocked shots. In the celebration afterwards, teammates shaved off Russell's goatee.
He was a very rare athlete, where his stats didn't mean anything. He made his teammates better. And the teammates, I don't know what they thought of him off the floor, away from the game, but I think when they were playing the games, they all loved Bill Russell.
Russell loved playing for the Celtics, but he did not like the city of Boston. At first, the only black player on the team, he felt that fans revered him as a player, while they denied the humanity of ordinary African Americans.
It was a northern city, but there was an undertow, a cultural undertow of racist that he must have found odious, and he kept himself apart. He acted as if he was in a foreign country, and maybe he was.
In one ugly incident in Boston, thugs broke into Russell's house and scrawled the word nigger on the walls.
And a lot of Boston people don't understand that this truly did happen. And he never mentioned it because he didn't want to let those people know that they had hurt him that much.
We saw within our unit the complete Bill Russell. Once he stepped outside of that unit, on a plane, on a train, in a hotel lobby, he would pull the shade.
Off the court, Russell refused to meet the expectations of fans and reporters. He rarely agreed to interviews, and over the years he infuriated fans by refusing to sign any autographs, ever.
One day, when I asked him to sign a picture because I wanted all of the players that I had played with to sign an autograph, and he refused. And I didn't take that too well. I said, hey, I can understand you not signing for everybody else. I said, but I'm different. I'm a teammate. So. And he stuck to his guns. He just wouldn't sign. Real pain. He wouldn't sign.
Bill Russell believed that the autograph was not worth anything. Really what the whole encounter was for a person to meet another person. And he would shake their hands, and he would spend more time talking to them, but he wouldn't give them the autograph, because by giving him the autograph, the meeting was not the meeting of two people.
Russell led the Celtics to 11 championships in 13 years. He had changed the game of basketball, and he had let everyone know that was not nearly enough.
I think the entire generation that he belonged to was more activist. The country was paying attention. This was a great theater of integration. These men were proud. They were college educated. They were extremely articulate. Bill Russell's a very articulate man. He writes very well. And they had something to say. And they were superior citizens, and they were angry.
In 1963, Medgar Evers, the man who had done so much to collect the evidence in the Emmett Till case, was murdered by a white supremacist. In a demonstration in Boston, Bill Russell turned out to make a public declaration of his outrage. Later, he went down south to protest the murder of 3 other civil rights workers. In August, he was at the forefront of Martin Luther King's March on Washington. America was still divided into black and white worlds, but now there was a difference. Both were beginning to see each other more clearly. The invisible had become visible.
I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Throughout his days as player, coach, and executive, Bill Russell maintained his strict no autograph policy. But he had a change of heart in 1994. He agreed to sign autographs in Boston, charging fans $495 for his signature on a basketball. The take for 4 hours' work, $150,000. Now here's a look at our next episode of the 50s. 2 more 50s revolutionaries. Elvis Presley changed music forever. Jack Kerouac ushered in the Beat generation.
Now, from the History Channel, you can own the collector's edition box set of David Halberstam's The 50s. Television, communism, and the Beat generation. Call 1-800-708-1776. And for $99.95 plus shipping and handling, receive The 50s. All 7 episodes on 6 video cassettes. Call 1-800-708-1776 to order this special home video presentation. Stay tuned for The World at War, coming up in an hour on History Classics. And be sure to join us tomorrow night as the 50s continues here on the History Channel.
One small step for man, one giant leap for the History Channel.
Are we obsessed with aliens from outer space? Find out next on History Undercover.
I'm finding some beautiful moon rocks here.
The History Channel special, The 50s, has been brought to you in part by HP.
My mother was a concert violinist, and she learned to play in the gypsy camps, and she wowed them. I have 9 grandchildren, and I am writing this book for them. My father, he was quite a showy fellow. When my mother first introduced him to her family, their response was, "Shall we shoot him now or wait till later?" It's all there to see in my first published work. I never thought I'd sit still long enough to write it.
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Welcome to the History Channel. One died of alcoholism at 47, the other of a drug overdose at 42. Our series, The 50s, continues with the story of 2 men whose influence is still felt today. Jack Kerouac was a football star who invented a new and loose style of writing. Elvis Presley was a country boy who invented a new style of singing. Their lives ran on parallel tracks that cut right through the decade. In 1957, Kerouac wrote his signature work, On the Road. The same year, Presley wrote and recorded All Shook Up. Our program includes one of the final interviews with Allen Ginsberg, the Beat Generation guru who died in April 1997. Join us now as the History Channel presents The 50s, The Beat.
Do you like music?
Very much.
Well, the records are right in the cabinet.
Well, is it okay with you, sir? Sure, kids. Go ahead. Well, thank you.
Pick something groovy, Alex.
Well, listen, let me tell you, baby, what I'm talking about. Come on back to me, little girl, so
Elvis and rock and roll arrived in the 50s, and kids stopped listening to their parents' music. Beat poets, led by Jack Kerouac and moving to the rhythms of jazz, took the rebellion underground and inspired a counterculture. Something strange was happening. In the land of Eisenhower, Doris Day, and the segregated South, young kids were dancing to black music, celebrating sex, and hitchhiking across the country. To their worried parents, there was only one comfort. Surely, this new beat would never last.
come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me thrill your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yes, this is me. This is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long.
Come on, baby, while the thrill is on. Come on, baby, let's have some fun.
You better dig this next number.
Ow! Take it.
Come on. Oh, come on. Come on.
In the late 40s and early 50s, New York City was pulsing with the beat of a new music, bebop. It was an original African-American sound that was changing the rhythm of the city's culture.
In that era when your life is a movie, that was the music of the movie. You could walk over to the 5 spot and hear Thelonious Monk and John Coltrane. That was the house band. That music was making an expression of the times, the way that the painting was, the statement about the time, a rhythm about the time that was very inspiring.
Come on.
Musicians, painters, and writers migrated to New York in search of new ways to express a discontent with the limits of post-war life. One of these was a young aspiring writer named Jack Kerouac. He didn't want to be just another writer. He wanted to be a jazz musician who played the typewriter. jazz player that meant the most to Kerouac was Charlie Parker.
Kerouac was picking up on the fact that the cadences were like spoken language, that you could use those rhythms in writing. So what Kerouac was doing was taking that same kind of new rhythmic beat into his prose and his poetry.
It's the beat generation. It's Bayat. It's the beat to keep. It's the beat of the heart. It's being beat and down in the world, and like old-time lowdown, and like in ancient civilizations, the slave boatmen rowing galleys to a beat.
Kerouac began picking up on the word beat, drawn from a common vocabulary of Times Square, meaning in those days exhausted, worn out, maybe homeless, maybe up all night, not wanting to be hassled. It didn't mean beaten. It didn't mean the beat of drums. It didn't mean hearing the beat, man, snap, 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 all that hippy-dippy stereotypes you get on mass media. It just meant emotionally and intellectually exhausted and wide open and maybe receptive to some other awareness, some more deeper perception.
Kerouac and Ginsberg banded together to form a loose group of poets and writers known as the Beats.
I think what attracted us was that everybody was somewhat interested in literature, poetry, art, and to define some kind of new vision of America.
Sal, we gotta go and never stop going till we get there.
Where are we going, man?
I don't know, but we gotta go.
Across America, Kerouac began writing a novel in his mind, a beat novel, set to the rhythms of bebop that would discover for a new generation the American dream of a land without limits.
The only people for me are the mad ones. The ones who are mad to live, mad to talk, mad to be saved, desirous of everything at the same time. The ones who never yawn or say a commonplace thing, but burn, 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 like fabulous yellow Roman candles exploding like spiders across the stars.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Tough headache? Yeah. I know there's some Tylenol in here. I have this. Oh, no, that has caffeine in it. Really? My doctor told me to cut back on caffeine. I didn't know my pain reliever had caffeine in it. He said some have more than a cup of coffee. Well, Tylenol works great without the caffeine. Here it is.
There's no caffeine in Tylenol, only the pure proven pain reliever doctors recommend most.
Hey, let's get some coffee. Decaf. Okay.
Okay, they're gone. It's a ton of work, but we can do it. Meet the new Xerox DocuPrint M32. It prints 32 pages a minute.
On the network?
It sorts, too.
Wow, like a copier.
And can staple like this, and this, and this.
Printers don't do all that.
Xerox does. Tell them the best part, Pee-wee.
Starts at $2,900. Now we can go to lunch.
The Document Company, Xerox.
They've got a 3rd and 8 right now from the 29, shotgun formation. Quarterback's got...
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Now the bellhop tears keep flowing, the desk clerks dressed in black. Well, they've been so long on the street, they'll never look back.
so lonely, baby. Well, they're so lonely. They're so lonely, and they afraid of dying.
Elvis was a crossroads personality. He was a country hick with dreams of Tinseltown, who offered the ultimate American dream. To be outside, but not lonely. Free, but not poor. Naughty, but nice.
Address unknown, naughty.
Elvis Presley was born in 1935 in East Tupelo, Mississippi, a sharecropper's town. Struggling to make ends meet, Elvis and his family lived in a designated white house in a black neighborhood. It was a symbol of the post-war South, segregated and racially mixed. After the war, as machines took the jobs from the southern cotton fields, the Presleys moved to Memphis, Tennessee, a manufacturing center and a magnet for rural blacks and whites seeking a better life.
Somebody knocking on my door.
Memphis was also a music town, and the soul of the music scene was on Beale Street.
Beale Street was like a college of higher learning for me. It was more like a little city within itself. I guess it was about 4 blocks maybe, and everything seemed to be going on within those 4 blocks. There was 3 movie places, and you had the Palace Theater where they had floor shows once a week. A place called the 1 Minute that had the best chili in the world. There was musicians, the best musicians, traveling musicians, you get a chance to see. I'm talking about black musicians because this was, it wasn't integrated at that time. So you could walk in the park and some of the best musicians would stop and sometimes just practicing their horns. They'd find little corners in Beale Street and sit there and practice.
Top of the morning to you, my friend. From the home of colorful old Beale Street. The place where the blues began in Memphis, Tennessee.
WDIA was an all-black operated station. I went over there seeking a job. I said, I want to make a record and go on the radio. And he laughed and called Mr. Ferguson, which was the general manager. They said, can you write us a jingle? Can you get a jingle? Yeah. Pepticon show is good. Pepticon show is good. Pepticon show is good. You can get it anywhere in your neighborhood.
B.B. King became both a DJ and a performer on WDIA, the station with enormous power and influence, known as the mother station of the Negroes.
Now it is 3 o'clock in the morning. Can't even close my eyes.
Though it was meant for black audiences, more and more young whites began secretly tuning in.
In terms of Memphis, I think everything that happened here in the 50s culturally was a result of racial collision. The separation of the races, which had been very drastic in Memphis, both races were moving towards each other until they culturally collided.
Elvis was drawn to the music and the gaudy style of Beale Street.
And it was where the black pimps and gamblers bought their clothes, as did Elvis. I did. Anybody, the kids from Memphis, you knew to go down to Lansky Brothers. I vividly remember my first white silk-on-silk Lansky Brothers shirt. I'd give anything to have that now. The big roll shawl collar, Musically, what happened in Memphis is a crossroads situation. It was black music and country music. And country music, of course, was very, very different in the 50s. You could hear honest-to-God hillbilly music, on the radio.
In Memphis, Elvis was like a kid in a candy store, grabbing at what he liked. The Ink Spots and Dean Martin, white gospel singers, and black blues bands.
Well, now that's all right, now, Mama. That's all right for you.
But at the time, mixing up the sights and sounds of the races was against the rules.
That's all right.
It would take a peculiar businessman to change all that. In 1950, Sam Phillips opened the Memphis Recording Service, 1 block from Beale Street, to record what was then known as race music.
I had one thing in mind. That was to explore the real talent potential that was in, quote unquote, this area. I knew that it had been overlooked all these many years. I wanted so desperately to devote my time to finding these people, giving them the opportunity to record it.
You women have heard of jalopies, you've heard the noise they make, but let me introduce my new Rocket 88. Yes, it's straight, just one way. Everybody likes my Rocket 88. Baby.
White kids were buying rhythm and blues records then. I just saw this vast amount of potential customers, and I knew if we could get somebody that was white, that was singing with the fervor, the feel, and with the natural style, and with the honesty, and, quote me again, the integrity, that the feel that you got from black music, that would be a boon to this business.
In 1953, Elvis Presley was driving a delivery truck, but he wanted to be a singer. Over and over again, he would pass by Sam Phillips' studio, trying to muster up the courage to go in to record a song.
Elvis was like so many black people back in the 50s and before. He had grown up real, talking about poor financially. He was very insecure from the standpoint of what the future held for him. He made up this bit about his mother's birthday, and he wanted to do a record for her. Now, we found out, and I didn't know at the time, we found out that her birthday had long since passed, when it wasn't ready for a new one.
A million years it seems have gone by since we shared our dreams, but I'll hold you again. I'll be no blue memories then.
Sam Phillips asked his secretary to make a note of the boy's name and to add a brief comment. Good ballad singer, hold for later.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
This holiday season, give a unique gift. A deluxe 12-month calendar from Kinko's, made with your own pictures.
I almost forgot.
And if you act now, you'll get a designer year-on-a-page calendar for free. Kinko's, the new way to holiday.
Did you become a grandparent today? What if you did? How can we help you have more to share? Bank of America. Put her future in motion.
This is Imagine TV.
This Mercury Sable sure is roomy.
Yeah, but why don't we ever go anywhere?
Because we don't have any feet.
No feet?
I love you even more than I did before I had amnesia. I think.
Even more than your Mercury.
I have a Mercury. I'd forgotten. Where am I going?
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
They fought with guts and glory. But how far could they be pushed?
All right, everybody back in the swamp and keep moving. These men are starving.
Hardly a soldier could lift a finger at the end of that fight.
Jeff Chandler, Merrill's Marauders. Tomorrow at 10 Eastern, 11 Pacific on the History Channel. Log on at www.historychannel.com. It's where the past comes alive.
It was becoming a real problem. Between my 3 girls, I had a phone bill you would not believe. But then I heard about dialing 10-321. It's easy. Dial 10-321, then 1, the area code and number. And I'll save over AT&T on every call in the U.S. And save 50% on all calls over 20 minutes. Plus, great international rates, no monthly fees to pay. And the savings show up on our regular phone bill. Last month, I saved $20. Next problem, boys.
There's a message from all of us at TWA.
We're a new airline. We're getting back to the basics.
On time, reliable. That's the new TWA.
Have you seen our new planes?
New paint job is beautiful.
It stands out. It's stunning.
And I think it represents the new culture that's growing at TWA.
We're working hard to take good care of you.
We're going to give you the kind of service that brings you back.
We've got the experience and we know how to do this.
The business travelers are going to love this.
We want you to come back.
That's the message. TWA, Trans World Airlines.
We want to be your airline.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Kerouac's life on the road began to take on a kind of mythic quality, one which he helped to create. He wrote about his experiences as if they were part of a mystical quest for a new, offbeat American dream.
At lilac evening, I walk with every muscle aching among the lights of 27th and Welton in the Denver colored section, wishing I were a Negro, feeling that the best the white world offered was not enough ecstasy for me, not enough life, joy, kicks, darkness, music, not enough night. I stopped at the little shack where a man sold red-hot chili in paper containers. I bought some and ate it, strolling the dark, mysterious streets. I wished I were a Denver Mexican, or even a poor, overworked Jap. Anything but what I was so drearily, a white man disillusioned. The Negro people will be the salvation of America.
There's an almost innocent reverence for black culture, which is a hallmark of the counterculture which will grow. They see blacks being freer and less restrained, which may be true, but it's because the other society that they are rejecting has yet to incorporate blacks in it. So they are seeking out the culture of people who would probably love to have, many of them, 9-to-5 jobs.
During the early 50s, Kerouac spent more and more time on the West Coast, where he discovered Buddhism, took long retreats into the wilderness, and experimented with drugs. Publishers rejected his writing, but a few underground critics sensed that Kerouac's searchings would resonate with a restless younger generation hungry for the open road. Hollywood sensed the same mood.
Hey, Johnny, what are you rebelling against?
What do you got? Man, you are too square. I have to straighten you out. You just go.
They took the song of the open road and set it to a new, modern beat with lyrics that came straight out of black jazz clubs.
Now, if you're gonna stay cool, you got to wail. You got to put something down. You got to make some jive. Don't you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
My father was going to take me on a fishing trip to Canada once.
Yeah,
We didn't go.
crazy.
What's your road, man? Holy Boy Road, Madman Road, Rainbow Road, Guppy Road, any road. It's an anywhere road for anybody, anyhow.
Kerouac could type almost as fast as he could think, or as fast as he could think. And his method was, don't stop to think of words, but to see the picture better. So that there was an unrolling, almost like the movie of the mind.
Kerouac's movie of the mind unfurled on a sheet of teletype paper, This rolling manuscript with no paragraphs and sentences that went on page after page became the first draft of a novel called On the Road.
He wasn't writing about people who got married and raised nice families. He was talking about these wild young people who went on the road, had a lot of sex, drank, took dope, listened to a lot of jazz, were looking for kicks, were not holding responsible jobs. This was a very, very threatening message in the 50s.
Hello, yes, this is Mary. How are you? Bye. They say your kitchen dazzles every eye. A brand new sink, a built-in oven, a new refrigerator, and a phone, a kitchen phone, a bright red phone. I gotta go. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I'll call you later.
I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn looking for an angry fix. Angel-headed hipsters.
A search for love and a cry of anger, Howl by Allen Ginsberg would be the launch pad for the Beat generation.
Moloch, robot apartments, invisible suburbs, skeleton treasuries, blind capitals, demonic industries, spectral nations, invincible madhouse, granite cocks, monstrous bombs.
And one day I sat at my typewriter and said, well, I'll just write what I feel like writing, imitating Kerouac, basically, and feeding in all the experience I had politically and socially and whatever else, the normal intelligence, without any intention of publishing it. And therefore, I was free to write anything I want. So that was an interesting situation, to give up on ambition, give up on publishing, be beat, so to speak, and free.
The first public performance of Howl took place in San Francisco at a converted garage called the Six Gallery.
About, I think, 150 people showed up for the event, and people were standing, people were seated on the floor, and they were listening to us read, and they were drinking wine. Jack Kerouac was in there going, go, 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 as we read. So it had some of the aspects of a jazz program. What Howl was for all those people who were feeling that police state authoritarianism and were suffering from it and needed to hear that they weren't alone in their suffering. That was a big change in American thinking.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Winter in New England. Virginal, untouched, undisturbed, the way it was meant to be.
Let's rip it.
If you want to take on Sugarloaf, Attitash, Mount Snow, and any of these other great mountains with the American Skiing Company, take out your Visa card. Because none of the ticket windows at these 6 mountains take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
You like the way you feel when you get what you need. Like the kid of your heart, like a break in the weather. You deserve someone who's always there at your service. Quality care.
Quality Care Service from Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers.
This machine is so big, it comes with its own kitchen. Climb aboard Earth Movers on Modern Marvels. Sunday on the History Channel.
Have fun doing it at the area's largest facility of its kind, the Ephrata Rec Center. Single memberships are just $15.90 a month, and look what you can do. Swim in the pool, play basketball or racquetball, relax in the spa or game room, pump iron with free weights, or improve your look with Selectorize and cardiovascular equipment or aerobics. And there's always activities for the kids. The Ephrata Rec Center helps you get fit and have fun for a price so low you have to check it out for yourself. The Ephrata Rec Center, South Academy Drive, just off Route 272, Ephrata.
Having a paint problem? Or maybe a hard time deciding on that perfect decorating scheme? Find the answers at Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Pike's has been family owned and operated for over 45 years. That means knowledgeable service for you, with one of the largest lines of quality paints available today, featuring premium Coronado paints. And Pike's also offers a full decorating service, including wallpaper and draperies. Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Remember, when you think of paint, think of Pike's.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
You know what it takes, you got it, baby. You are the only one.
Drearily, a white man disillusioned. The Negro people will be the salvation of America.
There's an almost innocent reverence for black culture, which is a hallmark of the counterculture which will grow. They see blacks being freer and less restrained, which may be true, but it's because the other society that they are rejecting has yet to incorporate blacks in it. So they are seeking out the culture of people who would probably love to have, many of them, 9-to-5 jobs.
During the early 50s, Kerouac spent more and more time on the West Coast, where he discovered Buddhism, took long retreats into the wilderness, and experimented with drugs. Publishers rejected his writing, but a few underground critics sensed that Kerouac's searchings would resonate with a restless younger generation hungry for the open road. Hollywood sensed the same mood.
Hey, Johnny, what are you rebelling against?
What do you got? Man, you are too square. I have to straighten you out. You just go.
They took the song of the open road and set it to a new, modern beat with lyrics that came straight out of black jazz clubs.
Now, if you're gonna stay cool, you got to wail. You got to put something down. You got to make some jive. Don't you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
My father was going to take me on a fishing trip to Canada once.
Yeah,
We didn't go.
crazy.
What's your road, man? Holy Boy Road, Madman Road, Rainbow Road, Guppy Road, any road. It's an anywhere road for anybody, anyhow.
Kerouac could type almost as fast as he could think, or as fast as he could think. And his method was, don't stop to think of words, but to see the picture better. So that there was an unrolling, almost like the movie of the mind.
Kerouac's movie of the mind unfurled on a sheet of teletype paper. This rolling manuscript with no paragraphs and sentences that went on page after page became the first draft of a novel called On the Road.
He wasn't writing about people who got married and raised nice families. He was talking about these wild young people who went on the road, had a lot of sex, drank, took dope, listened to a lot of jazz, were looking for kicks, were not holding responsible jobs. This was a very, very threatening message in the 50s.
Hello, yes, this is Mary. How are you? Bye. They say your kitchen dazzles every eye. A brand new sink, a built-in oven, a new refrigerator, and a phone, a kitchen phone, a bright red phone. I gotta go. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I'll call you later.
I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn looking for an angry fix. angel-headed hipsters.
A search for love and a cry of anger, Howl by Allen Ginsberg would be the launch pad for the Beat generation.
Moloch, robot apartments, invisible suburbs, skeleton treasuries, blind capitals, demonic industries, spectral nations, invincible madhouse, granite cocks, monstrous bombs.
And one day I sat at my typewriter and said, well, I'll just write what I feel like writing, imitating Kerouac, basically, and feeding in all the experience I had politically and socially and whatever else, you know, the normal intelligence, without any intention of publishing it. And therefore, I was free to write anything I want. So that was an interesting situation, to give up on ambition, give up on publishing, be beat, so to speak, and free.
The first public performance of Howl took place in San Francisco at a converted garage called the Six Gallery.
About, I think, 150 people showed up for the event, and people were standing, people were seated on the floor, and they were listening to us read, and they were drinking wine. Jack Kerouac was in there going, go, 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 as we read. So it had some of the aspects of a jazz program. What Howl was for all those people who were feeling that police state authoritarianism and were suffering from it and needed to hear that they weren't alone in their suffering. That was a big change in American thinking.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
Winter in New England. Virginal, untouched, undisturbed, the way it was meant to be.
Let's rip it.
If you want to take on Sugarloaf, Attitash, Mount Snow, and any of these other great mountains with the American Skiing Company, take out your Visa card. Because none of the ticket windows at these 6 mountains take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
You like the way you feel when you get what you need. Like the kid of your heart, like a break in the weather. You deserve someone who's always there at your service. Quality care.
Quality Care Service from Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers.
This machine is so big, it comes with its own kitchen. Climb aboard Earth Movers on Modern Marvels, Sunday on the History Channel.
Have fun doing it at the area's largest facility of its kind, the Ephrata Rec Center. Single memberships are just $15.90 a month, and look what you can do. Swim in the pool, play basketball or racquetball, relax in the spa or game room, pump iron with free weights, or improve your look with Selectorize and cardiovascular equipment or aerobics. And there's always activities for the kids. The Ephrata Rec Center helps you get fit and have fun for a price so low you have to check it out for yourself. The Ephrata Rec Center, South Academy Drive, just off Route 272, Ephrata.
Having a paint problem? Or maybe a hard time deciding on that perfect decorating scheme? Find the answers at Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Pike's has been family-owned and operated for over 45 years. That means knowledgeable service for you, with one of the largest lines of quality paints available today, featuring premium Coronado paints. And Pike's also offers a full decorating service, including wallpaper and draperies. Pike's Paint and Wallpaper in downtown Ephrata. Remember, when you think of paint, think of Pike's.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
You know what it takes, you got it, baby. You are the only one I chose. I don't know what we're going to do with Perkins over there.
Sam Phillips invited Elvis back to the studio and brought in 2 other musicians, Scotty Moore and Bill Black. Phillips was disappointed with the results. Whatever he had originally heard in Elvis's voice wasn't coming through.
Well, we'd been in 4 or 5 times, and nothing really happened. And so I had come in the studio and told them that, hey, they could stay around and kick it around a little more, or they could go on home.
And Elvis kept on his guitar. In the meantime, Scotty had taken off his strap on his guitar, and Bill had laid his bass down, his old upright doghouse bass. And Elvis cut down on this thing, and I mean, he just beat the hell out of the guitar. I mean, he'd break strings going and coming. And he started out, "That's All Right, Mama." Well, I'd heard that old song, but I mean, he had never offered it, you know, at all. In fact, I had no idea he knew it. When I heard that, man, I said, good God, this is what we're looking for.
Well, that's all right, Mama. That's all right for you. That's all right, Mama. Just any way you do it, that's all right.
Sam Phillips had the sound he was looking for. But in the 50s, the cross-race feeling of the record made it a hard sell for white stations. Phillips needed to find a special kind of DJ to break the song on the radio.
Dig that boogie. Let's dig that boogie.
Oh, yes, I guess people so Phillips, which bring the hottest cotton-picking thing that cuts a real hot blue, coming through WHBQ and Hotel Chisca on the magazine floor.
In the 50s, the disc jockey wore a tie, the music was all sedate and civilized, and Dewey Phillips was a crazy redneck who had been on pain pills and was out of it on the radio, basically, and played black and white music side by side as if it were the same for an audience of people who were black and white as if they were the same. And this was a revolutionary thing.
Most people thought he was black. He was so good. He didn't talk black. He just, the records he played and things he heard. And he was one of the most popular disc jockeys for a while there in Memphis.
They hear there's strange things happening every day by Sister Rosetta Thorne.
There's no way to overemphasize how important Dewey Phillips was in Memphis. I mean, the other radio stations, several of them literally went off the air when Dewey came on. He was the king of Memphis radio.
Dewey came out to the studio that night after we'd finished up, and he got off his show at midnight, and he came out to the recording studio, and I played it for Dewey. Dewey had to listen to the thing 2 or 3 times and before he'd even make a comment. I was expecting him to say, hell no, it's nothing, or man, it's sensational. I just didn't see how you could be. After the 4th or 5th time we listened to it, then we had another drink of Jack Daniels or something, and then, by gosh, Dewey Phillips came forth with a phrase that told me something. He said, you know what? I've never heard anything like it. Now, that is what I was looking for. I mean, really was. I've never heard anything like it. I said, okay, are you going to play it, Dewey? Do you feel like you can play it on Red, Hot, and Blue? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, that's all right, Mama.
Nobody knew Elvis Presley then. We had just cut the record. Let me tell you something. The phones lit up. He played the record, I guess, 15 times that night. I mean, he had this town so going with That's All Right, Mama. The first thing I got out of a lot of disc jockeys was, well, what is he? What category does he fit in? You had a little bit of the country feel, but you had a whole lot of the race feel, as they call it then.
When I read On the Road, it seemed just like a burst of pure energy. The voice was so extraordinary, those long, free sentences. You know, I really thought it was gorgeous writing, and I still do.
Joyce Johnson met Kerouac on a blind date arranged by Allen Ginsberg. Over a hamburger and French fries, which she paid for, she fell in love with Kerouac.
Jack never foresaw that On the Road would have the kind of success that it had. And then he had written to me from Florida asking me if I could send him $30 so he could take the bus up to New York, because he thought maybe it would be a good idea to be around when the book came out. So he arrived the day that review came out in the Times.
The regular reviewer for the Times was on vacation, so the assignment for reviewing On the Road was handed to a part-timer who happened to be one of Kerouac's biggest fans.
The review said that On the Road would be for Jack's generation what The Sun Also Rises was for Hemingway's generation. It was hard to take in. I remember Jack asking me if I thought the review was pretty good. And I said, yes, I think it's really, really good. But still, he had no idea what it would mean for him. He was still obscure at that moment. And then we went back to the house and he lay down to sleep. And the next morning he was famous.
Well, a lot of people have asked me why did I write that book or any book. All the stories I wrote were true because I believed in what I saw. I was traveling west one time at the junction of the state line of Colorado, its arid western one, and the state line of poor Utah. I saw in the clouds huge and massed above the fiery golden desert of even fall, the great image of God with forefinger pointed straight at me through halos and rolls and gold folds that were like the existence of the gleaming spear in his right hand, which saith, come on, boy, go thou across the ground. Go moan for man. Go moan. Go groan. Go groan alone. Go roll your bones.
When I read On the Road, you know, I went to San Francisco. I mean, it seldom has a book in my life influenced me that I would take up and change my life. So I went, when I was a kid, I was 18 years old, 19, something like that. Told my mother I was going to Detroit, right, to hear Yusef Lateef. I called her from San Francisco 2 weeks later. She was really mad. That's an understatement. But I was hanging out on North Beach. I thought it was a beach. I thought it was like a place where you went swimming. And, you know, hung out there. And I wanted to see the scene that Kerouac was writing about.
Black people and white people could have very easy relationships with each other because that too was sort of part of the whole beat scene. They organized readings and they started their own galleries, or they published little magazines and even small books.
Beat culture did not delight the establishment. One morning, Allen Ginsberg woke up to find that Howl, the poem he had written in defense of personal freedom, had been banned for obscenity. Kerouac, plucked from obscurity, suddenly became an object of public scorn and ridicule. Mainstream critics attacked his style with surprising bitterness.
And it was it was a case of kill the messenger. He was sort of perceived as an enemy, somebody, a harbinger of a very, very threatening cultural change. People objected to the way that he wrote, and said it wasn't writing, it was typing.
I belong to the beat generation. I don't let anything trouble my mind.
While the Beats were mocked by the mainstream, they were also absorbed by it.
Just fine. Weirdsville, yeah. Some people say I'm lazy.
Books and movies exploited a popular fascination with the Beats. So unlike the rest of society, they seemed to inhabit an entirely different universe.
At the time of the Sputnik, a San Francisco columnist, Herb Cain, thought, oh boy, these poets, they're out of this world. So said, beat Nick, beat plus Sputnik. And naturally the press thought that was very good way of mocking the artistic activities and also headlining the berets, bongos, and the bedbug aspect of what they saw. They gave beatniks a bad name.
These are the beatniks, the defiant young, coming from every walk of life, wrought with suppressed emotions, and mocking the everyday course of modern society, intent on striking back as they wage a battle for their right to be heard. The beatniks.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
What a party. I'll never forget it. We started investing in no-load mutual funds with T. Rowe Price right after Randall's first big promotion. People thought we were crazy investing by ourselves. Few people did it back then. Well, we wanted to enjoy our retirement, work with kids, hang out in the backyard, all 40 zillion acres of it.
For over 50 years, we've been helping people invest with confidence. T. Rowe Price.
Sorry.
Late for work? Try the new Accord V6 Coupe from Honda.
1-800-Micron PC. Computers now we ship for free. Holidays should be so easy. Very, very fast delivery. Time to update your computer with award-winning technology. Intel Pentium 2 processor. 1-800-Micron PC. Best performance for the price. Every gift should be so nice. 1-800-Micron PC.
Hey, Santa, get this Micron Millennia with 233 megahertz Intel Pentium 2 processor for $19.99, including printer and monitor. Or this Micron Transport with 166 megahertz Intel Pentium processor with MMX technology, 12.1-inch active matrix display, and 56K fax modem for $24.99. Call 1-800-Micron-PC for award-winning support, free shipping, and very fast delivery with your Micron Computers Now system.
It was a decade of baby boomers, burning desires, and rock and roll. An era that defined a generation. Fast cars, fast food, and the space race would lead America into a new age and leave behind a time known simply as the 50s. This is the story of how we were shaped. David Halberstam's The 50s, next on the History Channel.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
In 1954, Elvis Presley strolled through the empty municipal auditorium in Shreveport, Louisiana. The success of That's All Right Mama earned him a tryout on the Louisiana Hayride, a live concert radio show that beamed out over 28 states.
Just a few weeks ago, a young man from Memphis, Tennessee, recorded a song. It's really doing good all over the country. He's only 19 years old, Elvis Presley. Let's give him a nice hand.
The Hayride was a competition. Every Saturday night, kids from all over the Delta drove to Shreveport to see the Battle of the Bands. Elvis caused a sensation his first night. And among girls in the Delta region, word spread that hearing Elvis wasn't enough. You had to see him to believe him.
First of all, he would just start shaking that left leg, and then as the girls started to scream a little more, he started throwing his shoulders back and forth and doing little gyrations, and then he'd start throwing his hip a little bit. I said, this kid's got something. I don't know what he's got. I closed the show, or I tried to close it that first night. And then from then on, I said, hey, I'd come on right before him because, man, they wouldn't let him off the stage. They didn't want to hear anybody else. And it was my crowd. I already had hit records, man. They were playing them everywhere. But then when he got on the stage, he changed everything.
Train I ride, 16 coaches long.
After the concert, this gal says, I want an autograph. And just right at the thing when she said, I want an autograph, she pulled down her bra and slung out. And he said, you mean, and his face turned red, and he said, you mean you want me to autograph? And she said, yes.
And there was this girl sitting beside me, teenage girl, a little older than me. And she was just sitting there like she was frozen. All during Hank Snow, she didn't move. And then the Jordanaires start their show, and she's not moving. And I finally said to her, are you okay? And she said, yeah, I'm saving myself for Elvis. And as soon as Elvis came on, she went bananas,
his movements were shocking to us because we had never seen an entertainer perform that way before. It was like he became the music, you know, and his movements on stage, the dancing and the bop is what it was called back then. Of course, shaking that leg around, you know, twisting his leg and going down on the stage like he did. And it was shocking to us, but very thrilling.
All right, who likes Elvis Presley?
To understand the Elvis phenomenon, a young reporter named David Halbertstam took a train ride with the young Mr. Presley.
There's this mob of young women at every stop, maybe 15, 16 years old, screaming. 5 a.m. and they're all screaming, Elvis, Elvis. And I remember asking him what he thought, and he called everybody sir. I mean, there I am. I'm the same age as he is, maybe 6 months older, and he makes probably 1,000 or maybe 10,000 times as much money I'm making. I'm making $90 a week. And he says, I ask him, you know, what do you think's behind this? He says, well, sir, I don't know what it is, sir, but it's, I think, a real good thing, sir, and I'm not going to fight it.
Well, get out of that kitchen and rattle those pots and pans. Get out of that kitchen and rattle those pots and pans.
Part of what he was doing was right out of the Holy Roller tradition. It was a thing that you would see in church, the gyrating, the twitching, the spasm, if you will, that he... Go back to the Dorsey show and see what he was really doing. He was standing there with his legs spread out, keeping time with his knees until the guitar solo. And during the guitar solo, he stepped back from the microphone and he shook. He wasn't a dancer. He didn't dance. He had religious convictions about dancing. He shook. And now, compared to Mick Jagger, Iggy Pop, however far you want to take it, it's nothing. But then, it was vulgar, it was unacceptable, and it was revolutionary, and it was liberating.
What you want to do right to save your doggone soul. Hit it again.
Now, Elvis Presley could not have happened in the 40s. The world wasn't ready for it. First of all, we were still a pretty segregated society. Elvis Presley, in retrospect, was a black man's soul in a white man's body. I really believe that the American white segment of our country were ready for some soulful music from a good-looking white man. And, buddy, he was a good-looking white man.
It was destroying a racial barrier, pure and simple. And the idea that the music was nasty, quote-unquote, was made it all the more appealing. The double entendre nature of the blues, I mean, it was just a tradition, see? But the idea, I think, came along in the 50s that this tradition not only had a past but a future, and that future was to be rock and roll, and was something that we all could participate in.
Gonna tell Aunt Mary about Uncle John. He claimed he has the music, but he having a lot of fun, oh baby. Yeah.
The cross-race sound of rock and roll broke down old barriers. White kids sent a new wave of black singers soaring up the pop charts.
Well, long tall Sally, she's Bill's piece of guy. Everything that Uncle John need, oh baby. Yeah, baby. Woo, baby. Having me some fun tonight. Yeah. Well, I saw Uncle John with bald head Sally.
Rock and roll has got to go. And go it does at KWK. We're all through playing rock and roll records. This week is record-breaking week here at KWK. And after this week, no more rock and roll will be played on the air.
We've set up a 20-man committee to do away with this vulgar, animalistic, nigger rock and roll bop.
The obscenity and vulgarity of the rock and roll music is obviously a means by which the white man his children can be driven to the level with a nigger.
Rock and roll was here to stay because of a new phenomenon, the youth market. By 1956, there were 13 million American teenagers with a total income of $7 billion. The average teenager earned $10.50 a week, more than the income of an entire family 15 years earlier.
Not only do you have the rise of a youth culture, but you have your main architects of American commerce conscious of it, aware that that is the possibility of a lifetime consumer and that a young buyer is more important than an old buyer. So we begin ever more to cater to the young, not just in culture, but in every aspect of the society.
Hold me close, hold me tight, let me thrill with delight, let me know from the start. I want you, I need you, I love you.
As the audience for rock and roll got younger and younger, record companies offered new technology that allowed kids to listen to their music whenever they wanted to. In the 40s, family Victrolas and table radios were controlled by parents. In the 50s, teens could buy portable radios and record players.
I think there was an Elvis Presley model that you could buy for about $47, $1 down and $8 a week. And with that, the kids had their own machines and they could buy these little 45 RPM records and play it in their room. And with that, they didn't have to gather with their parents and listen to their parents' music. They were a separate nation commercially.
She done told me, Papa done told me.
Elvis represented the idea of individual freedom. I am free to shake my leg, whether you think I am or not. You know, I'm free to sing black music, although it's socially unacceptable. I'm free to grow my hair longer than is socially acceptable. This is my statement as an individual. I think that's what Elvis was about. It's the American dream.
I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna be. Are you gonna give your love to me?
The quest for personal freedom was hard on the Pathfinders. Jack Kerouac, searching for an America and a peace he never found, ended his life in an alcoholic rage.
Oh, well, you know my love and nothing.
Elvis became a victim of his own spectacular success. Leaving his raw sound behind, he launched a movie career, spawning imitators and parodies, even as he himself became a prisoner within the walls of his Graceland estate. By the end of the 1950s, the rebellious new beat of poets, writers, and rock and roll singers had become the fuel for a commercial machine that sold youth culture around the world. But the spirit of rebellion was not extinguished. It burned slowly until it exploded with unanticipated force in the 1960s.
There must be some kind of way out of here. Say the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion.
There was one thing that set Jack Kerouac apart from many of his fellow beats. Even though he lived until 1969, he was opposed to the anti-American frenzy of the 60s. During the Vietnam War, Kerouac appeared at a rally where Allen Ginsberg passed around American flags to be burned. Kerouac went about retrieving the flags and folded them neatly. Now here's a look at our next episode of the 50s. The fast food and even faster cars that changed the American landscape.
Now, from the History Channel, you can own the collector's edition box set of David Halberstam's The 50s. Television, communism, and the Beat Generation. Call 1-800-708-1776. And for $99.95 plus shipping and handling, receive the 50s. All 7 episodes on 6 video cassettes. Call 1-800-708-1776 to order this special home video presentation. Coming up in an hour, take a spin in a 55 Chevy on automobiles. And on Sunday, History Sunday presents Sacrifice at Pearl Harbor at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific.
Glad you could come. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, Paula.
Yeah.
Mind if I take off my shoes?
No, not at all.
Mind if I try a little of that?
Oh, no, go right ahead.
Great meal.
Oh.
Mind if I watch a little TV?
No. No problem.
You're always at home with Bola.
When I was 14, my grandpa took me to Canada. We went walleye fishing. Oh.
One day in the town of Mess, a neat thought struck Mr. Hutch. It's time to get organized. I think I'll use a Brother P-Touch. So from room to room he went, labeling on the run. Files, videotapes. This is not work, it's fun. Fine wine, nails, so very much. There was no end to what could be P-Touched. For P-Touch labeling caught on street after street. And now the town of Mess is simply the town of neat. Brother P-Touch at these neat locations.
Here's a trip worth taking. Ride a giant rabbit, dine in the mouth of a fish, or check in to the Cave Motel. Check out the nation's roadside attractions of yesterday and today. It's a sideshow you can't miss, and a journey rich in history. Ah, yes, only in America. Highway Hangouts. Tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific on the History Channel, where the past comes alive.
I'm Hugh Kaufman.
And I'm Betty Gruff.
What's cooking, Betty?
You're going to have to watch weekdays on Cable 11, and we'll be cooking up a storm.
Current television programming, Dan. Putrid, pathetic, and perverted. Ed? Popular, purposeful, productive, pal. Public pulpit. Watch it.
The holiday spirit is alive at Nob Hill Farms. Beautiful poinsettias in a variety of holiday colors, centerpieces, Christmas cactus, cyclamen, topiaries, and Norfolk Island pines. We have it all, from decorative wreaths to fresh greens, roping, window swags, and a large variety of cemetery planters. We have everything you need to make your holidays sparkle. Stop by and catch the holiday spirit, only at Nob Hill Farms.
This machine is so big, it comes with its own kitchen. Climb aboard Earth Movers on Modern Marvels, Sunday on the History Channel. The History Channel special, The 50s, is brought to you in part by Micron Electronics.
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Welcome to the History Channel. In 1953, General Motors unveiled the revolutionary new Corvette. That first version carried a price tag of $3,500, $3,700 if you wanted a radio and a heater. The following year, salesman Ray Kroc met the McDonald brothers and hatched his idea for a national hamburger chain. Fast cars, fast food. The decade was underway. Our series, The 50s, continues with the meals and the wheels that helped define a decade. The new cars needed roads. The roads needed fast food outlets, and America's landscape was permanently altered. Join us now as the History Channel presents The 50s, The Road to the 60s.
Now's the time, now's the time, now's the time.
The time
To buy a brand new 88 Oldsmobile rocket engine, power and big car feel.
The 50s were exuberant. We come out of a war, unsatisfied demand for everything, from homes to washing machines to automobiles. We sold everything we could make. And it was exuberance. I can't think of a better word.
It's out of this world. Take a look at the new Ford for 1950.
The exuberance of the 1950s flowed from the fact that post-World War II America was the richest country in history. More than half of everything made or sold in the world was made or sold in the United States.
Find a wheel and it goes round, round, round as it skims along with the happy sound as it goes along the ground, ground, ground till it leads you to the...
Americans saw themselves as pioneers on a new consumer frontier, strong, outwardly confident, carefree, and on the road to a glowing future.
7 seconds after launching, the rocket is a ruin. America has suffered a grave scientific setback.
Wrapped up in their dreams of the good life, Americans were in for a rude awakening.
Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Come on, baby, let me thrill your soul. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long. Come on, baby, yes, this is something I just can't miss. Come on, baby, let the good time roll. Roll all night long.
Come on, baby, while the thrill is on. Come on, baby, let's have some fun. Come on, baby.
Life in America has changed. So it is that we can make our living on a farm and have a home in town. So it is that we can live where we want to. And the shopping centers now come out to meet us.
I'm out to go a-wandering along the mountain track. And as I go, I long to sing my knapsack on my back.
The 50s were a time when Americans started to move like they had never moved before. In 1950, Americans owned 40 million cars and trucks, a number that would double by the end of the decade. In 1956, President Eisenhower signed the Federal Aid Highway Act, and work began on a 42,000-mile system of interstate highways. For the first time, life in America had a fast lane. To serve the mobile masses, drive-in restaurants popped up all over the country.
Come join my happy soul.
Entrepreneurs were quick to come up with gimmicks to turn fast food into fast profits. But no one would understand the need for speed better than two brothers in San Bernardino, California. Dick and Mac McDonald.
After World War II, their attitudes were completely different. They were impatient, and we were beginning to get many complaints how slow the service was. We decided if the customer wants fast service, we're going to give them fast service.
The brothers slashed their menu from 25 items to focus on 3: hamburgers, fries, and milkshakes. They boasted that you could get served not in 20 minutes, but in 20 seconds.
They made the decision. A hamburger or a cheeseburger. They pre-selected the condiments, a dab of ketchup, a dab of mustard, a touch of onion, a little pickle, the roll. Bingo, that's done. You don't get a choice. You get French fries, and you can get a shake. We'll make the decisions. They mechanized and speeded up the whole process and kept the price down and kept the quality up.
I was there on opening day and sold the first McDonald's hamburger. In fact, I sold 6 of them. The first order was 6 hamburgers, at 15 cents a piece is 90 cents. And that was the start of a great dynasty. It was like being in a fishbowl. People could look in front and both sides of the store and see everything that was being done. And I think that was important to a lot of people, especially in those days when there was a lot of bad product put out. It was great. And it was fast.
I think McDonald's was like Levittown on a bun. I mean, it was that same wonderful uniformity, no surprises. Also, the great genius, of course, was fast food, because again, you had to have fast food or you wouldn't have time for the 40 activities your children had after school each day. So as the culture changed, the food had to change with it.
By the early 50s, Dick and Mac's little hamburger stand was showing an annual profit of $200,000. The brothers decided to sell their first franchise to Phoenix businessman Neil Fox.
When we started the franchise, we had no intention of anybody using the name. What we were going to sell them was a building layout, an equipment layout. They wouldn't have to worry about getting a contractor to design this and that. But we had no intention of them using our name, primarily because our name meant nothing, outside of San Bernardino. But for some reason, Neil Fox wanted to use the name. See, he says, he says the name would be Lucky. See? And we tried to talk him out of it. We said, oh, forget it, Neil. Nobody in Phoenix ever heard of McDonald's. Well, he said, and he kept after us, So one day my brother said, listen, Neil's such a good egg, he says. If he wants to use the name, so what?
The invention of the golden arches was Dick's idea. One architect called them a bad dream. Another agreed to include them in his blueprints only after McDonald's agreed not to divulge the architect's identity. With the addition of more franchises, the success of the McDonald's drive-ins caught the eye of one of their suppliers, a milkshake machine salesman known as Mr. Multi-Mixer, Ray Kroc.
One day I'm sitting in my office as the fellow came in. He says, had a high voice. He says, hi, my name is Ray Kroc. He said, I can't understand it. No matter where I get, the line is still out to the street. He said, do people stand in line like that to get a milkshake and a hamburger? And I says, that's it. He says, well, how long will those lines continue? And I says, till we close down tonight. He could not believe it.
When I saw the McDonald brothers, I envisioned selling hundreds of multi-mixers and getting a profit on the multi-mixer. And that's all I thought about right then.
Ray Kroc finally did see a future in hamburgers. He became McDonald's franchise agent and set about fine-tuning the fast food formula.
Production control begins with the very first batch of 12 hamburgers. Bun tops are put on first and covered with a bun board, followed by bun bottoms.
Although the franchisees were independent businessmen, they had to adhere to rigid rules.
Uh-oh, let's get those hamburger patties over.
There's a wonderful note that he sends the McDonald's talking about the dangers of individualism within the company. This is in 1958. He writes them, he says, we have found out, as you have, that we cannot trust some people who are nonconformists. We will make conformists out of them in a hurry. Even personal friends who we know have the best of intentions may not conform. They have a difference of opinion as to various processing and certain qualities of product. You cannot give them an inch. The organization cannot trust the individual. The individual must trust the organization, or he shouldn't go into this kind of business. Don't cross Ray Kroc.
Well, Ray was fastidious and very well manicured, and he expected this of everyone who was involved with him in the company. So Ray had this leather packet. You'd put your business cards, your file, and your comb. And then one day, he added a new feature to the packet that would fit inside your breast pocket. And the new feature he added was a pair of small tweezers. And this was to clip the hair in your nose. Well, I went home that night and looked, and oh my God, I could see I needed the tweezers, and I think I realized where this tweezer idea came from. Ray was a very competitive guy. You know, he had an expression that I used to just wince when he'd say it, but he'd get up in front of a group of licensees, and his saying was, well, if he saw a competitor drowning, he'd grab a hose and help him.
The 50s will continue here on the History Channel.
1-800-Micron PC. Computers now we ship for free. Holidays should be so easy. Very, very fast delivery. Time to update your computer with award-winning technology. Intel Pentium 2 processor. 1-800-Micron PC. Best performance for the price. Every gift should be so nice. 1-800-Micron PC.
Hey, Santa, get this Micron Millennia with 233 megahertz Intel Pentium 2 processor for $19.99, including printer and monitor. Or this Micron Transport with 166 megahertz Intel Pentium processor with MMX technology, 12.1-inch active matrix display, and 56K fax modem for $24.99. Call 1-800-Micron-PC for award-winning support, free shipping, and very fast delivery with your Micron Computers Now system.
You like the way you feel when you get what you need, like the key to your heart, like a break in the weather. You deserve someone who's always there at your service. Quality care.
Quality Care Service from Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers.
Today, there are more heartburn medicines than ever before. How do you choose? Simple. Choose the one that pharmacists recommend most, Pepcid AC. Today, they recommend Pepcid AC 2-to-1 over Zantac 75. In fact, they recommend it more than Zantac 75, Maalox, and Tums combined. But don't take my word for it. Ask your pharmacist which one's right for you. You can be heartburn-free with Pepcid AC.
We continue our look at the 50s here on the History Channel.
Under Kroc's leadership, the business quickly expanded to 228 stands. Always on the lookout for ways to streamline operations and boost profits, Kroc did not always see eye to eye with the founding fathers of fast food.
Ray Kroc could not make any changes or add anything to the menu unless they had approval of the McDonald brothers, which was fine. It was a big problem there was, and Ray complained about this bitterly, he would call Mac and Dick on the phone and say, Dick, we want to use such and such Dixie cup now, or malt cup. Is that all right? Oh, sure, go ahead. Say, well, will you put it in writing? Send me a letter on it so I have it in writing. Oh, that's all right. You don't have to bother with that. Well, Kroc's lawyer would say, hey, wait a minute, you know, you're in violation of the franchise right there if you do it. And so Ray would have to call, hey, you know, let me have a letter. So, well, they would never do it.
For their interest in McDonald's, Ray Kroc paid the brothers a total of $2.7 million. But that did not end the conflict.
Ray said that he understood that the existing McDonald's operation San Bernardino would be part of the package. And after the deal was done, the Mac brothers said, no, you don't get that store. That's our baby. And we're going to keep it. Well, that's when Ray made this statement to me.
And that was?
I'm not a vindictive sort of person, but I'm going to get those sons of bitches.
Ray Kroc forced the brothers to take down the sign over their original San Bernardino restaurant, which then became known as the Big M. Dick and Mac McDonald took the money they got from Kroc, bought a pair of brand new Cadillacs, and retired to their native New Hampshire.
I have been asked, do I have any regrets about selling out and so forth? And my answer is definitely no, because if we had continued, I would probably end up in a skyscraper somewhere and have about 14 accountants and 2 tax attorneys trying to save on income tax. And all for what? And I have a little strange philosophy, too. I believe we're on this earth a rather short time. And I would say to anybody, have a little fun. Have a little fun while you're on this earth. And don't just let money be the thing that's predominant in your thinking all the time.
Dick and Mac McDonald could hardly have foreseen the influence their modest burger stand in San Bernardino would have on America's eating habits. Ray Kroc went on to make McDonald's the largest food service conglomerate in the world, with over 20,000 outlets in 101 countries. The Golden Arches came to symbolize the pioneering spirit of the new American entrepreneur and the nation's need for speed. But the hallmark of the 50s was a machine that moved and defined a uniquely American style.
I've never enjoyed a modeling job as much as this one.
In post-war America, where jobs were plentiful and incomes rose steadily, cars became status symbols, machines that got you where you wanted to go, and boasted about how well you were doing along the way.
I feel like I'm in the lap of luxury.
In a way, it was a wonderful, naive time because people were very accepting and very ready for something new. And unfortunately, when the war stopped, most of the cars just were the warmed over 1942 models. And that was okay. That got them into a car, but not what they were really looking for. They were looking for something that was on that Popular Science cover.
Hey, I wonder what we'd hear if I'd turn on the switch and we're driving along in 1976. Hello, Tower. This is Firebird 2304. How are things
The
on
automobile was the quintessential dream machine. Cars were a perfect way for Americans to define themselves because they answered a fundamental American need, which is to move. I mean, with an automobile, whenever you wanted to get in your car, you could get in it and go wherever you wanted to go. And that sense of freedom is something that I think we Americans not only feel is a birthright, but I think have always been very proud of and very, very reluctant to give up.
Boom, boom, boom. Now they often call me Speedo, but my real name is Mister.
Harley Earl was the man who turned American cars into dream machines. As a young man, Earl had designed custom car bodies for Hollywood celebrities. When he moved to General Motors in Detroit, he became America's most influential designer.
Now they often call me Speedo, 'cause I don't believe in wasting time.
Ban roll-on deodorant was a Harley Earl idea. We take it for granted now, but the idea of roll-on deodorant was something that he came up with. Orange Naugahyde, which again we sort of take for granted as an element of the 1950s, that was a Harley Earl idea too.
The styling job is a job for today, but its essence is forecasting, the scientific anticipation of the whims and needs and preferences of GM customers tomorrow. Behind the scenes,
At one time, engineers ran GM. Now they took a back seat to Harley Earl's styling department.
by deadlines and divisional dictates. Here, the motor car stylist does the equivalent of pure research in the field of applied money-making art.
The first idea of an automotive styling studio was invented by Harley Earl in GM going back before the 50s. He was so powerful that he said, Chevrolet, that's your style, and Pontiac, that's yours, and Olds, that's yours, and so forth. He ran the styling roost with an iron hand. He had the power given to him by the boss, and he exercised it with great flamboyance.
The dawning of the jet age inspired Harley Earl. He named his revolutionary dream car the LeSabre, after a jet fighter.
Nobody went out and took a survey or asked people what they wanted to have next year.
Harley Earl didn't believe in that. He sensed what they liked now. He sensed what was going on, and then he gave what he thought was the best interpretation of what people would like. He used to use the expression, Hattie Carnegie didn't go around to New York asking ladies which kind of a hat they were going to want next fall. She just showed them what kind of hat they were going to have next fall.
1/2 of all cars sold in the United States were made by GM. Today they have 1/3 of the market, to give you a scale, which meant they set the standards, they set prices, they set the broadest aspects of styling, like more chrome GM puts on, we put on more chrome. So with half the market dominating the industry by all those price classes, they were what you fought against. They were the 800-pound gorilla.
Every day I give 100%. Because I have to. And because I want to. So far, it's been worth it.
America's favorite car, the 1998 Camry.
Everyday
Hi, guys.
The Document Company, Xerox.
With Funds Network, I have access to over 3,300 mutual funds, many highly rated. Through Fidelity's website, I can buy funds, analyze them, check prices anytime. I like choices. I love control.
To get started with Funds Network today, visit Fidelity.com.
I like to choose from lots of mutual funds, especially highly rated funds. Funds Network gives me access to over 300 fund families, including Fidelity. That's important to me.
To get started with Funds Network today, visit Fidelity.com.
Here's a trip worth taking. Ride a giant rabbit, dine in the mouth of a fish, or check in to the Cave Motel. Check out the nation's roadside attractions of yesterday and today. It's a sideshow you can't miss, and a journey rich in history. Ah, yes, only in America. Highway Hangouts. Tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific on the History Channel, where the past comes alive.
Buongiorno e benvenuto.
Transworld One is our chance to make a really good impression.
A passenger's first thought when they step on board is, wow, all this space just for me.
The food is fabulous.
It's a lovely service. You really have to experience it.
Oh, the seat, it's so comfortable. It embraces you.
We think it's a luxury service at a business class fare.
All this and there's more to come. Transworld One.
From Transworld Airlines.
We want to be your airline. Au revoir et bon voyage.
When he saw that caravan of trucks rolling down the road, Stevie realized the Motorama had come to town. He couldn't...
In the days before television came to dominate the selling of automobiles in America, Earl promoted his styles with a traveling auto show called the Motorama that unveiled both current models and futuristic dream cars.
Some of the things we may enjoy in the world of tomorrow. I knew the Motorama was more than a display of the newest cars, that it's a demonstration of the teamwork of scientists, engineers, and stylists.
The original Corvette, which came out in 1953, was a fascinating example of Harley Earl marketing. The ad said, you don't have to just dream about this car, you can own one today. The Corvette was, in fact, a dream car. It began as a dream car, but they marketed it. And the original Corvette was not tremendously expensive, nor was it even very powerful. And yet, it, like everything else Harley Earl did, had a tremendous amount of sex appeal.
Harley Earl understood that for Americans on the move, sexy also meant new.
The model change was one of those great American events like the World Series. Everybody sat around and waited for it just to see what Detroit would come up with this year. There's something, on the one hand, kind of disgusting about this. half of the United States standing around worrying about a Detroit car, although it certainly does spotlight the importance of the auto industry in keeping this grand American economic machine moving. On the other hand, there's something so innocent and exuberant and fun about it, as though these products in our lives really are going to be transformative, that if I get this new 1956 model Chevrolet, I'm going to be the hottest thing on the block. I'm going to be happy. My life is going to be wonderful. And the drive to work is going to be a treat.
Like so many people these days, we live in the suburbs, and Dave needs the car every day for business. When he was gone, I was practically a prisoner in my own home. But that's all changed now. 3 weeks ago, we bought another Ford.
In the suburbs, what car you drove and how many of them you had was a mark of your success or failure.
And I now have the ranch wagon all to myself. It's a whole new way of life.
Today, more and more families are finding out how easy it is to become two Ford families. You can choose.
There were so many different variations of cars. There was the perfect car for you. And if you got a raise of $40 a month, then there was a better car for you that reflected that raise. Automobiles were the ultimate way that Americans in the 1950s were able to express their kind of social and aesthetic longings.
Wow, here's the car of the future right now. And what else can you say when it's coming your way but wow?
By 1956, as America's automakers continued to fight for buyers in the styling arena, GM's annual advertising budget reached a staggering $100 million. Now increasingly dedicated to showcasing GM products on the new medium of television.
Probably the ultimate Harley Earl car, sort of the height of Harley Earlism, was the 1959 Cadillac, which was incredibly long, incredibly low, incredibly wide, and had tail fins that were, I believe, 44 inches off the ground, with points on them so sharp that there were many stories, possibly apocryphal, of pedestrians and roller skaters being impaled on these tail fins if they happen to get backed into by one of these cars. To see one of these vehicles today is absolutely astounding because it is so wild. You just marvel that anyone dared actually produce this, and furthermore, that it was a very successful model.
As Harley Earl's cars grew more popular with the buying public, critics charged that he had lost touch with the basic rule of design, that form follows function.
And it's a continuous process which leads to monstrosities, leads to the point where, as I forecast 10 years ago in a book I wrote, where through its sheer absurdity of design, the whole thing collapses, and that there's a return to design sanity and restraint and good taste.
The most beautiful thing that ever happened to horsepower. That's the 1958 Edsel.
The first major casualty in the battle of style and excess was at Ford. The Edsel was the biggest production disaster in American automotive history. Ford spent $450 million on a car that few, besides the ad men, found appealing.
The Edsel was one of the worst design mistakes that the American auto industry ever made, because it seemed to say, we can sell you guys anything. And in fact, you couldn't. I think maybe this is the point at which the American advertiser and the American designer loses touch with the participatory, non-hierarchical interests of American people.
If the public demands and takes off your dealer showroom floors everything you make month after month at the prices you are charging and making good money, you became, what's the right word, hubris? Yeah, you had hubris.
Big cars meant big profits. With little incentive to provide economical transportation, Detroit barely noticed the arrival of a flood of low-priced imports. The Volkswagen was everything Detroit was not. It was small, it was cheap, and it looked like a sewing machine.
A Volkswagen is never changed to make it look different, only to make it work better.
These new European cars had stunning success, and it was a symbol, really, of the narrowness of Detroit and the fact that it really wasn't paying attention. And so when it finally responded late in the decade, it did not do so in an honest way.
Go, man, go! Go for true sports car feel and handling. Go for thrills and excitement. Go for the powerful thrust of turbocharged scat.
Well, the Corvair had two costs and one benefit. One cost was it was the climax of the trade-off between safety and style, with style winning. Second, it killed a lot of people and exposed a lot of people to carbon monoxide leakage. And third, it was so bad that it became a paradigm, what was wrong with the auto industry, and set the stage for the federal regulation of the auto industry for safety and pollution control.
In a moment, you'll see the new Corvair match its great performance against the skiing skill of Stein Eriksen. And here they go.
As good as it looked on ski slopes, the Corvair had trouble on ordinary roads. To keep costs low, General Motors engineers cut down the size of the tires and eliminated a crucial stabilizing bar.
In your opinion, Mr. Nader, why, when it is possible for a safer car to be designed, is that safer automobile with those features not put on the market?
Well, basically, the problem is one of many years standing. The automobile industry has a formula for selling...
A young lawyer from Connecticut, Ralph Nader, launched his career as America's leading consumer advocate by exposing design flaws in GM cars with the publication of his book, Unsafe at Any Speed. At congressional hearings looking into Nader's allegations, GM was forced to acknowledge problems with the Corvair and apologize to Nader for hiring a private eye to investigate his personal life.
I am not here to excuse, condone, or justify in any way our investigating Mr. Nader. To the extent that General Motors bears responsibility, I want to apologize here and now to the members of this subcommittee and Mr. Nader.
GM lost its innocence in the public's limelight, and since it was the #1 corporation in the world, that had a lot of fallout, leading to criticism of other companies, the food industry, the drug industry, the oil industry. And the 50s were a wonderfully incubation period because so little happened. There was so much passivity. There was so little questioning. There was so much corporate dominance that it sort of fed a much more active reaction. Just like the 60s with their activities led to a slide in the 70s and 80s. These are cyclical changes in our society, and you have to have a 50s in order to have a 60s.
Well, now they all call me Speedo, but my real name is Mr.
Harley Earl's era of excess came to an end with his retirement in 1959. Facing foreign imports and consumer watchdogs, Detroit would never quite command the American imagination the way it had in the golden age of the tail fin.
Morning, Thomas.
Morning, Ellie.
Arthritis acting up again?
Sure is.
Need something for the pain?
Yeah,
Thomas, aren't you taking a new prescription for something or other?
that's right.
Doc Bailey say it was okay to take a pain reliever with it?
Mm-hmm. Tylenol.
Here you go.
Thanks, Ellie.
For millions of people on certain prescriptions, Tylenol is the pain reliever doctors recommend most. Talk to your doctor.
I think he likes you, Mom.
He was pretty chatty today. My sister discovered it. She said that I could save over AT&T on every call in the U.S. just by dialing 10321. So I told my brother in Atlanta.
I save 50% on all calls over 20 minutes. That's half off.
So I told a friend in L.A.
You just dial 10-321, then 1, the area code and the number.
And on it goes.
No fees.
There's no signing up.
And you get great international rates.
10-321, that's all you got to remember.
Good news travels fast.
You're watching Where the Past Comes Alive, the History Channel. When other...
These moments of pure joy were made possible by Toys for Tots, sponsored by the Boys Club and Girls Club.
If I fall asleep, because I couldn't keep my eyes open, I remember thinking, if I fall asleep, I'm going to die.
About 25 to 50% of the class used heroin.
They'd probably sell their soul for heroin. They'd do anything for it.
I saw an H, an I, a V, and the circle had a red plus in.
With Dwight Eisenhower and his Vice President Richard Nixon at the helm, America seemed to be cruising toward limitless horizons of ease and prosperity. New fads swept a country in love with the ornaments of affluence. Then, in October 1957, an event occurred that woke the country with a jolt.
CBS Television presents a special report on Sputnik 1, the Soviet space satellite. Douglas Edwards reporting.
Until 2 days ago, that sound had never been heard on this Earth. Suddenly, it has become as much a part of 20th century life as the whir of your vacuum cleaner. It's a report from man's farthest frontier, the radio signal transmitted by the Soviet Sputnik, the first man-made satellite as it passed over New York earlier today.
The Russians? They beat us to space with this magnificent piece of technology, beeping away, circling the Earth at whatever the altitude was. The Russians are heavy. They build big, heavy stuff, and it never works very well anyway. We could not believe that the Russians did that, and they did it before we did.
The USSR had launched into space a small aluminum alloy sphere weighing 184 pounds. They called it Sputnik. It was a tiny object compared with what was to come, but it was a first, and the world stood by, transfixed by the achievement.
This shattered a lot of presuppositions which went on in the years to come to attribute a kind of a magical potency to the Soviet Union. It was predicted in the 60s, by 1980, their GDP would exceed that of the United States. Well, these went to preposterous lengths, but there is no denying what they accomplished in 1957. That was a huge culture shock in America.
Did you admire the Russians for doing it or not?
No, definitely not. I said we should have been the first ones to have it, if there's such thing.
Well, I would think the United States, America would do something first. It gets the American people alarmed that a foreign country, especially an enemy country, can do this, and we fear this.
In its orbit, 560 miles above the Earth, the satellite reached a speed of 18,000 miles an hour.
I was working on a Corvette with an engineer that was a German guy, and the thing came over the speaker system that the Sputnik had gone, and he says, "Oh, my God. I was on the wrong side last time. Looks like I'm on the wrong side this time." But everybody was shook up by that. And it changed America a little bit.
In Washington, the public line was, Sputnik, the Russians have been able to put up a little something about the size of a basketball or a melon. And, well, good for them. I mean, if they can put up some little tiny thing like that and make it go around, we'll do a lot better very soon. That was the official public line. The private line, the inside line in the White House and the Pentagon, was one of total fear, because if the Russians had a rocket strong enough to put a baseball in space, a little satellite in space, to get it up that far, they had a rocket that could hit any city in the United States.
Red Square invites the world to look in, for this is one of Moscow's banner attractions. New weapons are moved before the cameras, just enough of them to toy with the imagination.
In retrospect, in fact, we were well ahead in science and in the space race and in weaponry and in air power. But we have been in this competition with them, and here is this breakthrough, identifiable breakthrough in the world of space, and they get there first.
Cape Canaveral, Florida. Scientists check out America's first test satellite, a 3-pound, 6.5-inch sphere equipped with a tiny radio transmitter and protruding antennae.
With the Soviets setting the pace, the U.S. rushed its first space probe to the launch pad in December of 1957.
Catapulted 300 miles into space. And towering 72 feet over the sands, the 11-ton rocket is ready for firing.
Kaputnik, the international press dubbed the failed Vanguard effort. The public disaster prompted Americans to wonder, where had they gone wrong?
That kind of put an end to the revelries of the 1950s, to the notion of self-fulfillment and enjoyment and rock and roll and sex and big birthday cakes. Suddenly, life had become very serious.
I've been waiting in school all day long, waiting on the bell to ring so I could go home. I throw my books on the table, pick up the telephone.
Critics said the American education system was at fault. Soviet children spent 33 more days a year in school than Americans, and more scientists per capita graduated from Soviet universities. Baby boomers suddenly found the Cold War reflected in their curriculum.
The best thing that happened to the American education system was that the Russians sent Sputnik up. We had to put money in the sciences. And so we started funding. We started opening the coffers and putting money into science and the academy, and that kind of spread out into the humanities and everywhere else. And suddenly new schools were being built everywhere, and more kids were coming into the schools. And if the Russians hadn't sent up Sputnik, who knew what would have happened?
While a generation of baby boomers were honing their skills in science and math, events 90 miles off America's coastline would put the nation's resolve to contain the Soviet Union to the test.
Did you become a grandparent today? What if you did? How can we help you have more to share? Bank of America. Put her future in motion.
Wow, what's this? The Monopoly game on CD-ROM. One of my favorite games of all time, like I've never seen it before. There's hundreds of 3D animations, so that's what Boardwalk looks like. I can even take on players from around the world over the internet. I'm building a whole real estate empire here. And hey, there's that guy. The whole game comes to life. The properties, the utilities, the railroads, even the pieces are just... Hello.
Monopoly on CD-ROM. The game comes alive.
Hey there, nice shiny coat.
One day in the town of Mess, a neat thought struck Mr. Hutch. It's time to get organized. I think I'll use a Brother P-Touch. So from room to room he went, labeling on the run. Files, videotapes. This is not work, it's fun. Fine wine, nails, so very much. There was no end to what could be P-Touched. For P-Touch labeling caught on street after street. And now the town of Mess is simply the town of Neat. Brother P-Touch at these neat locations.
The automobile, a symbol of good times, youth, freedom, strength, and being cool.
You just weren't cool if you didn't drive a Ford.
Take a cruise down the road of our past
Gee, this is a beautiful car.
with automobiles.
That gown, by the way, is not standard equipment with the car.
Automobiles, next on the History Channel.
I'm glad you could come. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, Paola.
Yeah.
Mind if I take off my shoes?
No, not at all.
Mind if I try a little of that?
No, go right ahead.
Great meal.
Oh.
Mind if I watch a little TV?
No. No problem.
You're always at home with Bola.
When I was 14, my grandpa took me to Canada. We went walleye fishing. Oh.
Take advantage of this special subscription offer from Forbes. Call now for your free trial issue. When the bill arrives, pay it or write cancel on the bill and owe nothing. You'll also receive our mutual fund survey free. For only $19.97, Forbes can help you realize your dreams. Call now.
In 1959, a young rebel leader named Fidel Castro overthrew Cuba's corrupt Batista regime.
Those of us who were in Havana at that time thought that Castro had to be better than Batista. We had no idea that Castro would turn out to be the kind of dictator that he did turn out to be.
Cuba's Fidel Castro arrives at New York's Idlewild Field, the first in a parade of heads of government that includes nearly every Iron Curtain nation and Russian ally.
Castro moved to nationalize American property in Cuba and turned to the Soviet Union for foreign aid and military support.
Unlike the 3 or 4...
Seen through the harsh lens of Cold War politics, the charismatic Cuban became a made-for-TV villain.
Any good revolutionary has to be conscious of the media. Fidel Castro knew that early on, and he used us to great effect. Suddenly, in the fatigues and the beard and the cigars and the long speeches and the shaking of the head, he was a wonderfully theatrical figure. Agree or disagree, you had to pay attention.
Beyond Castro's image was the reality that Cuba was closely allied with a nuclear-armed superpower.
Communist nations so far. There is a limit to what the United States in self-respect can endure. That limit has now been reached.
Castro marks the second anniversary of his revolution with the biggest military parade ever staged in Cuba.
The country that had once been a convenient playground for American tourists now represented the front lines in the battle with communism, a specter that would haunt American diplomacy for years to come.
In his long campaign of provocation and harassment. Thank You Ike Day is the theme for the thunderous welcome.
Dwight Eisenhower had been the perfect president for the 1950s.
Where Ike and Mamie hold center stage while convention business waits in the wings.
But now, his political party had a serious problem. The failure in Cuba and the setback in space were signs that new times required a new style of leadership.
To lead us to a fruitful America, to a peaceful world for mankind everywhere, is the great senator from the state of Massachusetts, John F. Kennedy.
think there was a sense about John Kennedy of the newness, young family, and the sense that he was cool, rational, modern, contemporary, and that therefore the men around him were as well. There was a promise of not being too burdened by the past.
John F. Kennedy settles into office as the 35th President of the United States, the youngest man and the first Roman Catholic ever elected to the office. The first president born in the 20th century. He comes to office after one of the narrowest elections in American history.
Americans had chosen their leader as much for his glamour and energy as for the substance of his policies. They had chosen him in their own image, a young country on the move. The road ahead promised a new era of economic growth and social harmony.
Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed.
After only 1,000 days of life on Kennedy's new frontier, Americans would long for what seemed to them simpler times, the 1950s.
My friend is to linger with you.
Well, there's an old saying that the 4th of July is not now and never was what it used to be, and there's a tendency to romanticize the 50s and to forget the narrowness, the prejudice, but I think there's a generally far greater freedom and a sense of possibility, economic and other, today than in the past.
What's important about the 50s is that everybody opened their eyes up and learned to see pictures and take pictures seriously. It's the most visual decade in our history, and it made us who we are today.
We came to the conclusion that we were going to live for something or we were going to die for nothing.
The 50s for me were a time of tremendous change and promise, where it felt that just a few people maybe could sort of change the world.
In our love of everything new and modern, a lot of wonderful old things got torn down to make way for new parking lots, new shopping malls. And exciting as that might have been, I mean, a lot was lost as well.
The legacy was a legacy of hope and dreams. So those of my generation still carry those hopes and dreams. I'm not sure that our children carry them nearly as enthusiastically as we did.
There'll never be another 50s. It is the most influential thing, and it wasn't by accident. The time was ready. We delivered the goods.
At the end of my
Each American decade seems to have its own label. The 20s roared, the 30s were depressed, the 60s were turbulent. And the 50s? The common perception is a simpler America, a time of backyard barbecues and belief in government. Today, the 50s are a kind of litmus test. People's feelings about the decade speak volumes about their politics. For many on the right, there's only one bad thing about the 50s. They came to an end. For many on the left, there's only one good thing about the 50s. They turned into the 60s. As placid as the 50s may have seemed, the decade did lay the groundwork for the social, political, cultural, sexual, and economic explosions that would follow for the next 20 years. For the History Channel, I'm Roger Mudd. Thanks for watching.
Now, from the History Channel, you can own the collector's edition box set of David Halberstam's The 50s. Television, communism, and the Beat Generation. Call 1-800-708-1776. And for $99.95 plus shipping and handling, receive The 50s. All 7 episodes on 6 video cassettes. Call 1-800-708-1776 to order this special home video presentation.
Hello, I'm Roger Mudd. Join me Sunday nights for the best documentaries and movies that history has to offer on History Sunday on the History Channel.
Coming up on the History Channel. Coming up on the History Channel. Coming up on the History Channel.
Coming up next on Automobiles. Put on your shades and go for a spin. But don't mess with this baby, the 1955 Chevy. Next.
Gather your families. It's coming up on the History Channel. Gather your families.
Yeah, it was amazing. Whole different world. You were a volunteer? Yeah. I saw a world that wasn't so fortunate. They needed help. In business, I see a world full of opportunity. To help me take advantage of those opportunities, I invest in international funds with T. Rowe Price. I chose them because they work with analysts all over the world. See, I know what a difference being there can actually make.
T. Rowe Price, helping people invest with confidence for over 50 years.
Son, do you think you could stand a few more words of advice from your old man? Dad. Just a little wedding night guidance from someone who's been there. Son, are you prepared?
Dad, Pepsid AC? For me?
Hors d'oeuvres?
Look at all this spicy food. You could be in agony. Pepsid AC can stop heartburn before it starts.
Before it starts, huh?
Wouldn't want heartburn keeping you up tonight now. Now, would we?
You can be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
Log on at www.historychannel.com. It's where the past comes alive.